Hello and welcome to North America Vintage Championships at Eternal Weekend 2024, presented by Card Titan. I'm Kevin Crone, and I have the pleasure of being joined by Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Reed, it's a pleasure to be here today.
Hey, what a pleasure. I mean, you said it. This is a unique and one of the most fun events on the Magic calendar. So I'm just thrilled to be a part of it. Nice to be here with you, Kevin. You and I used to play Vintage together way back many years ago in the days of the Magic Online Vintage Super League, but it's nice to see you again. And of course, looking forward to a great show with you.
That's right. I couldn't have said it better myself. So we're going to kick off round one here in a few minutes, but before we do, we're going to start with some details for you about today's event. Let's kick off with some information about what you're going to see today. Here's your casting team for today. As you know, Reed and I will start the early rounds. We'll be joined later by Corey and Ely to finish up for today. Today is all about vintage. Today's schedule, obviously, all vintage all the time. We're going to have 9 rounds of vintage here, starting in a few minutes. That represents the Swiss portion of the vintage event. Tomorrow, it's the same thing for Legacy. And then on Sunday, we'll have both the end of Legacy and the top eights for both Vintage and Legacy. I'll be back for the Vintage portion of that as well. It's going to be a full weekend of Eternal Magic. Now, what are the players playing for? Here you see cash prizes for Vintage all the way down to 64th place. And the real pièce de resistance is that promo tinker, those unique tinkers and foil versions to the top 8. So the players are especially excited about those. And we have a special subset of prizes as well, and that is for budget players. How do we define budget? Well, no Power 9 and none of the big expensive lands in the format, Bazaar, Workshop, Library. Budget is a mainstay of this Eternal Weekend Vintage portion, and we've had some really strong, really exciting finishes, in fact, in the Swiss for how the highest placing budget player will shake out. Beyond that, Reed, I wanted to get your thoughts for a minute. For those of you who follow the vintage format, today's format will look very similar to last year's. And that means that similar decks, similar constructions, but we're fresh off an impactful restriction on the format. And that was in August, the restriction of Urza Saga and Vexing Bauble. What is your interpretation on the impact of the format of those changes?
Well, the nice thing about restriction versus banning, and one of the things that I love about vintage in particular is when you get a restriction, you're turning a dial, right? Much less than a banning, which is like smashing something with a sledgehammer. So we still get Urza Saga and Vexing Bauble represented in the format. We're going to get those play patterns, and those great moments that those cards can deliver. It's just not going to be ubiquitous every single game or every single deck or whatever it might be. So Urza Saga, I think is a more interesting card when it's restricted, because then it's the games where you draw multiples and can like kind of go all in on the constructs. You don't cast any spells from your hand. Like that's a much different experience than just every once in a while you have this powerful land that can deliver extra value. Sometimes bring you a manifold key, uncounterable things like that. So again, it's great that these unique and powerful cards get to be part of the format without necessarily being the driving force behind every single one of the top decks.
And we'll be watching closely where they come up throughout the day, because I'm pretty certain they will come up. As you said, it's no longer a primary strategy in a lot of games, and so that means that certain individual impacts may be felt more, and other variants around shifts in deck construction since last year will make themselves apparent. We are ready to go straight into our first round of coverage for the day, and our first feature match includes none other than Boston Roll himself, Brian Pope. Brian
Yes,
is
Brian.
our freest.
Brian for sure is a player to watch, if not just the player to watch going into every single North America Tour weekend. These days, he's a star at both Vintage and Legacy. He has, some enormous number of top 8 appearances, and he's just a player that you can always count on for both sharp play and coming with one of the really, really good decks in the format. So what he has this time is Esper Luris. How do you feel about this deck, Kevin?
This is one of the top contenders in the metagame in my eyes, and you can construct this deck a few different ways. Brian has leaned in on a slightly more controlling build. The Esper part comes primarily in the form of Swords to Plowshares with a few Lavinia as well. Psychic Frog has made an enormous impact on Vintage. This build is really trying to round all the edges of its matchups by including white for Swords to Plowshares and sideboard cards.
Yeah, and the matchup that Brian is facing, I think, is one of the more important ones in the format. Jewel Shops. This is the deck that I think, like, if you're at home, this is your first time ever watching a match of Vintage, this is probably what you think of when you think of Vintage. Just every single restricted card, tons of mana, big turns starting as early as turn 1. So, making a strong case for being the most quote unquote powerful deck in the format. But yeah, how do you think Brian's deck is going to match up against Jewel Shops? And in particular, are the white cards like Lavinia, are those playing a big role here?
Lavinia is one of those cards where against Jewel Shops, if you can have a fast enough deployment of Lavinia, that is turn 1 before they have their accelerant, she could be backbreaking. But it's exceedingly difficult to do, especially if you're simply on the draw as he is here in game 1. I think that his white cards are not as maximized in this particular matchup. They're more for other matchups. You can see Mark started with Land Mox into Grim Monolith, and the land in question is Soporific Springs, which is the backside of Sink into Stupor, a notable addition to this deck in the last year.
Yeah, I love those double-faced cards from Jewel Shops because, one of the best reasons to tap into blue in your Mishra's Workshop deck is to get access to Force at Will. But when, a huge portion of your deck is mana sources as powerful artifacts, you got to find some kind of creative way to keep that blue card count high. And here you see it, Mark, pitching second copy of Soporific Springs to Force of Will.
Perfect. Yeah, this is just you're seeing both sides of the card used to maximal effect right here. Brian had a Black Lotus opening, and in many, many decks, Black Lotus is the cause of incredibly broken starts. In this case, Brian's going for a value disruption play of main phase Orcish Bowmasters, and you might wonder why he would do that, and that is primarily to fight the titular engine card of the Jewel Shops deck, which is Coveted Jewel.
And I'm gathering from context clues that Brian probably used his Black Lotus for a different color of mana, maybe blue, and then tapped the Underground Sea for black mana. That's why you see 4 mana spent on Orcish Bowmasters. A little bit strange, but presumably he may have been thinking about casting that Time Walk if it wasn't put to the alternative use of Stitching to Force.
I think you're exactly right. Wow, Workshop Go from Mark. This is very interesting. He has all the mana in the world, which is how this deck is designed to function, and yet he's waiting for that payoff.
One from the. So there was the 4s.
Brian gets in for chip damage with the Bowmaster.
Okay,
He's got to start somewhere.
I happened to catch Kevin in Mark's hand is Paradoxical Outcome, which is really, really strong card, but facing 2 problems right now. The first is that Mark hasn't been successful in building out a huge board, and then the second, of course, is that Orcish Bowmasters, which can punish him if he goes for sort of like a non-lethal card drawing spell. It might increase Brian's clock in a way that becomes uncomfortable pretty quickly.
I'm gonna bobble myself. Yeah, that's fine.
Brian's getting a little card selection out of Mishra's Bauble. You note that fetch land in play means if he likes the card, he can try to leave it there. If not, he can shuffle it away. Looks like Mark's going for an end step outcome on Brian's turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's only drawing 2 cards, pretty modest.
9.
And especially with the Bowmasters, I could see Brian choosing not to pick a fight over this.
As you observed, Mark might have made that play on his prior main phase if it weren't for the Bowmasters, but he wanted to dodge some of the incremental damage. He probably suspected that he could not go off. Now with his hand filled with fresh cards, both the draw step and the PO, we'll see what Mark can put together. We saw from last turn, Brian Koval's hand has Swords to Plowshares, Treasure Cruise, and Force of Negation, so he's not shields down here.
Still one artifact.
He does have the ability to force at least one key non-creature spell. Mark found
Go for the jewel.
both a Jewel and a Trinisphere. He's opting for the Jewel.
Okay,
And
big
another
moment
outcome.
here.
Brainstorm. That must have been the card that Brian saw with Mishra's Bauble. Oh, Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is an incredibly good pickup here. Note that Mark tapped out for that Jeweled Lotus. Or Coveted Jewel, excuse me.
I'm at 18.
Games of Vintage sometimes reach a point where you can kind of gauge a card's value by the color of its border. So Brian, he's got his creatures all established. He's got his clock. So he's just focusing on let's not die to a combo finish from Mark. And basically any blue card is great for that, and any white or black card is going to be less than desirable.
Force pitch up. 8.
So Brian Spell Pierces the Jewel. Mark protects with Force of Will. I expect Brian to do similar with Force of Negation.
This can happen. This still on the stack.
Yeah, really dangerous to let Coveted Jewel resolve because it represents both cards and mana. If it was one or the other, you might take an approach where you say, okay, I'll let Mark draw a few cards and try to bottleneck him and make sure he can't deploy his whole hand, but getting both out of the 6-mana Coveted Jewel is just too much. Brian wisely is going to fight over it, and he really just needs to survive one more turn in which that Grim Monolith won't untap, and then he's got lethal with his Bowmasters. Not to mention that his last card that he carefully saved after all this fighting was Treasure Cruise.
Exile 7 to play Treasure Cruise.
I believe we are seeing the announcement of Treasure Cruise. There it is.
That's what I
Exiling
exiled.
his
These
whole
were
graveyard.
exiled.
Perfect amount.
Yes, Cruise is good.
In case you're not as familiar with Vintage as other formats, Treasure Cruise is one of the headliner Delve spells. Delve means you can remove cards in your graveyard to pay some or all of its cost.
I'll pass.
In this case, Brian reduced the cost to a single blue
One
mana.
tap. Draw. Yep.
He did miss a land drop, but that's not actually good news for Mark. That means, or that at least suggests, that all of the cards in Brian's hand are action. And Mark scoops up his cards. Game 1 to Brian Koval.
Yeah, nice game. Brian's got to be pleased to have won
Brian got it.
against a
How do you
scary
reset
deck in a
this?
game when he was on the draw.
Okay.
But everything just went more or less according to plan. You know, those draws where you have one action card or one pressure card, in this case Workish Bowmasters, backed up by a healthy amount of card drawing and permission. That's kind of the recipe.
Let's see if we can anticipate what these players are going to sideboard. Here we look at Mark's list. There's his main deck.
Yeah, I was wondering how many copies of Grim Monolith he had, because that's, you know, like kind of a toned down version of Mana Vault, but still very, very strong and not restricted. It looks like he's choosing to play 3. Coming out of the sideboard, I'm expecting not any dramatic changes, you know, some 1 and 2s here and there. He might turn to Defense Grid, maybe Hull Breacher if he thinks he can surprise Brian after he sideboards out some copies of Swords to Plowshares, but probably no dramatic overhauls here.
Do you think that Mark knows that Brian is on the Esper build of Luris?
Well, that's a great thought. Yeah, this is not an open deck list tournament, and there were no white cards revealed either to, you know, being played or being pitched to Force of Will. So yeah, that could be a total surprise.
That would influence whether or not Mark brings in Dismember here for Lavinia in particular. It's not a deal breaker, and so even if he knew, it's not a sure thing that he would, given that he already has main deck ways to fight it, like Soporific Springs. But it does make life easier for Mark if he has access to a Dismember or 2 post sideboard and Lavinia comes out to play.
Yeah, definitely. I could see the same thing with something like Argenta Masticore, where if you think your opponent's removal is only Fatal Push, you might justify Masticore, but suddenly if your opponent's able to leave like 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares in their deck, then that becomes a lot less appealing as a 5-mana investment.
Let's see what Brian has. Here's his main deck. Consigned to Memory is a new all-star in Vintage. Coming out of Modern Horizons, the card simply does so many things across the format.
Man,
Brian is
this is
certainly
just
bringing it in.
so classy from Brian. One Consigned to Memory, one Annul, one Steel Sabotage. I actually really like doing stuff like this with my own sideboards, where if cards are quite similar in both function and power level, like you might as well split them, and then you increase your chances of having the perfect tool, the perfect reaction to the perfect threat that your opponent might deploy. But I think all three of those are coming straight into the deck against Jewel Shops.
It's funny, you might ask, why not play just the single best one of each one of those effects? Well, they each have their advantages. Annul can counter an Oath of Druids. Consigned to Memory has all manner of trigger targets across the format, in addition to stopping simple, powerful things like the One Ring and Time Vault. And Steel Sabotage can answer a permanent that's already in play. If your opponent has resolved their ring or some other giant monster, like Mark might in this matchup with the Argentum Masticore.
Totally, yeah. So in all cases, you're kind of hoping that you can use Plan A of just tapping an island and countering a big artifact like the One Ring, but they all have corner cases where the extra lines of text might come in handy.
Judging by Brian's body language there, I think he was mulliganing. I think that was him bottoming a card. Yep, looks like he's on 6. Mark begins with Defense Grid, so as anticipated, he brought in Defense Grid. Brian is passing the force check here, choosing which of his selection of blue cards to exile.
Defense Grid, Kevin, one of my pet cards in Vintage. I played one copy of that in my Doomsday deck last year, just because, I mean, we talked about all the various 1 and 2 of counter spells that people can have, Mind Break Trap, Force of Negation, whatever it might be. And if you can ever resolve a Defense Grid, you just get that nice, safe, warm feeling that even the unexpected stuff is not going to kill you.
Brian passed that check and played simply a land go. We'll see what Mark has on tap for turn 2. He's not immediately pooling 6 mana, which must be some form of relief for Brian, I think. But we'll see what it is. Grim Model. This could still lead to a 6 mana turn, of course. We'll see what Mark's follow-up land is.
Oh,
Second workshop. Well, there it is. The title card comes out to play again.
Annul that.
There's the annul. Wow. So Brian had 2 of the 3 cards we discussed in his opening hand.
Yes.
So this game really indicative of like the dynamic between these two decks, which is if I told you, hey, one player is going to have access to 6 mana while the other player only has 1 land on the battlefield, you'd say that's awesome. I want to be the guy with 6 mana. But then if I told you that one player is going to be casting 6 mana cards that can be answered for the price of 1 or 0 mana, you would say, well, that's awesome. I want to be the guy with the one mana spell answering 6 mana cards. But it's just the relative strengths and weaknesses of both strategies at play here.
And speaking of 1 mana, Mark drew possibly the best 1 mana spell in his deck, Ancestral Recall, to which Brian had no response. Not even an Orcish Bowmasters, which is notable. There's Brian's own Ancestral Recall. Let's see if both players get one. And they do. I guess we're back to parity. Ooh, Brian's hand has a lot of control elements, and critically, this Gataxian Probe.
17.
Reed, is there any better feeling than trying to be the control player and getting your 1 Gataxian Probe in Vintage?
Oh, it's so good, so good. Actually, one of my best runs in Vintage came in that very narrow span of time when we were allowed to play 4 Gataxian Probes. But yeah, this is a great card, and these games get so tricky and complex that if you can be the player with the information advantage, it really gives you a lot of control over, picking your spots and lining up the right answer against the right threat. And especially when you consider a deck like Mark's, where he has, basically half his deck's mana, half his cards, half his deck is action. you can sometimes identify a spot where it's like, hey, Mark has a really expensive hand. Maybe I'll choose to fight over his Soul Ring or his Black Lotus or whatever it might be. Or the opposite, where
at 16.
you say, okay, I can let him have all his mana and just counter that one action card.
Of note, Brian saw Mark's hand of Tinker, Force of Will, Sink into Stupor. So Mark has access to a protected Tinker next turn. And despite the fact that Brian's hand has multiple points of interaction, I think that none of them directly stop that line of play between Daze and Mindbreak Trap. Fortunately for Brian, he has the ability to Demonic Tutor right now. He's actually fetching at the moment, so I think he's thinking. I bet he's thinking right now about what he would Demonic Tutor for if he so chose. And there's the Tundra, which could be a surprise to Mark. I expect that Brian was also considering whether or not his Demonic Tutor would be countered here. Apparently
Yeah,
not.
talk about that for us, Kevin. Would you have been tempted if you were Mark?
I would have definitely been tempted. He didn't seem to think very long on it because I think Protected Tinker on his side is pretty darn good. But he also recognizes that Brian just gets to sculpt his ideal answer to this situation, and that's painful. The trick, though, is that Brian, this isn't the sort of matchup where Brian has uncounterable answers to everything. He doesn't have a Haymaker like, say, a Null Rod necessarily, or at least Mark doesn't think so. And he also doesn't have some non-spell form of interaction like Boseiju or something like that. Mark has to expect that Brian went and simply got a counter spell or some similar kind of spell-based control element. And so I bet he's confident he can power through it.
Yeah, even though Brian has plenty of 0 mana answers here, it's still a good feeling to see shields down in terms of all his mana being tapped.
And we'll find out the answer right here. It apparently was simply Force of Will. Force of Will from Brian on the Tinker. I expect Mark to follow up with his own Force of Will. He doesn't have the requisite blue mana to cast Sink into Stupor.
So you're at 19? Yes. Tinker resolves.
Players trade forces, and that was it. We know Brian's still holding Mindbreak Trap, which could not apply in this situation yet.
We have our first resolved Tinker on coverage. For those who are new to Vintage, games usually don't last that many more turns after a Tinker resolves.
Of note, this Jewel Shop deck does not typically play some of the most game-ending spells that Tinker can get, namely Bolas's Citadel.
That's fascinating. I actually that wasn't on my radar. How often is just putting a coveted jewel onto the battlefield going to be good enough?
Well, the deck is designed to maximize it. Oh, there is that Mindbreak Trap. So Brian was clearly, and he was aware of how this was probably going to go. He knew that the Tinker was likely to get Jewel unless Mark had happened into his key. And that was going to be bad for Brian, which it still is. The question is, what did Mark get as a follow-up? Oh, okay. So I was thinking Mark was thinking about responding to the trap, but it had straight up resolved. That of note, that Jewel should not be in his graveyard. It should be exiled. But we'll see what additional follow-ups Mark has. He's pooling an awful lot of mana. This can't be good for Brian. Is it another Jewel? No, this is a paradoxical outcome. That's why he pooled all those resources at once. Outcome for 3.
So drawing 3 cards is great here, but it's actually even better than that because Mark gets to reset both a healthy amount of mana in the form of Soul Ring and Grim Monolith, and very likely we'll soon replay the Coveted Jewel to keep going even further.
My interpretation is that he has 3 workshop mana and 2 blue mana floating, even though he didn't use a blue die. I bet we'll see him replay Grim Monolith here, and then likely follow up with the Jewel.
And this is exactly what the Jewel Workshops deck wants to do. The idea is that your card drawing begets more card drawing. So Coveted Jewel into Paradoxical Outcome and or Phyrexian Metamorph and or more copies of Coveted Jewel. You just kind of get the wheels turning faster and faster, generating more and more mana, more and more card drawing until eventually winning becomes academic.
Mark didn't draw the greatest collection of cards here. He's got several lands in hand plus 2 counter spells. But Karn is still a serious threat. And he is reaching for his sideboard with Karn the Great Creator. Which artifact will he choose?
So it looks like he has 1 mana remaining. He's already made his land drop. So Brian unexpectedly might actually get another turn in this game. I don't know if he, he's going to be in a great position given how much Mark has been able to deploy, but at least it's not over.
If you're Mark in this position, do you prefer a giant monster or something like a Mycosynth Lattice? Oh, he got Pithing Needle. Fascinating. Fascinating. This reads to me as Mark trying to cover his bases. He wanted to do something as impactful as he could right now with that 1 mana.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get any intel from the floor about what was named with Pithing Needle. Like maybe you're just terrified of unexpectedly dying to Time Vault Manifold Key or something like that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. And the thing is, Karn already preemptively shuts off the Key Vault combo, so he didn't have to name one of those, but he still may have for backup purposes.
Yep, great point. Great point.
And there is the Lattice. In case you're not familiar, Mycosynth Lattice turns all permanents in play into artifacts, and with Karn on the battlefield, your opponent can't activate their artifacts. That means that they cannot produce mana from their lands, and is effectively a hard lock with a few asterisks. We'll see how Brian responds to the Lattice here. Looks like he's floating mana, and good for resolution. This is a tricky point for Mark because this is very clearly Orcish Bowmaster mana. Yep. And if this resolves, it can be fairly disruptive to what Mark has going on vis-a-vis Karn. This interaction we're witnessing right now, Reed, is one of the fun additions to this deck in the last year, and that is tapping Coveted Jewel, for the mana to cast Sink into Stupor.
Yeah,
There it is.
great show there. Now, true or false, if Mycosynth Lattice is on the battlefield, you can't pitch a blue card to Force of Will.
You are correct. Mycosynth Lattice also turns the cards in your hand colorless.
Okay, so that was possibly an interaction point. It could be relevant to either player, presumably, whether Brian responds to the Lattice or lets it resolve. But just an interesting subtlety, and as we go through the day, we're gonna notice that those subtle timing and attention to detail type of plays can absolutely determine games of Vintage.
We're watching Brian's sideboard here, and he's doing a trick. Did you see the 2 cards he grabbed?
I did not. What are they?
There are 2 Swords to Plowshares. Did you see the 2 cards he put in?
So he swapped out 2 Swords to Plowshares for 2 Swords to Plowshares.
There they are. Brian playing mind games with his opponent here. He wants Mark to see specifically that he changed sideboarding by 2 cards, and to consider how Brian's plan might be different in game 3 with those 2 different cards.
Yeah, you can tell this is a tabletop tournament veteran who thinks about these, in-person dynamics of let's not allow my opponent to be confident of what my post-sideboard configuration is going to look like, perhaps even purposefully make them think something has changed when it hasn't. But yeah, just a lot of table presence stuff going on here from Brian's side.
That's the sort of interaction that wouldn't be possible on Magic Online. As you know, all the information you get in terms of sideboarding is the duration of sideboarding on Magic Online. Now, Mark, if he's observant, it has everything to do with what level Mark is on, too. Does he read Brian as the sort of person who would make that kind of non-functional change for the sake of show? We'll never know.
I was actually wondering what Brian would do with regards to Swords to Plowshares, because it feels like one of his weakest cards in the matchup in an objective sense. But if you have no access to a creature removal spell, there are a lot of ways that things can get hairy real quickly against a surprise Argentum Masticore, Wormcoil Engine, even Construct Token, whatever it might be. So having 2 is a nice balance where he's not going to draw multiples too often, but maybe he can find one if he needs it.
So Brian is on the play here, another mulligan. A little rough variance for him in this match here with mulligans in games 2 and 3.
Really strong hand from Mark with Mishra's Workshop, some additional mana sources, Trinisphere, and Force of Will. If Mark was going first in this game, I'd almost be ready to just call it. Trinisphere backed up by Force of Will, turn 1 on the play. Brian is going to get a turn, so if he has something special, like a hand that can deploy multiple mana sources or Ancestral Recall or multiple points of interaction, he can still be in this, but Mark's got to be really, really pleased, especially sitting against an opponent who's mulliganing down to 6.
Here's hoping Brian gets a keepable 6. And we'll see what he can do on his first turn. Okay, looks like lands and spells from Brian. So now he's simply choosing his card to bottom.
Ready? Yep.
I see Force of Negation in that hand and presumably additional blue cards. Oh, it looks like there's Force of Will as well. And here the Trinisphere from Mark.
So far we've seen Defense Grid and Trinisphere. I'd also put Vexing Bauble in this category of like these cards you basically your hands are tied. You have to use your free counterspell on them, because if you don't, you lose the ability to even play that card at all afterwards. Spell Pierce actually an ideal answer though. So if you're a Brian Koval fan, you got to be happy to see that exchange.
No Moxen for Mark to deploy his Mana Vault, unfortunately.
And Mark notably could have fought over Trinisphere, but elected not to.
I think I saw Otawara in Mark's opening hand. There it is, played as a land into Mana Vault. This telegraphs the access to Jewel. There it is. We'll see what Brian's follow-up is. Another fetch. He may be on Orcish Bowmasters here. I still think he has access to Force of Negation as well. But in this situation, you may as well test the waters on your opponent with Bowmasters first.
Yeah, and if I'm Mark, I'm real tempted to fight over that Orcish Bowmasters, because it's scary. You get hit right away for 4, and then if you don't win the game or do something really special this turn, the Orcish Bowmasters are going to steal your coveted jewel.
Yep.
So Brian, he's going to use that Force of Negation. What's he going to target? What would you do here?
I really don't know. It's very tempting. All right, he targeted the jewel. His rationale appears to be that he would much rather cut off Mark's resources in a guaranteed way rather than a speculative one, I would say.
Yeah, so nice safe play from Brian. That it might just be that's like a better play, period, plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
It could also be a hint that maybe Brian has some level of confidence in his position, like another interactive card, or maybe he thinks if he can exchange resources, then his Luris Companion is going to give him a long-term advantage. But definitely an interesting moment in the match.
There's that Masticore.
Yeah,
clear whether or not Mark had brought them in.
We were going to see this one.
Yeah. So here's that Swords to Plowshares check that you were alluding to. It could be that answering this is relatively easy if Brian already has the swords or access to it. Or, as he picks up Luris into his hand, it could be that it's a trick. and he will have to navigate around this Masticore for multiple turns.
At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Argentum Masticore unless you discard a card. When you discard a card in this way, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana value of the discarded card. So Mark's gonna be able to take down Brian's Mox Pearl, and if Brian wants to fight back with creatures, the Masticore can kind of one up any creature that Brian might deploy, including that Luris companion.
We see Gataxian Probe again from Brian. This will smooth his knowledge of Mark's hand. There it is, Sol Ring. So Mark's all in here. Wow, look at that. 3 creatures in Brian's hand. And for the reasons you cited a minute ago, the Masticore is quite dangerous against creatures. Now, because the one card in Mark's hand is Sol Ring, we know that it didn't destroy anything on Brian's board. And it looks like Brian put Orcish Bowmasters onto the stack in Mark's upkeep after the trigger had resolved, where he was empty-handed and could have no response.
So what Brian's going to try to
has
do
first strike.
Is just tread water here, blocking the Masticore while it continues to whittle away at Mark's resources. And Brian can buy himself, 3, 4, 5 draw steps before he's dead. And if he's able to find, of course, Swords to Plowshares, but even an action card like we saw Treasure Cruise in game 1, Ancestral Recall, Demonic Tutor, any of those can get him back into it, but he needs something.
The double Bowmasters was a bit of a boon here for Brian. Oh, but Mark drew a card sufficiently large to kill the first one in Grim Monolith. Here we have the same exact play pattern, one more turn in a row. It's worth noting that Argentum Masticore's upkeep trigger is not optional, meaning if you want that card in play, you must feed it a card. Otherwise, you have to sacrifice it.
Kevin, do you think that Mark's life total can be relevant in this game at all? That the Mana Vault is ticking away and these Bowmaster triggers are somewhat adding up?
Absolutely. One of the things this Jewel Shop does not do well, barring explosive plays, is untap a Mana Vault. And I think the chip damage that Brian's getting in with this Bowmaster, combined with the life link on Luris, could be highly, highly relevant. And the fact, so there was a gambit just there that you just witnessed. The fact that Mark didn't draw a card large enough to destroy Luris is going to be the pivot point in this game, I think. Luris can simply rebuy Orcish Bowmasters turn after turn. And even though the Bowmasters are easy pickings for the Masticore, they represent multiple permanents. And the Masticore, like it or not, can still only get rid of 1 permanent per turn.
I'm actually a little worried for Mark's sake about that attack there, exchanging damage against the lifelinking Luris, because now I think Mark, even if he has some fortunate draws, I think he might just die before Brian does.
I think you're right. And also, we got a flash of Brian's hand, and he has Steel Sabotage. The perfect answer to an on-board Argentum Masticore. Just as we discussed in the sideboarding discussion, the ability to control a permanent in play by Steel Sabotage could be the difference here. Yeah, unless Mark drew an incredible, incredible spell just now along the lines of Ancestral Recall, I think that Brian has sufficient resources to simply win the game. Oh, he's okay. That was Mark deciding not to pay the upkeep on the Masticore. I thought he was looking at his drawn card, but I was mistaken. Now he's got 2 cards in hand, and he packs it in. He sees the writing on the wall. Look at that. Well navigated by Brian Koval.
Man, I didn't give enough credit. I was ready to count Brian out when I saw him mulliganing against the really, really strong opening hand from the very powerful Jewel Shops deck. And then, unanswered Argentum Masticore on the battlefield for 5 or 6 turns, but Brian he did it, showing the power of the built-in card advantage that the Luris companion provides. And one of our players to watch here advances to 3-0, and I'm sure we'll get another chance to watch Brian, whether it be today, tomorrow, or even Sunday.
That's right. We'll be watching his progress as we go. So, what do we have next for us? Well, we've got our backup match, and fortunately, we'll get some time with that this round. And our backup match this round features. Our backup match this round features um, Samantha Murphy on Dredge against Matt Radford. But before we get there, we're going to take a brief break. And when we come back, we'll cover that match for you. So stay tuned. Welcome back to North America Vintage Champs here in round one. I'm Kevin Crone with Reed Duke, and we are moving into our backup match for round one, where we have Dredge versus Underworld Breach. Samantha Murphy on your left, playing Dredge. Matthew Radford on your right, playing Underworld Breach. Samantha is a recent top 8 competitor on the Legacy side of this event a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I've had a lot of fun watching Samantha play Legacy, and I know she's really skilled in that format. I think this will be my first time getting to see what she's got in Vintage, bringing Dredge, and kind of cool that right off the bat we get to just showcase such a wide range of the top archetypes in Vintage.
That's right. Reed, talk about what makes Dredge so special for those uninitiated.
Okay, well, we saw in our main feature that the game is revolved so much around the stack. You know, somebody plays a powerful spell, the opponent plays a counter, one player fights back, this and that. But what if I told you there's a deck that wins the game without resolving any spells? That would be pretty appealing against opponents who might have, 10, 12, 14 counters in their deck. And Dredge is that. So the basic game plan is that you're going to mulligan until you have a hand with Bazaar of Baghdad, and the combination of Serum Powder and the London Mulligan rule make that relatively, easy and achievable. And from there, you just use the Dredge mechanic and drawing multiple cards per turn to dump your whole library into your graveyard, and you win incidentally with Creeping Chill, Narcomoeba, Prized Amalgam, Icarid, and back it up by all this free disruption like Grief and your own Force of Wills.
And Samantha's opponent is playing Underworld Breach, which is one of those things that we alluded to earlier. At the intersection of combo and control in Vintage, let's see if Matthew's list is on Luris or not, which is one of the kind of optional configurations for Breach these days. Looks like he is not. He has the Tinker Bolas.
So I guess you can go either with a low mana curve Luris version, or you can tap into Bolas' Citadel and some bigger Planeswalkers and Hull Breachers. This looks like the deck. From studying results from Magic Online, I saw the Breach decks really evolve into this like highly sharpened and honed deck list, and this looks like it. I see a lot of familiar things here, including the 3 copies of Hull Breacher, even that one waterlogged Teachings, which is like not something that would be obvious if I was building up a Vintage deck from scratch. But this is definitely one of the decks that I'm keeping an eye on for this weekend, as it's kind of the hot thing, if you ask me, for this period of time and the tail end of 2024 Vintage.
So this matchup feels like a drag race. Both players are trying to do their thing as fast as possible and use their free interaction to slow their opponent just enough to end the game. Dredge doing so with creatures and burning out their opponent with Creeping Chill, and Breach doing it straight through the Breach Brain Freeze lines.
So one of the things that I think about when I play Vintage is, if I'm playing a fair and square game, trying to play creatures and attack and gradually deplete my opponent's life total from 20 down to 0, I am just a sitting duck against these Bazaar decks. So that's a position that I'm really uncomfortable being in Vintage, where I feel like I have a really challenging matchup against Dredge. But if I have an instant I win combo built into the structure of my deck, like this Underworld Breach deck does, then that's something that you can work to even in game 1 before you're able to bring in your dedicated graveyard unit. So I think what Matthew's going to want to do is, do whatever he can to throw stumbling blocks in front of Dredge, and then also just race to his own win condition as quickly as possible.
Let's see how it goes. Looks like Samantha is on the play. She begins predictably with Bazaar of Baghdad. Main phase activation, she's looking for things like Hollow One or Grief here, which are spells she could put onto the stack on the first turn for no mana. Discarding some Dredgers, and Chalice of the Void. Very, very disruptive to the plan you just outlined, Reed. Fortunately, Matt passes the force check there. He's going to be able to deploy his free accelerants if he has them. Not only is Chalice disruptive from a speed standpoint, but the primary Underworld Breach combo revolves around recurring mana that is 0 cost from the graveyard, usually Black Lotus, but other options exist. If that Chalice had resolved, I would put the odds of Samantha's victory here in game 1 very high. Oh, wow, and look at this opening from that.
Wow, so you can see how powerful the Chalice would have been if it had gone unanswered. But now, I mean,
Wow.
Matthew's enjoying the old 7 mana on turn 1 here.
Is this a hardcast Bolas's Citadel via Black Lotus? Wow. Wow. Highly unusual, but one of the things that Black Lotus, among other things, facilitate in this format. Amazing.
I'm gonna go to 17.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. So, Samantha is casting Noxious Revival, likely targeting Force of Will, I presume. Noxious Revival is an instant that you can cast for 2 life because of the Phyrexian mana to put a card from any graveyard on top of its owner's library. She's putting Force of Will on top to stymie the action of the Bolas's Citadel. What an incredible play.
So that's a great, stopgap to make sure that Matthew's not going to win immediately. Do you think it's going to be good enough as the game goes forward?
An excellent question. The short answer is almost certainly no, but it might buy Samantha enough time if her dredges are generous here, with a mixture of Creeping Chills, as we're seeing a couple here, and or Icarids.
Look at this dredge specific action shot that our people on the floor are giving us. I love it.
In case you're not familiar, Creeping Chill is a card that drains your opponent for 3 if it comes straight out of your library into your graveyard, which it does via the dredge mechanic reliably in this deck. So that was Samantha's upkeep, where she dredged multiple Stinkweed Imps to put 10 cards into her graveyard.
You're at 17. You go up to
She also got
From
an
my
Narcomoeba out of the deal.
experience, and you can tell me if you feel differently, but I usually think of dredge as I'm very dead on their 3rd turn, but usually it takes something quite special for them to actually win on the 2nd turn. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, very much exactly. You have to have a very specific collection of things happen in order for them to win on the 2nd turn. Right now, players are revising the on-screen life tracker because it looks like they had it reversed. This is Draw Step Dredge, another 5 cards. It's a shame that Prized Amalgam, the second to the last card there, came out here instead of the upkeep where the Narcomoeba would have caused it to trigger. As it stands, this was a good dredge turn, a fairly median dredge turn, I think, for Samantha, but not a great one. Ooh, fortunately for her, Matt's hand is quite soft.
Yeah, so interesting. Matt starting his turn with basically Bolas's Citadel and nothing. And he's playing a land from his hand. Does that mean he just has another reactive uncastable card on top of his library?
That's my interpretation as well, yes.
Unbelievable.
The irony is that Matt has 5 mana. He could card cast Force of Will, but Samantha could reasonably win this game without putting another spell onto the stack, as you said in the pregame. This is upkeep again.
I would have
Dredging
put
again.
Matt's odds of winning at very high, untapping with a bunch of mana, high life total, and a Bolas's Citadel. But the parlay of his hand not being strong, the top of his library being a reactive card, and that really sharp play that Samantha made with the Noxious Revival is actually shaping up that she's going to be able to just edge over the finish line before it's too late.
I think it's gonna be very close because I don't think she can kill this turn. She hit just not quite the right combination of hasty creatures and prized amalgamums.
Okay, the Icarids coming a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think she's going to fall a little short of killing this turn, which gives Matt 1 turn of an out. It's worth noting, though, that his life total is going to be tragically low. And so Bolas's Citadel is no longer a sure thing when he gets down into the single digits.
10, yes. So 10,
Could lose a mana crypt flip, too. That might be
Yes.
surprisingly impactful in this game.
Back for 1.
Yeah, combat for only a single damage, unfortunately, because Icarids came out into the upkeep this turn.
Trigger my amalgam. Here we go.
Okay, upkeep.
3 creeping chills have been exiled, which means Samantha is facing a maximum of 1 more, and she has
Can you miss
5
that?
damage on board, plus an Icarid is 8.
Okay.
So there's still no guarantee that she wins through damage next turn.
I'm gonna grab a judge real quick.
Yeah.
She has a guaranteed 8 damage with the potential for more.
Okay, the players are soliciting a judge for help here. Not sure what they're discussing, but I think we have a pretty good handle of what this game is going to be about. It's going to be, can Matthew win based on the top of his library with either 9 or 6 life, depending on the outcome of this mana crypt flip? Because if he has another brick on top, he's not going to get another turn.
Yep.
I don't
Well-
think there's really any explanation other than his top card having been a counterspell there, because any land, any mana source, any action card, he would have played it right off the top. I mean, maybe it's some kind of 15 mana spell, but I don't think that really exists.
I think you're spot on.
I would.
I think it's another force of will.
Yep. So
It looks like players are
call even money on
either
Yeah, you
discussing
take
the
it.
mechanics of the mana crypt roll or something about life
mine
totals,
will be success.
So
It's
I
unclear.
take it.
Sounds good.
but we're moving
So, last
forward.
turn. Now this turn's trigger.
Okay, so we are confirming that there was no mana crypt flip executed on the previous turn.
All right.
So they called the
Gotcha.
judge about it, and the judge, I think, ruled to just do it twice this turn.
So what did you
That's what it
say,
was.
Todd?
You know, it's always, you want to leave it to the judges to arbitrate, you know, anything that goes wrong in a tournament setting, but this certainly matches my intuition. You know, if I was
Yeah.
playing with my brother on the kitchen table, like that's how we would handle it, right?
I was like,
Just try to do your best to correct the situation.
Draw card.
It looks like, oh wow, Matt lost both of the rolls too. So here's that card he couldn't play last turn, and here's taking a look at what he can play. And he scoops it up. Either an unplayable or unhelpful card on top. Well, so this is that game saw the range of possible results in that Matt had protection in the form of a force of will on the chalice for his hard cast turn 1 Bolas's Citadel, and Samantha had just enough ways to disrupt it and reliably finish the deal. That was a fascinating microcosm of vintage and this matchup.
I did not know that Noxious Revival counted as disruption against the Resolved Tinker, but here we go. I mean, that was just exactly what the situation called for. So really impressive, and Samantha's got to be loving the prospects of winning that tough game 1.
Absolutely. Let's look at sideboards here, and now we enter a micro game. The game within the game, and for all the reasons that you described in the pregame, Reed, about how special Dredge is as an archetype and its mechanics and interactions, the sideboarding for Dredge from both sides of the matchup is fascinating. Let's see what Matt has to bring in.
Right. So I think what you're getting at, Kevin, is that the Dredge player has to be prepared for a wide range of possible graveyard hate cards. So, you know, you probably have to structure your sideboarding plan in a way that you're bringing in disenchants for possible Leyline of the Void. You know, in this case, it would be Force of Vigor. But you have to be prepared for an opponent to have Leyline of the Void, even if they don't, or even if you don't know whether they have it or not. So, yeah, there's certainly going to be some guessing game dynamics here. Turns out Matthew is pretty well prepared with both the 4 Leyline of the Void and 1 Tabernacle, which can handle like a hollow 1 draw from Dredge. So yeah, this looks like he's paying the graveyard tax, so to speak, of dedicating his required slots, and between being able to win on the back of a well-placed hate card or just being able to win with his combo on the play, I would put Matthew as a favorite, at least in this second game, where he gets to have the full power of his sideboard and the ability to play first.
Agreed. Let's see what Samantha brings to the table. She has access to the typical Dredge post-sideboard hate cards, like the Force of Vigor that you mentioned, her own Leylines of the Void, There's 4. Ooh, 4 Sickening Shoal. Can you talk about what Sickening Shoal is for?
Well, Sickening Shoal looks like a removal spell that you can cast on a creature without using any mana. So, what's the most important creature that a Dredge player would need to kill? I mean, there's stuff like Yixlid Jailer, but that seems a little bit
Yeah.
corner case. Is
It's
there for
Containment Priest in this
Lavinia, or
metagame, I think.
sorry, say that again?
Containment Priest.
Okay, yeah, great thought. Yeah, I mean, it's just a super clean 15 card sideboard here. 4 cards against enchantments, 4 cards against creatures, 4 cards against graveyards, and 3 cards against, presumably bizarre mirror matches, or maybe,
And Tabernacle, yeah.
yeah, Tabernacle. So are you bringing in the Strip Mine Wasteland pretty much in the dark, just expecting everyone to have Tabernacles?
I would say yes. However, I think you're a little less in the dark. Samantha's going to be up to speed on the metagame. You're a little less in the dark because you know the matchup now that we're post sideboard. You know that Matt's on Grixis, and Tabernacle is a very common tool for these Grixis decks to bring in. Not every matchup likes to bring in Tabernacle, right? Some of the creature-based decks, like, say, White Initiative, you can expect they're not. But in this particular archetype, I think she's going to do as you said and bring in the Force of Vigors and the 3 Strip Waste effects pretty predictably.
Love it.
Let's see how it plays out now that Matt's on the play. Matt, in addition to all the other dynamics we just said, Matt has additionally challenging mulligan decisions post sideboard, given that Leyline of the Void really absolutely rewards you for being in your opening hand. Oh, there is one. And is very, very difficult to cast otherwise. So the presence of Leyline in this hand is going to increase its value dramatically for Matt. Let's see what Samantha's working with. She has Force of Vigor, Serum Powder. So that hand did not pass the Bazaar of Baghdad test, and so it goes away quickly. Looks like Matt kept. And there is Bazaar for Samantha.
So Samantha is following a pretty prescriptive formulaic mulligan strategy where you only have 4 Bazaar of Baghdad in your deck, so you pretty much just have to declare that you're keeping whenever you find one. But it does mean that Samantha now is stuck with an opening hand that doesn't have an answer rolled up for this ley line. So pretty tough start, but what you can do is you can use Bazaar just the old-fashioned way to dig a little bit deeper, and if she's able to find Force of Vigor, let's say in her top 6 cards, then the game can certainly continue.
I believe that hand does have a hollow one, which is a card that doesn't go through the graveyard, so it dodges Leyline of the Void. That's one of her primary plans at the moment, in addition to what you said. Matt is resolving a Ponder off of Basic Island.
Yeah, hollow one's really important in these post-board games. The way I would describe it is if your opponent is going to mulligan towards a ley line, or say they have ley line and then you pick a fight over Force of Vigor and their resources are depleted and they're running on fumes, that's when a hollow one can definitely just win the game on its own. Matthew here has a bit more of a robust position where he's actually starting with a full 7-card hand on the play with the uncontested ley line. So I wouldn't expect him to just take 20 damage from the first hollow one, but it's certainly going to be something he has to think about.
Here we see Samantha's first main phase Bazaar activation, getting rid of graveyard-based cards that don't work very well with the ley line. And here is Hollow One number 1. Now we will gauge Matt's level of comfort with exactly what you just said. He has access to Force of Will. It looks like both players have passed on the Hollow One. It is in play. He believes he can beat that card.
And this is where that Tabernacle would come in huge. It's sort of like the well-balanced breakfast against Dredge of your graveyard hate cards plus your 1 Tabernacle that you can find in a long game or maybe Demonic Tutor for. But that's your best answer to Hollow One, since the Dredge deck, of course, doesn't have any mana to pay.
Urza Saga plus Mox Emerald into Time Vault for Matt. All of those spells resolving by Samantha. Very threatening opening. one of the reasons why Urza's Saga was restricted was the interaction with Time Vault in its ability to uncounterably find Manifold Key out of the library, thus completing the combo. That interaction is uh, much less likely now with the restriction of the saga, but it's obviously still relevant and present as we're seeing here. Now
Yeah,
Samantha
that's
is on a
actually
clock of a different kind.
a huge change in Vintage since Eternal Weekend last year. Is um, that used to be a primary win condition for the Luris decks, right? Where you would have four Urza's Saga just as kind of a value land, and then you'd play one Time Vault, one Manifold Key. I think now many of the Luris decks are skipping that package, and you're more going to see it in these dedicated like Underworld Breach or Tinker style decks.
I'll pass.
But man, that's still a really powerful combination. Anytime you can put it together.
Vigor targeting
And
the
here we see
line.
exactly what she was looking for. Samantha has found Force of Vigor and is announcing it on Matt's upkeep.
I guess I'm going
I think she
to.
was slow rolling the second target of the Force because she could choose between Time Vault or Saga very reasonably.
Back going to 19.
Forces by both players. It looks like this Force of Vigor is going to resolve. And this is huge for Samantha, cutting off both Matt's best anti graveyard spell as well as his path to combo victory. Direct path, I should say.
Yeah, wow, what a huge play. And just like that, I mean the game we've got a game. From Matthew having the really favorable start to Samantha just battling back to parity or arguably even better. Can I ask you, Kevin, what do you think about the second target there? I mean, like presumably you're going after Leyline and one of the Time Vault key
Stretch fight.
combo pieces, but would you have gone for the vault itself or the saga?
I like Samantha's choice of the Time Vault. I think it is the safer of the two choices, and given the lack of Moxen on Matt's side of the board, any construct he might make here is going to be too small to tussle with the Hollow One. I also don't feel as threatened by the type of 1 or 0 mana artifact that Matt could pull out of his sideboard because these Grixis decks don't always have a graveyard hate spell anymore, the likes of which you might think of Nile Spellbomb or Soul Guide Lantern. Because of the restriction of Saga, those cards aren't as reliably included anymore either. And so I really think Samantha made the right choice in the long run. And she knows she can overpower a few smallish constructs as she's showing here.
Can you confirm 22 to 20 to 12? I just want to make sure I'm.
So the first
I want to make
construct
sure that was
chumped the Hollow One, is that right?
I believe so. Here's the second construct on Matt's follow-up turn. And now he
Boy,
is
and
searching with the
another
Saga.
tough call. There have been some interesting decision points here because I would have been tempted on Matthew's side to try to set up to actually beat the Hollow One in combat with a double block or just making the construct big enough, but then you risk letting your life total go too low against a creeping chill deck. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely not obvious how
I
the
think
player
you're
should
right.
be navigating.
I think in hindsight, Matt might gladly pay the cost of 4 life right now to put a second construct into play and have them both be 4/4s. But in practice, we're seeing exactly what I was talking about. Matt didn't have a great haymaker to go get out of the saga. He still chose to get Manifold Key. Now, Manifold Key has certain benefits right now. It can let a construct play offense and defense. It can make one unblockable in the long run. But Samantha's at 22, and Matt won't be able to afford to do much offense here for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, going for the key.
He already
Actually,
had the top.
that's a
That's why.
plausible reason. Like I was thinking of Sensei's Divining Top as a card that Matt might go for, but if you already have the top, then both you don't need to spend your chapter 3 going for top, and key top actually makes for a pretty nasty combo where over the course of a few turns you can use it to draw extra with top's tap ability. The big question is if we're going to get that far because Samantha's now dredging uncontested.
That's right. And now we're back to what you discussed in the pregame, which is fair magic versus this dredge deck and this dredge mechanic, which eschew a lot of the resource rules of the game. At this point, Samantha is just unimpeded. And unimpeded, even the value engine like drawing two or three cards a turn with top and key can't keep up.
This is a 4/4, correct? Oh, it's actually
Take one.
It's a 4/4 golem, or construct, excuse me, so it's going to trade with that hollow one, which is in Matt's favor, but thanks to the creeping chills and this flying Narcomoeba, he's down to 5. This might realistically be his last turn of the game upcoming.
Yeah, and like you said, if he's to find graveyard hate, it's more likely to come in the form of Leyline of the Void, which would be unhelpful here.
He found another ponder.
Where there's a ponder, there's a prayer.
He found something acceptable on top. Let's see what it is.
Ponder.
Oh, Time Twister.
Oh boy. How about that piece of graveyard hate, huh, Kevin?
so we both.
Time Twister plays a really interesting role against Dredge in the long run. Resetting their grave and giving them a new hand, sure, but it means that you're not going to get surprise killed by a combination of Icarids and Prized Amalga. This might be enough if he can find a suitable set of powerful follow-ups here, but he made his land drop, so he's really working on only Moxen and Lotus for this turn.
We're in game 2.
We're still.
But 7 cards is an awful lot of power in Vintage, especially in a combo deck like Breach.
We're time twister right now. Not,
Yeah, so the big question is, number one, can Matthew just have some kind of busted hand that wins right away? I would bet against, because like you said, he already made his land drop, would really likely just have to have Black Lotus. And then also Samantha gets to pick up 7 cards that could include Force of Will, Force of Negation, whatever it might be. But the next big question that we'll face is, can Samantha deal that last 5 points of damage from a position of having no graveyard? It's pretty tough because Icarid doesn't get in the mix, but could conceivably find a creeping chill or two. So this got interesting. Wow.
Involuntary mulligans for both players at this point. I think I saw a flash of a Force of Negation in Samantha's hand. Let's see if we can see what both players are working with. Okay, Mox Sapphire from Matthew. That could be part of a winning line. Oh, there's Lotus Petal. That's good. Also could be part of a winning line. But I think you called it out. I think it might be Black Lotus or no at this point. At least on this turn. Next turn, it looks like he's untapping with 5 or 6 mana, so... Okay, looks like he's looking with Sensei's Divining Top. Additional looks at Black Lotus. It is technically possible for this Underworld Breach deck to start its combo line with Lotus Petal, but I now notice, Reed, you see that card that's sideways under Time Twister in Matt's Exile Zone?
Oh, the brain freeze is gone.
That's right. I didn't call it out earlier because I didn't know if the game would even go that long, but Matt doesn't have access to the quote-unquote easy button here with his combo in Brain Freeze. That's the thing that, given even a little bit of extra mana from a Lotus Petal, could have been enough to jumpstart his graveyard combo. Without that, he has a much harder time, and the Time Twister was a double-edged sword for him as well.
All right, Samantha so far has taken the Upkeep Bazaar activation plus Dredge Shambling Shell for draw step, but she has a second Bazaar to play from hand, so there's still an opportunity to find Creeping Chills.
She did not discard a Dredger, though, unfortunately, as part of her upkeep activation. So this main phase Bazaar activation is just quote-unquote normal. Of note, it looks like she put double Icarid in her graveyard, however, which is lethal for next turn. Oh, and here's our first appearance of Grief in the matchup. This could be highly impactful depending on the lines that Matt is pivoting onto. Tabernacle. Tabernacle does not defeat Icarids. Pyroblast,
Oh, wow.
very little help. Land Misstep and Hull Breacher. Ooh, this is close. Hull Breacher could come down next turn and chump block an Icarid, giving Matt just that much more window. Pyroblast could have killed Narcomoeba in response to this Grief, too. we're seeing very interesting points of interaction here.
Yeah, let's keep in mind for those at home and even for us, Matthew got to see his top 3 cards, so could be planning his next turn around something that he saw there. There's also a fetch land, so there's the opportunity to like take a draw step, spin the top, fetch shuffle your library, spin the top again, draw 1 or 2 cards, maybe using the manifold key trick. So he does get to see quite a bit more, and he has a lot of mana, but he might be just kind of wagering everything on getting the game over with this turn.
Ooh.
And that's a nice one to have floated on top.
Oh, Ancestral Recall from Matt. Let's see if Samantha plays Force of Negation.
I think
What
I
is she
will.
really worried about in this situation?
Well, you have to worry about the combination of cards. So you figure Matthew doesn't have anything known to me that can get the game over with, but Ancestral Recall, all bets are off. He could find an action card plus a protection spell, or he could dig deep enough in his library that now the Sensei's top is uncovering some new stuff. So it's very tricky, and a lot of these plays are not obvious.
Oh yeah, I just
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, you're good.
So
You're activated.
Matt
Yeah,
looked
you're
with
good.
top, and now he's drawing with top. Looks like he found Force of Will for Samantha's Force of Negation.
Force of negation.
Top is on top.
okay.
Negation
So
is
then
countered.
my ancestral
Resolve?
Very, very importantly, Matt went to 3 just then, which means now he is dead to double Icarid even with a chump blocker. And he drew Portal to Phyrexia, Force of Will, and Sensei's Divining Top. He's going to need to find some new action off of that top in order to survive.
Boy, this is an amazing game. I mean, if this winds up being the best game that you and I get to cover, like I think we've already gotten pretty lucky here, but this is still just round 1. If the rest of the day goes like this, we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Come back. Go to my draw step.
Here we see Samantha paying the cost of exiling black cards to the Icarids. This looks like her draw step,
Try and go to combat.
at which point we've missed a Tabernacle trigger.
Yeah, you got me.
But that missed trigger is not going to matter. There it is. Matt extends the hand. Wow. What an awesome match.
Yeah, so I gotta come clean here. In the last 3 games that we watched, I've 0 for 3 of picking winners, which I think is a great sign of these games just being dynamic and back and forth. And sometimes somebody having a good start, it's not over because of the power level of the cards and the strategies and the comeback potential that exists in Vintage. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, could not agree more. Well, that was an awesome first round, but we're going to come back here in just a couple of minutes for round 2. So please stay with us for more vintage action from Eternal Weekend. Welcome back to Vintage Champs at Eternal Weekend 2024. We are moving now into round 2. We got a pair of matches for you that we think you're going to love, and we're going to see some paradoxical outcome in a way that we haven't quite seen it yet on camera today. So let's take a look at our players and decks. Here we have Justin Gennari, streamer extraordinaire on Luris PO, and Andrew Calderon, also on Luris PO. Let's take a look at their decks and see how similar they are. Reed, what's your take on this interpretation of PO?
Well, first of all, I love it coming from Justin. For those who don't know Justin, he's basically one of Vintage's biggest advocates these days. He streams it all the time. He's always innovating, trying out new things. But his all-time favorite deck is this style of paradoxical outcome kind of combo mid-range hybrid. So yeah, as you alluded to, Kevin, the place where I expected to see paradoxical outcome was in the blue jewel workshop deck. But Justin going old school here with an Esper paradoxical outcome deck with just all of his favorite cards.
That's right. We've seen this kind of deck in Justin's hand many times before. This one has some notable inclusions like one of Swords to Plowshares, one of Portable Hole. There's a balance in there, so we got lots of onboard interaction, and one of, let's see, Snapcaster Mage, and one of the recently restricted Vexing Bauble and Urza's Saga. But the headliner, in my opinion, is 2 of Oswald Fiddlebender, some borrowed technology from the Turbo Time Vault decks to increase the consistency of finding the Time Vault combo.
Yeah, it's awesome to see just a new and unusual creature seeing the light of Vintage play, where it's like, hey, I'm just gonna spend 2 mana, cast my Oswald Fiddlebender, pass the turn, and if you can't kill it, you're probably dead. It's just super cool to see, in a format as old and as powerful as Vintage, that people are still finding ways to innovate and put their opponents to new challenges.
Let's compare Justin's list to his opponent, Andrew. Now, Reed, these lists are in slightly different order here, but to my eyes, this is a 75 card mirror.
Yeah, so what do you make of this? I mean, especially for a deck that I was not necessarily expecting to see. I think it's somewhat likely that these players worked together, or at least took inspiration from the same spot. Or maybe just great minds think alike, and they're onto something that the rest of the field doesn't know about.
Yeah, well, and Justin is well known for sharing lists with his community, and so he may have published this list in advance, or at least talked heavily about it, and Andrew might have been inspired by that, or as you said, they might have just looked at recent challenge results and come to the same conclusion. We'll see how the dynamics play out in the match, though.
We had a Blightsteel Colossus Activated War.
All right, we've got Justin on the left,
It was in
Andrew
one
on
of
the right.
challenges.
Okay.
Players
Oh
are,
my
looks like,
gosh,
resolving
yeah.
mulligans.
Yeah, my antics.
Reed, this is one of those. This is one of those interesting situations in a mirror match. There are a couple of haymakers in this mirror match, the likes of which I'm thinking of Vexing Bauble, for example. A Vexing Bauble on the play can really throw your opponent for a loop.
Yeah, totally. The play draw dynamics there. Sometimes you have to look for different things in your opening hand, or play the game a little bit differently depending on if you're on that front foot or back foot.
Cat battle.
Cat battle.
Want this hand in a cat battle.
Justin's hand has a tricky configuration of mana. I see a Lorien revealed and a Caracas. I don't know if he knows the matchup. I bet he does.
Do it. All right.
And that is not the fastest start. But he's keeping, and he's going with Caracas Manifold Key as his opener. Andrew's hand looks to be a little bit more built out in terms of mana development, and the critical Gitaxian probe that we discussed in round 1 will give Andrew just all manner of information about what he's facing here. And he will see, I think, the inherent weakness of Justin's hand.
And mental I thought about hiding the secrets.
Justin is flexing a little bit with that mental misstep. That is the prize he won for
misstep.
previous.
The
Yeah,
flexing
look
with
at
the
the
promo
players are
is-
discussing it now. There's
I'll
not many of
recognize this
that
art
mental
before.
misstep in the world. A prior Eternal Weekend prize.
Dross of
I
Gold.
love it. It's so cool. I mean, not only to own that mental misstep is like so special in itself, but to actually have the copy that you yourself won. There's almost no better flex than that.
Exactly.
Sure.
I think Andrew drew what might be the best possible card off of that probe,
Okay.
and there's Black Lotus.
Late
Yeah.
turn.
Let's see what his follow-up is. He's got Flooded Strand. Black Lotus is... there's nothing wrong with a Black Lotus, but it famously doesn't contribute to both the casting and the drawing of Paradoxical Outcome unless you have 4 mana from other sources.
Oh, boo-hoo. Poor Andrew.
I know, I was not trying to sell that case too hard, but it does mean that as it stands, he's only
That
looking
was
at a PO for 2 right now. At least that's what he's threatening.
My
And
deck
PO
is
for
an
2 is
eclectic
not
variety of cards
catastrophic,
that I happen to have.
but it is sometimes the correct
Some
play.
of these cards.
So
are
is that the
worst
reason that we're
cards.
not seeing the
Cheapest
Mishra's
thing, so I
Bauble
could've
get
been like, oh, I
quickly
have it.
cracked here? Is that he might just actually want the permanent for Paradoxical
Yeah.
Outcome?
That's my read as well. We'll see how it plays out here over the course of the next turn or so, but...
Yeah, I'll make blue.
okay, now I see. Andrew has access to Demonic Tutor. Breaking Lotus for blue, casting Demonic Tutor. Interesting sequencing here. I'm not clear on why he broke Lotus for blue at all, given that he could cast the DT and apparently did cast the DT off of Underground Sea and Pearl.
I agree with you, Kevin. It's a little strange. It could be that this is just helping Andrew organize his thoughts, given that Justin's hand is fully known.
Yeah. Well, his DT was for Ancestral Recall, which went directly onto the stack and prompted Justin's mental misstep. No surprise there. Let's see how Andrew responds. That was a known interaction point from Andrew, so he anticipated how this would have arrived at this point. And he's satisfied. Justin is a little surprised.
Yeah. It's a bad turn for Andrew. Not going to sugarcoat this. Like he had a lot of firepower here with Black Lotus and Demonic Tutor, and just navigated in a way that he was vulnerable to the misstep and wound up with a lot fewer resources than he had at the start.
Let's see if Justin is able to punish that relatively slow slow outcome, I guess I should say. He plays Tolarian Academy and nothing else. Academy's tapping for 1 mana thanks to the key.
16.
Andrew draws and plays another Flooded Strand. Of note, Andrew's hand has Swords to Plowshares, which is not a bad card in this matchup, given what we discussed in the pregame about things like Oswald Fiddlebender and others, but it has no targets in this game at this time. And it looks like he simply passed the turn. This is an end step island cycle of Lorien revealed by Justin. He considered Tundra, but realized he has access to white already, but he's going with it anyway. Caracas could play an interesting role in this matchup in the long term too. Oswald Fiddlebender, as you discussed earlier, is a giant threat. It puts your opponent on notice. But Caracas blanks on Oswald indefinitely.
Alternatively, Caracas can protect your own Oswald. If you just sit there with Oswald and Caracas untapped, then, I mean, your opponent can't let you untap, so they have to point a removal spell, at which point, pick it up right back to your hand.
Completely agree. I think if Justin had Oswald, that would give him extra comfort with deploying it this turn, but he doesn't. He's looking at 2 lands, Snapcaster PO in his hand, to my eyes. Andrew draws Mox Emerald. There's Luris. Oh, I forgot to comment that he grabbed Luris from his sideboard last turn. It was not plain to me, but that's what happened.
Another one that Caracas is somewhat effective against. I won't say it's, you know, a total solution to the problem, since you can still get the Luris value each and every turn, but at least taxes Andrew's mana if he wants to keep Luris
Sure.
deployed
we see-
turn after turn.
Yep, here we see that exact interaction. Andrew played the Mishra's Bauble out of his graveyard, got a free draw to the deal. He also knows what card Justin drew.
17.
Justin is
and
fetching.
I'm going to get an Underground Sea and attempt to shortcut
Looks
a
like-
Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, looks like Justin is shortcutting, getting Underground Sea and Demonic Tutor in the process.
Yeah, DT is fine.
Andrew clearly has access to Force of Will, 2 of them on top of his hand there, but it looks like, are this his only 2 blue cards? Yeah, if they're his only 2 blue cards, then they're fairly precious.
Cards in hand.
So if Justin is in fact resolving this Demonic Tutor, he has a few options. One that jumps right to the front of my mind is Time Vault to pair with that
This card.
Manifold Key, but he could also choose something that's a little bit less investment in terms of mana, like Ancestral Recall. He could go for a reactive card to make sure
Pass the turn.
Andrew can't run rampant with Luris or a Paradoxical
You're gonna draw?
Outcome.
Whatever
But
it
I
is,
guess
he
we'll have to
decided to
wait.
keep it in hand. Andrew drew Balance. Andy has Mox Ruby. Balance is an interesting play in this situation. Ooh, a Portable Hole. What's your target with Portable Hole here? Well, your only choice is Manifold Key. But it's a good one because it really restricts Justin's lines in the ways that you just alluded to vis-a-vis Time Vault.
So it actually makes perfect sense that Justin would go for the Ancestral Recall because he has Snapcaster in hand. Because what happens here is presumably the first Ancestral will be contested,
Target
maybe
mental
met
step.
by a Force of Will with Andrew, but then it turns your existing Snapcaster Mage into a really nasty threat, on the second try.
Sadly, Justin had to relegate his Snapcaster duty to fighting that Portable Hole, which he did vis-a-vis Mental Misstep. Andrew looks like he's considering responding. Interesting points of interaction here because Snapcaster's coming down in response to Portable Hole. It becomes a valid target for Portable Hole after resolution, but I don't think Andrew's plan changes. I think that hole is still firmly looking at Manifold Key.
Yeah, and big picture, the Portable Hole itself is not a game-changing impact. Like if Justin just had a bunch of plains and islands on the battlefield, I could definitely see him just choosing to let this resolve. But the fact that the key is the only artifact that's currently turning on his Tolarian Academy, and he's a little bit low on resources, I think he just wants to get this trade over with, at an opportunity that he can use the Snapcaster for full value.
Yeah.
Of note, if Andrew was interested in protecting his Portable Hole in this way, why did he choose not to fight over the Snapcaster itself? He chose to let the Snapcaster permanent enter and then fight over the Misstep. But the Misstep was the only reasonable or even valid target for the Snapcaster in that interaction. Now he has to contend with the fact that Justin Gennari simply has an Ambush Viper in play, which pairs up negatively against Luris from Andrew's perspective. Now, Luris is getting bounced with Caracas already, but it seems like unnecessary material in play for Justin from Andrew's side of the board.
Yeah, good thought, Kevin. If there's a plausible explanation, it could have to do with the balance. Like maybe if you want to have Luris, then there's actually an argument to be had that giving the opponent a vanilla creature is to your benefit if you're casting balance at a later time. But certainly another example of a non-obvious play.
Yeah. Now, Justin goes directly to Ancestral Recall on his following main phase, and it resolves, and he is rewarded with the kind of spells he wanted, which is 2 Moxen and Paradoxical Outcome.
Ruby.
Sure.
Yep, and finally powering up the Tolarian Academy to do what it does. And boy, I mean, that Snapcaster being on the battlefield could be a game-changing difference here.
Absolutely. It looks like PO is resolving. Justin is picking up his permanents. He's fixing to draw 3 cards. Force of Will, Mox Sapphire, and didn't see the third one yet. Can't recognize that third card just yet. Is that Vexing Bauble?
Yep.
It looks like Vexing Bauble.
Ruby.
Justin redeploys his Moxen. This does give him access at the moment to hard cast Force of Will, which is relevant. But he also wants to use Caracas on Luris still.
Choices. Choices.
Of note, Vexing Bauble
Options.
also disrupts the value engine that Luris provides through the bauble
Sounds
itself.
good.
Ancestral.
Well, and here we have the play that you anticipated, which is Snapcaster Ancestral.
The Snapcaster that was looking like a relative brick a few turns ago has now flashed back 2 different restricted spells and drawn an additional card off of Paradoxical Outcome. The coolest thing about Vintage is like, okay, anyone can win when they have Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall and all these amazing cards, but
Bounce your cat to your hand.
the real secret to getting an advantage in these high-level Vintage matches is
I have
using
6 in hand.
your
Draw for card?
lower
Yeah.
power level cards to great effect, like Justin has
Okay,
done
okay.
with
Yeah.
Snapcaster Mage.
That was an enormous
Lot
turn
the
of
same
value for
cards in
Justin.
here.
I think the players are laughing because Justin resolved
I be
Soul Guide
playing?
Lantern, exiling the
The best
Mishra's
guy.
Bauble, and
That's
then
the
perused Andrew's graveyard and saw the Black Lotus. And I believe they're joking about how Justin may have actually made the wrong choice from an exile perspective. But it's not catastrophic because he can still activate the lantern in response to a Luris resolution. Or at least casting. It seems like there's a good chance that would happen.
It's time.
Yeah, you get Fiddlebender.
Andrew instead follows up with Oswald Fiddlebender.
Yeah, one thing about Oswald is it is a non-haste creature in a format where the games can be over, at the drop of a dime. So
like they are.
as powerful as that card is, the prospect of playing it and passing the turn and just hoping
No draw this
Justin
time.
doesn't get the game over with is pretty scary.
Let's see.
Sure enough, Justin exiles Andrew's graveyard in response to Luris, thereby netting
I'm going
effectively no value, at least so far. Andrew passes the turn. Andrew's team is very threatening, but it appears that Justin has all the action here. Huh.
That's
Preordained met with mental misstep. It's only fair.
I am going to play this.
I'm impressed that you're able to identify that card, Kevin.
I'm gonna cast Merchant Scroll. And I'm gonna shortcut this.
Here we have Justin shortcutting a little bit more. He's gonna fetch
I'm gonna go
and
get,
Merchant Scroll at the same
Undraw
time here,
and a PO.
Yeah.
which all resolves. Merchant Scroll for Paradoxical Outcome, fairly predictably.
Yeah, Merchant Scroll, in many decks, it's just kind of a 3-mana Ancestral Recall, because that's
To
just the
decide.
best blue instant in the format by so much. But this deck actually gives it a run for its money with Paradoxical Outcome as a good second choice.
Play this earlier, maybe.
Interesting decision point here for Justin
I
in
will
terms of
play
how
both.
he taps to cast PO.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
well,
then I'm
now
going
it has
to
become
make
fairly
forward my
predictable.
Tolarian
He plays
Academy, cast
Vexing
Paradoxical
Bauble
Outcome
first
for
in order
5.
to make Academy tap
using
for
all the
Yeah, we're gonna
4,
use the full 4.
and
So
he's
this will be
pulling a little
5.
extra mana from his
Yeah.
Moxen, so it looks like he's going to have a little bit of floating mana here. I didn't count exactly if he has some floating mana. This PO is for 5, though, which is incredible. He drew Mana Crypt, he drew Dig Through Time, he redeploys his Moxen in his new Crypt. He drew Dress Down and his own Oswald Fiddlebender. It'll be interesting to see how he navigates here. Dig Through Time represents an awful lot of selection, and his graveyard is large enough to make it good.
Snap PO.
But we're starting with Snapcaster PO.
Yeah, so realistically, this game is over. I don't think there's any scenario where Justin could lose short of like making some kind of catastrophic error, pilot error. But we're gonna see, a lot of actions be taken because this is the highest level tournament that we get, and there's no reason for Andrew to concede prematurely. But we're gonna get the sort of treat of seeing how Justin's deck actually notches the win once it's able to draw this many cards and generate this much mana.
Sure enough, the next PO lined up additional mana via Mox Pearl. He also drew Time Vault. Now he's thinking about how he accesses his manifold key from under that portable hole.
I have a portable hole.
Looks like he has Vampiric
So
Tutor.
I'm going to portable hole, your portable
Oh,
hole.
he drew his own
Bring
portable
back my
hole.
key.
Reed, I don't know what really happens
Bring back my key.
physiologically when you put a hole inside of a hole, but the result is another key comes out.
Okay, let's get all your cards back. This is your card.
Okay, so Andrew's going to scoop to the infinite turns of Vault Key. Justin can just present the actual win condition at any point there. He can pick up or tinker away his mana crypt, so that's not going to kill him. Over the course of some unlucky flips, and there's no reason to continue from there.
I mean, I
Let's
keep
take a look at
having
the player's
guy
sideboards.
comment on every one of my videos how I lose.
Well, I'm now 0 for 4 in correctly calling winners of these games, so I'm going to have to stop the count before it gets too horrendously embarrassing, but just a lot of back and forth in these games, and some tight plays and careful navigation continuing to overcome just the busted looking openers and draws full of restricted cards.
Totally agree. It's also worth noting that because of the mirror match here and because of the interaction, the interplay of creatures like Oswald Fiddlebender and Luris, as well as obviously a heavy reliance on spell interaction, all of the interactive spells that are in the main decks of these decks are still fairly live. Swords to Plowshares, highly relevant. Dress Down, highly relevant. Balance, maybe less so. What's your read on what these players want to get out of their main decks and replace with more powerful cards?
One of the things that's so great about this Esper Paradoxical Outcome deck, and one of the things that makes it so tricky to sideboard against, is that it's well balanced, right? It's a mix of a blend of strategies, a mix of threats of varying card types. So it's not like one of these matchups where you can just go, okay, all my creature removal is out and all my graveyard hate is in. It's not that simple. So the players are going to want to maintain balance, not necessarily card balance, that might actually be one of the weakest ones, but balance in terms of their blend of threats and answers. Like I would expect Swords to Plowshares to be a card that you don't want 4 of, but also don't want 0 of. Something like Steel Sabotage, Consigned to Memory, those have great applications, but are you going to be able to find room for them? So Null Rod looks like it just is going to have a big enough impact on the game that even though it's a symmetrical effect, I would definitely want to have access to that one. But past that, there's really not a lot of... So I guess I would start with balance out, Null Rod in, and then from there, there's a lot of questionable side grades and marginal upgrades that are far from obvious.
Null Rod's an interesting case, specifically in the presence of Oswald Fiddlebender. Oswald gives you an out to your symmetrical lock pieces. Now, Null Rod's really the only card that fits that description directly, but Vexing Bauble can exile itself already. You might be right. Null Rod could be a serious trump card in this match, in conjunction with Oswald giving you an escape hatch for it in the mid game. I also expect that the couple of strong counters in the form of Force Negation and Mindbreak Trap are almost certainly coming in. It's going to be very interesting to see how these players sideboard. Let's take a look at Justin's sideboard just to be sure.
Good luck, Justin.
We're going back to the match. Let's presume that Justin has access to nearly the same sideboard, if not the identical one. There's a Swords to Plowshares already.
Try this.
To your point, we know Justin has kept in at least that one.
We're gonna mirror the first match.
And Andrew opens with Gitaxian Probe again.
I'll write it down. 2x strand.
What do you make, Reed, of Justin's keep here? It's
fine.
Fair is the best way to describe it.
Yep. Yeah, both games Justin had you sometimes get these hands in Vintage where there's nothing wrong with the hand, right? It has mix of
Still does
lands and
what you need it to
spells.
do.
He can do
Goes off
things.
of,
He has, you know, some reactions to a wide range of threats that Andrew could deploy, but there's just nothing special about it. And you can take some different approaches depending on your play style and the matchup that you're facing, but sometimes you're just kind of shrugging and saying, okay, you know, this is what I'm dealing with. It's the lower range of keepable hands. It's not particularly flashy or exciting, but I'm just going to settle in for a challenging game and try to play well and hope that it can get the job done.
Andrew, on the other hand, has access to a significant amount of mana, but he's using it to do another fair play, which is to pull Lurrus out of his sideboard. Players laughing as Justin pulls his own Gitaxian Probe off the top. And now Justin is going to see how similarly fair Andrew's hand is.
Negation and planes.
Of note, Lurrus, a great card
Tell me how
in
my
this
hand looks
matchup, and in general, Andrew can't cast and also can't
slightly better.
retrieve anything from the graveyard with, even if he could.
Oh, wow. Good point. He has a ton of mana, but not the proper mix of black and white pips.
Flooded Strands.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fetch an Underground Sea and see if
Justin now knows that Andrew can fight vis-a-vis
My hand, bro.
Force of Negation, this demonic tutor, but it's unclear if he would.
So
you're not gonna counter it.
the full information
I gotta think
dynamic
of that.
is
That's fair.
scary
It's a thought.
here because
That's why I asked.
under normal conditions, I would just be like, hey, resolve your demonic tutor, and then I'll Force of Negation whatever big card you invest into next turn. But it's plausible that Justin, after having seen double Force of Negation, could just get a creature, or, you know, somehow design his game plan around getting his own Lurrus companion and running away with that. So the information battle definitely does influence choices like this one.
Yeah, let's
You can see
see
Andrew's
here.
grappling with exactly that. He has chosen to force the demonic.
I like it. I think I would do that. Given the normally a play that I would not make. I would normally
Yeah,
not
that's
force a demonic
Yeah, no,
tutor,
yeah, you're
but I
just
think
doing
in
my
this
turn.
set
Saga.
of specific conditions, I would.
I was thinking maybe I get force.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the end of
Have to as
Justin's
well.
turn, but I don't recall exactly if we saw what he drew off of
Need
Gitaxian
a little
Probe, so
help
I could be
there.
I
wrong.
do, man.
He could be looking
Need
at
a
Black
little
Lotus
basic
in his
help.
hand right now.
Basic Island always getting us. I'm done. You're
You're
good.
done, zone? All right.
All
here
right,
comes the
Justin
fun
passes.
Do not hurt me.
Players
Oh,
go
that one. You can hurt
to
you,
the
though.
Mana
hurt
Crypt
myself.
phase.
I'll
I
take
thought
Did
you
it.
were-
Justin
thought you were,
maybe
like,
draw the
summoning
Mox?
something
Because
good
I
to the
remember we were
top.
commenting on how
Well, that too.
Ah,
That's
yeah.
unpleasantly fair his hand was to start.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that Ruby was one of his draws for the turn. Okay, Andrew loses his Mana Crypt flip, plays his basic planes, and is very, I think, probably pleased to announce the card he drew for the turn, Oswald Fiddlebender.
It's a pretty good one.
It's a decent
He
one.
knows, however, of the Swords to Plowshares in Justin's hand, so he has to presume that Oswald is not long for this world.
This thing.
Yep.
Top.
Yeah.
Sensei's Divining
we
Top
have
from
Tundra.
Justin, and we have to
Yes, the
anticipate
bending
he's
thing.
fetching a
You got
Tundra for
17?
Swords to Plowshares here.
I feel like the bending happens. Things are bad for me.
You would know.
Justin's
Apparently not a necessary
fair and
card based on
square
necessary
hand is
challenge
actually
land.
playing
Who's on
out
that list?
pretty
No, I
nicely.
didn't. I was
Just
taking a look at that.
exchange
I'm
resources,
lucky
slow the game down, make your land drops, get full value out of that divining top.
Or a
It's
Mind Twist and
like a
Fourth
game
Arrow
plan that we
is
could have
made the
seen in
mana full color.
2011.
You're kidding me.
You know,
Just went
with
You might
the
say that-
different cards
Very, very
even 10 years
Very
before
good.
that.
It's Tomas Mar.
You might say that
Oh,
it's
okay.
lining up very
He's
nicely.
a very good
He's
player.
an extremely good player. I wouldn't make that.
I wouldn't be able to.
I don't think I have that
handle
in me.
Yeah.
Alright, we gotta make him go to the sword.
Yep.
Or this
And there we have it. Swords to Plowshares.
fields. That's what I was looking for.
Go to 17.
Of note, that does two
Yeah,
things for
on that
Justin.
back.
One,
So you can
Oswald
move
is
that
its own threat inherently.
Hey, man.
Two, Oswald
What
could
are you
have
playing for?
filtered an artifact in play into something that produces white mana, or at least represents value for Lurrus
I'm
in
losing.
the long term too.
Losing it.
So I think he got
I'm
1.5
losing.
cards worth of benefit out of that play, or more.
Fetch lands.
So Andrew has now unlocked Luris, which he could play, of course, as a 3/2 lifelink. And
We'll see.
honestly, in this on this board, that's nothing to sneeze at. But he doesn't have anything to recur over and over.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
He's debating. I wonder if he's considering that his Luris would be better in hand potentially
Yeah,
until he gets something to do with it.
I'll just pass the turn here.
What do you think? Do you think there's any cause to just keep Luris?
I
Ooh,
would
that's what
play
he
it.
did.
I would just play out my hand if I was Andrew, just to spend my mana, and I wouldn't expect Justin to have left in all 4 Swords to Plowshares. So now that one's gone, you know, it's not a foregone conclusion that he's going to have one right away. And the 3/2 lifelink can put some pressure on, offset the mana crypt life loss, and then importantly, just using your mana so that if you do draw a powerful
Draw.
mana hungry card later, you're going to be all set.
Justin selected the card he wanted on top with the top, untapped and drew it. Now he's island cycling
Another Tundra.
Lorraine revealed, shuffling away the other 2 cards. So excellent card selection engine going on here that is so common in Vintage. It looks like he's passing the turn.
Um, yeah.
Does Andrew fetch on end step or upkeep?
Every time.
We don't know
There we
yet.
go.
He's safe.
Yes.
It would be a nice
Wins,
spot to have one of these surveil lands, but those are not ubiquitous inclusions in Vintage yet, especially because often the land count is lower instead of where in Modern Legacy you might have 8 or 9 fetch lands. Vintage decks are more likely to have like 4 or 5.
Mhm. I agree with you
One
on
that
both
also-
The
fronts.
draw was really good.
It was.
Looks like
He drew
Andrew
a
drew
plow.
Mox
I mean,
Opal for the
got
turn.
rid of the plow.
Not really any help in his situation.
Now
He
they
may
pass
simply
back on the
hold
plow.
it.
Yeah. I'll just play the cat here.
Looks like he's casting Luris with an inappropriate color of
Oh, you're
mana.
right. Thank you,
But
thank
hopefully
you.
Justin
So what I'll
notices.
do- let's backpedal here. I'm gonna fetch.
Okay, you are going to have to fetch, yes. I'm not sure what changed for Andrew when he drew Mox Opal,
I'll get a.
which would inspire him to cast Luris this turn versus last.
And I will attempt to.
But either way, he's feeling the pressure to do so.
Yeah, it resolves.
The correct way. And I will.
Maybe he feels like he's simply running out of time.
2 cards in hand.
Yeah, there's certainly an emotional dynamic sometimes in these games where
Snappy boy.
you kind of feel like you're doing something wrong if you've passed a bunch of turns without taking an action. And
Yeah.
realistically, I think you're exactly right, Kevin, that the situation has not changed meaningfully from one turn to the next, so you should make a consistent set of choices. But sometimes we're not fully rational, and you're somewhat going by feel in a game with lots of uncertainty, and Andrew just felt that this was the time to play the Luris.
Unfortunately for him, Justin had an incredibly good response, which was Snapcaster for Swords to Plowshares,
14.
adding to his board, nullifying one of Andrew's largest threats, and creating a clock.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
14 was the
It
yep.
sounded like go. I didn't know.
No. 14 was yep, and then.
As you said before, Justin's fair game plan is really,
You're allowed to think, man.
really coming through strong here.
Odds. I'm just gonna stop saying.
Yeah.
It's just
No, you're
assuming
good.
that's odds.
You're
Okay?
good.
Kevin, you think any mana drains were registered in Vintage Champs this year?
Oh, I would say undoubtedly so. Yes. Now, will they be featured in the top 8? I would predict no, but no, I would believe there's lots of mana drains in that room right now. From my
Some
experience,
of us
with
just
Vintage
can't
Champs.
resist.
That's right. One of the things we observe year over year is how no matter what the metagame is, there's always a certain subset, and it's pretty small, 5 to 10% maybe, of people who will just bring their favorite deck, no matter what, right? I mean, there's people in that room probably with Workshop Aggro, circa 2015, and who knows, Goblins and big mana Tezzeret decks, and it's all fair game when it comes to Vintage Champs.
What's your
Like-
personal favorite Vintage deck of all time?
Oh wow, what an awesome question. Gosh, I was a really, really big fan of the early 4 Monastery Mentor PO list.
Oh,
Steve and
that
I
yeah, I actually remember watching one of your matches because I was there playing Paradoxical Outcome, that same Eternal weekend, and
yeah,
I watched you play in the feature match area with that deck.
Steve and I both brought that same 4 Mentor PO list that was, I think, ahead of its time, but we also both knew the weakness to the workshop decks. The workshop, which are precursors, they were relevant at the time, precursors to what you might call White Eldrazi today, because there were white workshop decks too. We both got a higher than expected number of pairings against the Sphere decks, and it turned out to be a bad day. But that deck was so good and so much fun. 4 Monastery Mentors was just very pleasurable. Back to this game, though. Justin continues with his clock. He just played Portable Hole on Mox Ruby, which is actually kind of a triple threat. It removes the Ruby itself, it disables Mox Opal, and it is one fewer card for hypothetical upcoming PO on Andrew's side. And it's simply another permanent in play for Justin's first PO. The holes keep on coming here in this matchup.
Kevin, there's a great question in chat. Somebody said, just tuning in, haven't followed in about a year. What's different since last year? So you and I already talked about Urza's Saga and Vexing Bauble being recently restricted, but there's actually one more structural change to the format since last year's Eternal Weekend, and that's Ponder being unrestricted. These decks, these Esper Luris decks, are kind of good examples of decks that can take advantage of that. But do you see that as a meaningful change in Vintage, as being able to play 4 Ponders?
It has, in my opinion, been pretty tepid in terms of its impact. Yes, there are a handful of decks that get to benefit from that, but it has not upended the metagame in any serious way. In fact, it looks like, yeah, it's hard to say how many decks we have in the metagame today because we don't have full metagame numbers, but it looks like a couple of our competitors in these matches will have multiple ponders, and we've seen it already. But it's just not changing matchup dynamics significantly.
Yeah,
And so
I
I'm
think
very much in
you're right.
favor of that unrestriction and the modest effect that it has had.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of decks that wanted to play 8 copies between Ponder and Preordain anyway, so it's more of like a small upgrade type situation for a few of these blue heavy combo decks.
Hmm. As we see Justin navigating his first PO of the game. He's increased his mana supply significantly here. But to answer the fundamental question about what has changed, we did cover it in the pre-show, but basically the same contenders that you saw last year are still present this year. The numbers may have shifted a few percentage points here or there, but this isn't any given Sunday type situation. You could see exactly the same outcome, no pun intended, as last year, or a significantly different one, as the various Luris and Grixis decks jockey for position with different builds, like these Esper PO lists here.
Yep, I think that's exactly right. If there's one major breakout deck since last year, I would name Underworld Breach as a deck that went from like kind of a fringe player to arguably tier 1. We saw it in the feature match area in last round's backup, but I certainly won't be surprised if we see it a few times more over the course of today and Sunday.
Agreed. We see here Justin chaining POs together, and there was just an interesting interaction. It won't amount to anything, I don't think, but Justin picked up his own portable hole, which was hiding Andrew's portable hole, and because of the function of PO returning all of Justin's non-land permanents, Andrew's portable hole had no targets once it re-entered.
Love
If
it.
you look back at this match, I'm doing fair while you're doing unfair. This entire
It looks like
game.
Justin has his run of the place. He's redeploying his
Yeah.
accelerants here. He's got
Well,
another
one
PO
side
in
casts
hand.
PO a few
I have
times.
a bunch more.
He's
POs.
considering his options out of the
One side is casting
graveyard
PO.
with Snapcaster Mage.
Helps out.
Now we've reached the
Go ahead.
yeah, still had all these
Trying to show
phase
me
of
that
the
you got a
game.
win, or-
I mean, I don't have a win, but I'm gonna.
You're just gonna draw
I
a
have
bunch of cards?
I have everything, and I have multiple forces. So like, we can do it. I'm down.
I see
Let's
now
do
the
it. Let's
challenge.
do it for the
Justin
cam-
is
we're on stream,
bottlenecked
so I
on
like
blue
this. This is
mana.
why-
It
this
looks
is
like he
why I'm
has
here.
one
Here we go.
floating,
I'll let you play it
sufficient
out.
to announce a
I'll
follow-up
play
PO.
face up too, dude.
And I, you are. All right.
Now it looks like he's got
all
2
of my
mana
remaining
floating.
things to
Oh yeah, because he
cast
tapped Mana
Paradox
Crypt.
Outcome.
I guess I was off by,
Spin the wheel, man.
yeah,
I'm
it looks like I was off by 1 mana.
So he's going to draw 5 cards here, and if he finds an artifact that can produce blue mana, then the game is over, and if not, then
And he did.
yeah, he found Mox Opal. So I think
This one.
Yeah.
Andrew's not going to get another turn.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. No, you're right. Continue.
We'll see if Andrew just
You're all
extends
zero.
the hand in the middle of this operation, or if he
Um,
waits to see
bring back our
if Justin
dying.
can legitimately
Snappy?
find
No, I got more POs.
his Key Vault
yeah,
combo.
yeah.
We can wait.
There we go.
But Justin has everything he needs.
It's everybody again.
Full priority
So
again.
this time is 6 + 1.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Drawing 7 cards now, 6 on the table plus the 1 card draw from the top.
I have already played my land for turn.
There's Vampiric Tutor,
Yeah.
which is at least half of the combo.
Yep.
Mox Sapphire makes everything a little bit easier.
I guess I can stop and look if I have a Vault Key now. So I have a Vamp plus a top, a Soul Guide, a whole Immersion Scroll. Immersion Scroll can't get nothing.
You sure? You've casted everything? All the POs?
Here we could be trying to
Here's
predict
Exile and 2 in Yard.
what Justin's going to
There's a dig
do,
in
but
Yard. I mean, I
really
can snap them
there's
back
just
though,
no
so
wrong
what
answer
is-
There's
here,
one
and
PO in exile.
I don't think he even needs to
One
stress
PO
about
exile.
optimizing
So there's
things,
another
whether
PO
it's
I can get.
Vampiric Tutor and then
It's
draw into a win
pretty similar to
condition, or
snapping a
just
PO, though, so.
I mean, I guess
do
it
another
is,
big
yeah.
card drawing spell that they'll both get
If I
into the
do,
same place.
This is 1, 2. This is 1 action.
Snapcaster Mage
So let's get
represents
top
another
first.
PO
Sure.
with even 1 more permanent.
Snap back a PO.
You can see
Yeah.
him kind of tossing the cards around.
Now, 1.
He just has to make sure not to
7,
do anything
8, 9 + 1.
There we go.
catastrophically wrong, as you
1,
said,
2,
but there's another
3,
PO for
4, 5,
upwards of 10
6,
cards.
7, 8, 9.
He drew the key.
All right, so now I
Yeah.
have a key.
There we go.
So I
Now
have
he's
a
got the
vamp
key,
plus a top
and he's got the
that can
vamp.
get a key.
All right,
And he's
show me
got
the win. I
a
wanna
Sensei's
see-
Dividing Top.
All right, I was done.
Go
I
find
lied.
Time Vault.
Show me the win. Show me the
I
time
won't
vault
even.
in
I
there.
won't even play the mana crypt. I
And
don't have
Andrew,
the money, I got
Andrew's saying, "Show me the
Oh,
win."
I want to see it. I want to see it in the deck.
Okay. This is a key. One
Yeah,
one
you have
extra
one floating.
Have to play the top
Andrew's a good
anyways.
sport,
Alright,
and this
there
is
we
also
go.
part of the culture of vintage in general, which is we all came here to make powerful plays, right? We all came here, especially in the case of PO, to do this exact kind of thing. Draw an obscene amount of cards, make an obscene amount of mana. Andrew brought the same deck to the table. He knows what it's like, and there it is. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Justin.
Yeah, nice job, Justin. Pretty
You have
cool
all
to
your cards, right?
see
You have your portable?
a mirror
Oh,
match
yeah.
of a deck that I didn't have in my top 10, of what I was expecting to see this weekend. And Justin, another one of our players to watch. As you mentioned, he's had success at Eternal Weekend before, and he's off to a great start.
All right, we will queue up our backup match for round 2 here, and let's Reed and I familiarize ourselves with the players in question here. So, for round 2, our backup match is we've got Nate Stoyer, fantastic, and he is already 1-0 on Lurith PO against Kevin Wallace on Underworld Breach. 2 lists we've seen already, but not this particular matchup. Let's go down to the table. Unless we have their deck list. If we've got their deck list, let's look at those. Oh, good deal. All right, Reed, you've already run through one of these Breach decks already today. This one doesn't look any different to my eyes. What do you think?
Yeah, once again, sort of the stock, we'll call it Magic Online, or we'll call it the version that's been forged in the Magic Online queues. Underworld Breach, You see it very often, this structure, 3-hold reacher, Dak Fade-In, Waterlogged Teachings, 2 Pyroblasts, and it's just very powerful, very tried and true, plays density of the very, very best cards in Vintage. This is a 4 Ponder deck for what that's worth, and I'm expecting big things from it over the course of the weekend.
And let's look at his opponent. Glad to see Nate Stoyer playing Vintage. Love to see players of such a caliber playing our format here.
So
This
I'm
PO
starting
list-
to buy your theory, Kevin, that maybe this Oswald Fiddlebender Esper PO deck is just a Justin Gennari special, and he made it sort of available to people to see, on his stream, and you could do it absolutely a lot worse than just copying Justin's deck for the Vintage Championship, and that might be what happened for a few players in our field.
I think you're right. All right, let's go down to the match.
So if
All right.
you are watching and you're a person who knows Magic very well, but isn't used to watching Vintage and Legacy, so far we've introduced Brian Koval and Justin Gennari as sort of format specialists that we're keeping an eye on over the course of this weekend. If you are a Vintage Legacy person who's not so in tune with the larger competitive Magic scene, it's time to introduce you to Nathan Stoyer, who is a recent world champion, Pro Tour champion, widely considered to be just one of the best players playing the game right now. And this is what's so awesome about the Eternal Weekend experience is you have a mix of these players who are, on the one hand, might be coming from the Vintage Legacy community, or on the other hand, might be just really, really, really good Magic players who are trying their hand at this format.
An interesting beginning to this game. It looked like Nate mulligan to 4, and his hand was land, bauble, force, Lorien revealed, and he deployed all 4 of them on the first turn to protect that bauble. Kevin
Yeah,
had Force
so-
of Will and his own Ancestral Recall now to follow up.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, Kevin has basically won the game already, but you can learn a lot from what Nathan has done just on the very first turn of this game, which is he started with a massive, nearly insurmountable resource disadvantage, having 4 cards against 7. And so what he made of that was he decided to basically risk it all on a gambit, right? He decided to put all of his resources into protecting Vexing Bauble, hoping that Kevin would have a hand or perhaps a whole strategy that was vulnerable to Bauble, and that would allow Nathan then to kind of steal a win in a game where he was otherwise heavily disadvantaged. It's not going to work out, but that's the type of play that if you want to be one of the best Magic players and give yourself the highest equity in these long tournaments, you need to be able to make plays like that.
And it's a small note, but here's the interaction you alluded to in the prior match, where Nate fetched a Meticulous Archive in Kevin's end step and got the additional selection from the Surveil land.
Kevin just checking the Vexing Bauble there. That is the way the paper tournament rules work in a competitive setting, is if you have Chalice of the Void, Vexing Bauble, whatever it might be, it's your responsibility to actually trigger your own card and counter the opponent's spell. And if Kevin plays Mox Emerald and Nathan says, okay, that's fine, then that Mox Emerald resolves and it's on the battlefield.
Whoa. There's a short list of cards in the history of Magic that can bring you back from a severe resource disadvantage, and Nathan has just put one of them onto the stack. That's balance.
Yeah, that's super cool here.
4
Wow.
cards out of Kevin's hand. Wow. And the one he kept was a very good one, Dig Through Time.
Yeah, so that's really nice. Kevin is going to be either just looking for another card drawing spell or trying to assemble some kind of Underworld Breach situation where he can rebuy his Ancestral Recall. But Nathan has really equalized the game with that balance. And while Kevin's advantage is that he's resolving dig through time right now, Nathan's advantage is that he has a Lurish companion, and if the game goes long enough, that can come into play here.
Wow.
Yep. Trigger. Yep.
I've just received clarification from our director that the player on the right's name is actually Kelvin, not Kevin. So apologies, Kelvin. We'll get that right going forward. Kelvin followed up that amazing balance
That was
with
okay.
Dak
Raise your hand
Faden
and
steal
double
your
breaching
Vexing
Grandma's.
Bauble, which is an
I
incredible
was, I mean, they
value
circled,
play
they were
and
just
turning of the
discarding it
tides,
for my,
so much so that
dig through
Nathan
time.
conceded.
I mean, from my perspective,
Wow. I did
I'm
not
voting
see
before my hand was charged.
Dak Faden stealing Vexing Bauble. I did not have that on my bingo card today. But let's go to the sideboards. All right, I missed it in the earlier version, but there's that meticulous archive down there in the lower right, Reed, that you were hypothesizing about earlier. Glad to see it.
Yeah, it must be, my read on this is that Nathan, as an expert across multiple formats, has had such a great experience with the Surveil lands in, say, Pioneer, Modern, Standard, whatever it might be, that he has just decided he wants access to one in Vintage as well. And, I'm not going to challenge it. It sounds perfectly reasonable to me. But other than that, if you've been watching for a while, this is really, really similar to the two decks that we saw in our main feature match. So no surprises.
Yeah, it looks like Nate is missing Mindbreak Trap from what was Justin's list. So looks like he may have tweaked a card here or there. I don't know what he replaced it with. It could be one of those two Grafdigger's cages. But either way, the rest of the sideboard looks very similar. Let's take a look at Kelvin's. Note this is not a Luris companion list, so Kelvin has the Tinker for Citadel plan in addition to 3 Hull Breachers. As you talked about in the early game, that's a pretty stock list for what we're seeing on Magic Online these days. Oh, and here's a little bit of a throwback. Kelvin has Sphinx of the Steel Wind as a sideboard choice for Tinker. I don't think that's going to come in this match, but I love seeing it.
Yeah, super cool throwback card. We mentioned in the main feature that the Esper Luris deck is well balanced and difficult to sideboard against. We should give credit that the Underworld Breach deck has that same quality. Like, this is a deck that, when it's comboing off, yes, it will technically kill you using the graveyard. But if you just mindlessly bring in, 5 or 6 Leyline of the Void Tormod's crypt effects against it, then they're going to find a different way to kill you. So it's not, I don't think either of these players should be like mindlessly following a script in terms of how they're sideboarding. Instead, they should be looking to maintain balance in their configurations, sprinkle in some marginal upgrades, and have answers to everything, but no major overhauls.
Let's see how the players did. And here's hoping that Nathan can start this game with a few more than 4 cards. Looks like he has some options. Demonic Tutor, Mox Sapphire, Vexing Bauble again. So he's got some serious hay to make on this first turn. And here we see Mox into Bauble once again. Oh, and he's playing Meticulous Archive. That was his lance. And got the Surveil and kept it on top. Let's see how Kevin addresses this Bauble this game. He's got options for his first land drop. He opts for Fetch Go. He has Breach in hand, including Ancestral as well. Of note, Ancestral with a Bauble in play leaves you vulnerable to overdrawing and having to discard. That's almost certainly on Kelvin's mind right now.
Yeah, great point. I would have expected under some different circumstances that Kelvin might have just main phased the Ancestral, because after sideboarding, Nathan can have access to a wide range of Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm type effects that you might not want to let him untap and access. But as you mentioned, Vexing Bauble and the risk of discarding hand size is very real here.
Nathan fetches and is a little quick shortcutting for a Demonic Tutor. which Kevin does not respond to with Ancestral. Normally, if we're not for Vexing Bauble, Kelvin could have responded with Ancestral looking for Force of Will there, but he knows that line is off the table. Do you have a feel for how Nathan is viewing his position and thus this tutor at the moment? He seems to be thinking...
Oops.
He considered Urza's Saga and then picked it back up. Also, he put it down face up, I think, mixing up what kind of tutor he was using.
Yep, that's definitely someone who's more used to playing with cards that were printed
You don't have to.
more recently than the 1990s. Almost everything forces you to reveal now, but not Demonic Tutor.
Also, he's already made his land drop this turn, so that Saga would be a turn behind if he chose it. It doesn't mean it's the wrong card, just that it's not maximized at the moment.
So anyway, you asked me a great question, which is how would Nathan evaluate his position here? I think that he is pleased with his opening. He got to keep 7 cards. He's resolved a couple of powerful spells. The Vexing Bauble stops Kelvin's combo and some of the more, unreasonable openings that you might have. But I would say that Nathan is probably still in the portion of the game and the mindset where he is just playing for value and he's trying to continue getting a bit ahead on cards and letting the game develop and just happy to settle into a longer, more back and forth game where he's either even or advantaged.
Here we see Kelvin announces his Ancestral in response to, I think that's Manifold Key. I don't actually know that version.
Yep, that's Manifold Key. Exactly right. And it makes sense that, we don't know what's in Nathan's hand, but we saw him considering Urza's Saga, then maybe choosing to get Manifold Key instead. It kind of makes me think that his game plan is centered around Time Vault. Like maybe he already has it in his hand or he's planning to access it somehow.
Here we see that overdraw challenge that we noted earlier. Kelvin resolved Ancestral, which is amazing, but unfortunately he had to discard the hand size, so the effect is a little bit reduced. I'm noting how proximate Nate's Luris is to his battlefield. If I were Kelvin, I would be asking him to clarify his the proximity of his sideboard a little bit more.
Yep, that's an interesting thing with companions.
I wouldn't blame one of our viewers for looking out and presuming that Nathan had Luris in play. He does not. That Luris is meant to be off to the side. It's just his deployment of his permanents this game has crept to that direction gradually.
Playing around Chaos Orb.
If you don't know what that means, ask your parents. All right, we see Ponder here from Kelvin. After Nathan simply played Saga and Cage Go. Nathan's rolled up with multiple layers that really prevent Kelvin from going off through the breach aspect of his deck. But as you alluded to earlier, that's not the only route that Kelvin has. So we'll see what he values with this Ponder here.
Kind of interesting that Grafdigger's Cage could wind up being a double-edged sword here if the game goes long enough for Nathan to actually reach for that Luris.
Mm-hmm.
Creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. That's not the important one, but players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries, which that is the impactful line of text against both Underworld Breach and Luris.
I don't have a read on what Kelvin named with Pithing Needle, but you have to believe it's one of the Key Vault components, given that the key is face up on the table already. Nathan's Saga is up to 2, learns how to make constructs this turn. That could be plan A for him at this point, especially unless he has an answer to that Pithing Needle. And given 4 other artifacts in play, it's a decent plan A, right? We played plenty of games prior to restriction where this was just the way the games went down. A couple of constructs with some protection and disruption.
Okay, that Tolarian Academy
Polaris.
represents a lot of mana. And chat is actually telling us that the Pithing Needle named Urza's Saga. So if we don't see Nathan make a construct, then we'll know that that's what's going on here.
Thanks for the chat. We did not hear that here. As you said, Academy producing a boatload of mana here. We're tapped for 4, so it looks like Nathan should have a blue mana floating. He's considering whether he deploys Luris. He might be acknowledging the challenge that you identified earlier, where the Luris is not capable of producing value out of the graveyard as long as Cage is in play. We'll see how he navigates. Keep Vampiric Tutor from Kelvin.
I'll be on type 15 resolution, yeah.
This is quite powerful. Nathan's down to 2 cards in hand, and while his board state is strong, Kelvin can navigate. He's got mana, he's got more cards in hand.
Yeah, so really interesting sort of fundamental thing. Do you go for a value card? Do you go for an answer to the opposing Luris or protection against the Vault Key combo? Or do you go for something that's going to get you on track to actually winning the game yourself, which could be a combo piece or a way to get the Vexing Bauble off the battlefield? So like, really, the world is his oyster here with the Vampiric Tutor, and I could see him choosing a lot of different paths for how to play this game.
I really feel like I saw him flash a red card off that Vamp, but I can't be 100% sure. If we can get a look at Kelvin's hand, that would help. Either way, Nathan is resolving his tutor via Urza's Saga. And as we learned a moment ago, if it's named with Pithing Needle, he didn't make any constructs on the way out. He's rolling up more against Graveyard Hate with Soul Guide Lantern. Interesting that he didn't choose Sensei's Divining Top there. That tells us either the top is in his hand, which seems highly unlikely. He would have cast that in favor of his own Academy. Or he's just really interested in multiple layers of protection against this Breach combo.
Can you explain why you'd be so intrigued by a Sensei's Top here?
Just that on low resources in hand, top and an abundance of mana. There's the top. It was in his hand. An abundance of mana. The top represents so much flexibility and card selection that it would have been my #1 choice to get off the Saga. My read is that he probably drew top for the turn and then had to pick up a backup choice off of the Saga Tutor.
I'll add 6 mana.
Now he's pooling, again, just an awful lot of mana. 6 by my count. That die with a 2 on it sitting in play came off of the Saga and doesn't mean anything. It's going to be swept aside here probably momentarily. So he's spinning the top.
Let me just make sure there's no...
That blue die is relevant. That's how much blue mana Nathan has floating.
I'm gonna attempt to draw a card in response. Go down to 4 blue, untapping this.
Cool play here. So it's tap the top to draw, respond to the ability
Tap it again to draw.
by untapping it and tapping it again. And the end result is that he's going to be able to pick up 2 cards off the top of his library, but you can only put the top back once.
Excellent navigation, value play with an abundance of mana by Nathan. Still 4 blue mana floating. Plenty to redeploy the top and look again if he wants.
I'm gonna go down to 2 blue and draw a card with Soul Guide Lantern.
He sacked Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card. Let's hope he doesn't try to play it out of the graveyard. I presume he will not.
Go down to 1 blue and recast.
Oh, no, that's a
Correct.
mistake.
Do you want to call Judge? It's up to you. Okay, apologies.
Yep, players just rewind
That's
that
definitely a mistake.
that play is not allowed. Now I'm extra curious what
Spin.
Kelvin vamped for last turn.
Yeah. I don't know why. Yeah.
If it was a red card, it could be a braid, which gives him sort of the flexible use case of either destroying a lock piece, say
I'm
Vexing
going to
Bauble
move faces.
or Grafdigger's Cage, or just killing the Luris and trying to play a fair and square game. But he's actually not going to use his mana at all. That's surprising to me.
Interesting. I also wonder, I mean, Nathan could have PO'd that turn, and to the tune of several cards. Kelvin must be aware of that threat, and he might be subtly surprised that it didn't happen. So the notion of Kelvin keeping mana untapped at all stages could be an acknowledgement of that omnipresent PO threat. Now, down to only 2 mana, that's no longer the case, but that was on Kelvin's end step. But that might explain some of Kelvin's slow actions here.
Good point. And Kelvin's in a tricky spot here because with Nathan having so many resources and so much mana, he could win at any moment. So Kelvin does want to hold his shields up and prepare against that. But on the other hand, if both players do relatively little, then Nathan is just winning with Luris and Sensei's top. So Kelvin's going to have to be thoughtful and choose his spot where he's going to, make a big play and try not to leave himself too vulnerable.
Nathan's setting up for more main phase action here. 5 blue from the Academy. It's worth noting, too, that all of these lock components are really easy to redeploy if Nathan can resolve a PO here. Meaning, he's not really putting himself shields down if he picks them all up. But Kelvin could tactically respond to individual ones of them, like the cage itself, if it came to that. Now, whether or not he would...
Could anything bad happen in a strange moment where Nathan picks up Vexing Bauble and then tries to redeploy it? Like, is there any worry about unlocking stuff that could be trapped in Kelvin's hand right now?
Well, in the case of Vexing Bauble on Nathan's turn, we're mostly talking about Force of Will, I would argue. So that's relevant. If Kelvin had a Force of Will or 2 in his hand right now, then they're basically off right now. And Nathan POing a Bauble back to his hand would enable Kelvin to force that Bauble on the way back down. That's one point of interaction I see. And the other is that Kelvin could have some situational counters in his hand. The deck does run multiple Pyroblasts. There's an example. There's Pyroblast right there, targeting the PO. Mental Misstep is the response from Nathan.
Yeah, so your PO resolves this fizzles. Yeah.
So I have it draw.
Kelvin has nothing left to play.
Yes.
3, 4, 5, so I'll draw
Well,
5.
Draw 5.
Here we find ourselves in basically that situation. Nathan did pick up all the lock components.
Yep.
They're cheap and easy to redeploy, but let's see if Kelvin has any response to that action.
Real quick, have you used all the mana in your hand?
Yep.
Yes. Oh no, you have 1 blue. You tap Nox Sapphire.
Yeah, thank you. 1 blue. Okay.
Judge is clarifying what mana is floating.
Yeah, because I noticed that Nathan had mana floating, but then tapped an island to play the Mental Misstep, so still had the mana floating.
Yeah. Which was a good play. You can't Mental Misstep for free with the Bauble in play. Well, here we've passed right past that threshold I was talking about. I think that was a pivotal point right there, the fact that Kelvin did not respond to either Bauble or Cage just now.
I either played Island this turn or
That
last
tells
turn.
me that he is very light on options. The presence of Pyroblast plus a Braid during the earlier parts of this turn suggests that you were right about his Vamp choice. It was, my guess is one or the other of those. And now he's back to his earlier game challenges where he's going to have a very hard time going off in the face of all this disruption.
It's up to you. I can call Judge and ask, but I'd like to go back to before I cast Grafdigger's Cage. We can ask a Judge if you want, though. It's up to you. I'd like to cast the Soul Guardian from my graveyard, but we can ask a Judge.
I would agree. I'd rather we did not.
All right, sure. I'll just ask a Judge.
Yeah, go for
Judge.
it.
So
Looks like players want to clarify a Judge interaction here, so we'll give them the time to do it. Reed, I mean, that PO was pretty strong for Nathan, but at the same time, game's not over. it looks like he just redeployed his Sapphire and some more lock components. He's fixing to pass the turn. How do you interpret the pace of this game?
Definitely surprising. When Nathan drew so many cards and picked up the Vexing Bauble, I was kind of expecting him to just vomit out, a million Moxen and start doing the whole Esper paradoxical outcome thing, but he didn't. So I think Nathan is far enough ahead in a variety of ways that he's going to be able to just take a slow, meticulous approach and get this game over with in a nice, safe way. But it's not over, and Kelvin has been biding his time, saving his resources for something. You've noted throughout the course of the game how heavily Nathan is fighting the graveyard battle with all of Vexing Bauble, Grafdigger's Cage, and Soul Guide Lantern. So if I'm in Kelvin's seat, I'm probably thinking about how can I sidestep that battle, maybe go for like a Hull Breacher plus a draw 7, or some kind of alternative powerful game plan that doesn't use the graveyard.
Let's see how it plays out. Looks like our judge call is resolved.
Folks, thank you very much for your patience.
Well, maybe
So
not fully.
understand
Kelvin's
we're-
returning to the table here. My guess is we're still in Nathan's main phase.
It gets to this issue of something known as reversal decisions, changing your mind about a play that has been made.
The mana situation seems to be unchanged from when the judge call started, so
Circumstances where we can't allow players to change
let's
their
see
mind.
if Nathan is passing the turn or if he has more
That's
to
fine.
say.
Okay, let's just move on.
Clean up.
Go.
Discarding the hand size, a couple of lands.
Yeah.
All right.
Not you.
Yeah.
He's giving this whole explanation. Just tell me I can't rewind. I mean, clearly we both know there's no relevant interaction.
I'll cast that time.
Yeah, you're good.
Time walk from Kelvin.
Time
Fairly innocuous.
Yeah, which is an interesting comment, right? Because most people don't think of Time Walk as being an innocuous card by any sense of the word. But in this situation where Kelvin really doesn't have much going on and is in fact blocked from doing a lot of cool stuff by the various lock pieces,
Strong trigger.
it really doesn't do much. It's just basically giving him another shot to try something.
Wheel of Fortune there from Kelvin, which could have been a bit of a haymaker, was met with Flusterstorm by Nathan. And unfortunately, that Time Walk, which functioned a lot like Explore, didn't come up with an additional land for Kelvin, which would have been able to pay for that Flusterstorm. I'm sure he noted that in the back of his mind, the unfortunate result there.
Brainstorm.
Nathan continues his clock with Luris. Brainstorm here. Let's see if this gives Nathan the gasoline to finish the game here. Alternately, he could just be looking to reinforce his control position. Kelvin is dead in 3 turns with Luris, more if Nathan can add to the board with a creature. If we could look at Nathan's hand right now, we might be able to suss out how he is mapping out how this game's going to end. By all indications, though, the choice is his.
Sure.
Fetch land, shuffle. Giving Nathan maximum card selection through the intersection of Brainstorm and Top. Here we have Portable Hole. No, I'm sorry. That's the return of Manifold Key. Sorry. Manifold Key, which he picked up on the prior turn.
Yep.
Draw with top
And
plus untap plus draw again.
Yep. So
Clearing Academy.
And with that on the stack.
Activate
going
top,
to cast
untap top. We've seen this story before.
picking up
Paradoxical outcome in response, and Kelvin has seen enough. All right. I agree with Kelvin's conclusion there.
Yeah, one thing about this paradoxical outcome deck, and I'm sure you can attest to it based on your experience, is it is a somewhat exhausting deck to play because you know, on the way, it's very powerful, but on the way to winning games,
There's just
you
some
have to
really
take
cringe aspects of
hundreds
this
and
matchup.
thousands of
Like,
actions to get there, right? You know,
some of
before
these games
eventually
just feel so
winning with your
I don't know what's the
2-2
word.
in the backed up by overwhelming card advantage.
Is that
Right.
game 3? Just want to clarify that people.
All right, we'll take a look here in a moment at the players' sideboards and discuss what their options are. But the bottom line is that you already described it in the pregame, where these deck and in our prior mirror matches too. These decks have a variety of threats. They have to take a measured approach to how they sideboard, keeping answers to creatures on both sides of the table, and keeping answers to explosive spells as well. Let's see how it looks for them. All right, do any of the main deck cards stand out to you as the ones that you want to cut?
Well, like you said, I'm sort of taking all of my fatal pushes and abrades and kind of looking at that as a holistic category of cards that I'm going to want access to but not want to overload on.
Mm-hmm.
So having seen like Grafdigger's Cage come off the sideboard for Stoyer and Vexing Bauble playing a big role in both games, I might be inclined to just play the 2 abrades and skip the fatal pushes, or maybe have only one of the 2. There's not really any cards that are purely bad. I could see somebody choosing to trim the second Underworld Breach after seeing so much graveyard hate, or alternatively, cut Brain Freeze and just play Breach as a value card. And then in general, sometimes the top of the library tutors, like Vampiric Tutor, are a little bit weaker when you play these really, really scrappy post-board interactive games, Mystical Tutor as well, because of the risk of, hey, I Mystical Tutored for Wheel of Fortune, then my Wheel of Fortune got countered, and I kind of got 2-for-1'd in that exchange. So that's what I would be thinking about, but once again, no dramatic overhauls to be expected here.
All right, well, we're ready for our next game. So let's go down to the table. Players are resolving mulligans for game 3 here. Kelvin will be on the play. Kelvin's hand looks to be a little land heavy, but there is looks like he's going to 6. Presence of Brainstorm fixes a lot. He has Mana Crypt, which is always welcome in these kind of matchups.
Hey,
how
about that if you don't like your opening hand?
What do you think about an involuntary mulligan, Nathan?
Well, this is another one of those tests where if Nathan has a force, I mean, you're really awfully pressured to use it, because if you don't, you lose it.
That and Kelvin getting to dump 3 mana and then refreshing the hand is such an advantage in a matchup like this, and such a powerful deck. Wow. And Nathan had Mana Crypt of his own. All the more reason. And Academy. Wow. Wow, amazing. So, PO for 2 here. Unfortunately for Nathan, Opal doesn't tap for mana at this juncture. But it's very clear to me now why Nathan did not want that Time Twister to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Now, big moment here, because we saw Nathan very obviously have exactly 2 pieces of artifact mana with the Mox Opal. So if he draws a third off of the Paradoxical Outcome draw 2, then he can be off to the races. Looks like he didn't, though.
Yep. Both players now have Mana Crypt, so that could be an interactive part of this game. We'll see. Ponder from Kelvin.
Nathan decided to redeploy both 0 mana artifacts, which can be important against either another draw 7 like a Wheel of Fortune or a Vexing Bauble. But of course, he's taking his medicine with extra Mana Crypt flip here, or should be.
Should have, yes. Hopefully one or both of our players or our table judge will note that right now. Wow. Demonic Tutor. Oh, yep. Players are going back to it. There it is.
I viewed 16.
16, yep. Yep, that's what I have too.
Nathan was punished to the tune of 3 damage there. Nathan has 2 tutors, 2 black tutors, and a portable hole, it appears.
So he could cast the portable hole as a third artifact in order to access black mana from Mox Opal. He could also just pull for Luris and maybe strip mine. But
Wow.
yeah, nothing looking clearly very appealing just yet.
Looks like he's opting for the former portable hole. Taking Mana Crypt out from under these combo decks is a very powerful point of
Like to move
interaction.
phases.
Kelvin pulls the mana. Ooh, Hull Breacher. Here's a card we haven't seen come out to play in this matchup yet, and it's very disruptive to the primary game plan of the PO deck.
Blue, blue, blue.
Right, so Nathan actually has enough mana that he could Demonic Tutor for Paradoxical Outcome, but
So I have
you're not
two
doing
blue
that in the
floating
face of
when
a
I
Hull
cast.
Breacher. Instead, it looks like he's probably going to have to.
Yep, 2 blue floating.
I don't know. What do you think, Kevin? Tutor for an answer to the Hull Breacher?
Or sorry. I meant to do it like, sorry, I have a colorless floating. Apologies.
My guess would be you're right, that he is looking to tutor for maybe Swords to Plowshares, maybe Balance, depending on
it's,
the card counts and hands. He'll probably
16 to
evaluate both if he's still got Balance in.
Reset. See with DT.
Yeah. I'm hesitating here because there we go. Okay. I thought that Kelvin hadn't passed on the DT yet.
And
You have 1 colorless.
That's
one
extra
colorless
challenging for
floating.
Nathan, but now
I'll
he's going to
use
be
that mana
rewarded
to
by
Luris and pass.
making the play you suggested, getting the portable hole into play
So I'm
in
going
order to give
down
him
to
access to
13
black
life
through the
now.
opal. Now he can vamp on his upkeep
I was like,
and still defend himself from this Hull Breacher.
You have a trigger in your upkeep.
Odds I take damage.
And I believe Kelvin is empty-handed. Yes,
I go
he
down
drew
to
and played
10.
his card he drew for the turn.
Thinking 1 second.
You can your upkeep.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be expecting Nathan to tutor for an answer to Hull Breacher right here. He knows it'll go through.
I would be fine with that. Like just tutor for Swords to Plowshares, get the game equalized, and then lean on the Luris Companion for a long-term plan. It's not flashy, but it might just be what the situation calls for. Is there anything else he could do? Like, what about getting Tinker? I guess Tinker is not included in the Luris version of Paradoxical Outcome, right?
No, that's correct. He chose not to do that. He chose to just draw for the turn. Now, of note, he could cast Luris here.
Sure.
And
Just
Luris,
trading
well,
is fine.
Yeah, Luris completely nullifies the value of the Hull Breacher as an attacker. Kelvin can no longer win that race just at face value. 3-2 versus 3-2, and one of them has lifelink. And it looks like that's what Nathan is opting for. If this plan works, meaning he goes to his next turn with Luris still in play, he could vamp for a value piece. Recognizing the fact that he has multiple
Yep.
1-mana
Good.
artifacts
19.
in his deck that allow him to get incremental draws on Kelvin's turn with Luris, like, say, Soul Guide Lantern or, the Bauble. There's a couple of them. Vexing Bauble and Urza's Bauble. Sorry, Mishra's Bauble. He might be setting up a longer turn value grind here.
Interesting little cat and mouse there. You notice Nathan said go with the strip mine. Kelvin untapped, but then Kelvin wanted to fetch in his own upkeep, either just for card deck thinning, or maybe he had stacked an undesirable card on top with Ponder. I actually will confess I lost track of that, but anyway, Nathan forced Kelvin to choose his color and then cut him off of red
7.
on semi-permanent basis here.
Still in my upkeep.
So it ultimately is draw go from Kelvin, and we're in Nate's upkeep.
I'll exile your Hull Breacher with Swords.
Wow, his mystery card was Swords to Plowshares. Okay,
Still in the upkeep. I'll cast
That's
Vamp
big.
Tutor.
now he can just, I
Correct.
think we're still in his upkeep. Now we can just vamp, and he might have his run of the place here. He could just be getting PO now.
You could be getting PO. Is there anything that's powerful enough with Luris recursion that it would be better than Paradoxical Outcome? Probably not, right?
Probably not. Yeah. I mean, PO is for portable hole plus 2 accelerants and he could pick up Luris. So PO is for 3 or 4 right now. There is a universe where he could consider just getting Ancestral Recall so as not to reset the portable hole and give Kelvin more mana. That's a minor point in my eyes. I think the odds-on favorite here from this tutor is probably PO.
Yeah, I think I think I would be inclined to do the same thing that you mentioned. Even returning Portable Hole and Luris, even though it's unfavorable mana-wise, just getting the 4th card in a game that's at this point gone pretty low on resources, I think that is significant enough that I'd go for it.
And he can redeploy the portable hole. Oh wow, dig through time, fascinating. It's
a good
a
option too, because technically, if you're thinking about the unfavorable case where you just totally brick off and find nothing, then dig through time does see more cards than paradoxical outcome.
and this has the possible upside of finding you a paradoxical outcome, excuse me, and another disruptive element. Like he could find Force and PO here, or PO plus Soul Guide Lantern or something like that. Like Dig has a habit of putting together multiple kinds of combo. In this case, he found access to Time Vault and Oswald Fiddlebender. It looks like he has 1 mana floating, so he can't deploy either of those this turn. But Time Vault plus Oswald is a fast clock.
Right, yeah, Merchant Scroll next turn can be the paradoxical outcome that we already talked about, so that's an appealing one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, probably can't go too wrong here.
That looks like that's Sol Ring, and he's got Brainstorm, Swords to Plowshares. He's pulled Merchant Scroll and Oswald to the front, and that looks like the choice.
I'm gonna cast Merchant Scroll.
Passing the turn, or at least passing into combat. Excuse me. That's unclear to me why he's searching again here. What did I miss? Oh, he must have had another mana floating than I thought. Yeah, I think the dice weren't very reflective of the current state of things. He had enough mana to cast Merchant Scroll, and he's putting Ancestral into his hand, moving to combat. Okay. Well, all told, that was a very lucrative turn for Nathan. He put 2 incredibly powerful cards into his hand. He's missing his Mana Crypt trigger again. Definitely not used to playing with that card.
Even auditing damage.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. Okay.
Here they go back to it.
16 to 11.
It looks like Kelvin's life total is going down. Okay, there we go. We got counted for the life link. And Nathan drew Snapcaster Mage. So now he gets to just maximize all the value.
Snapcaster Mage. Targeting Merchant Scroll.
Oh, he's choosing to snap his Merchant Scroll rather than Ancestral.
Yep, 2 blue, 1 color floating. Go down to a blue.
This is interesting to me. Why do you like this line, Reed?
Well, paradoxical outcome with Snapcaster Mage is sort of a self-recurring engine, or alternatively, Nathan can just do what he did, which is find Force of Will and feel like he's got effective checkmate here. Kelvin just can't have enough resources to do anything meaningful through a counterspell. So with the creatures that he already has, the very dangerous Oswald Fiddlebender and Force of Will, I think Nathan is just very, very close to getting the check mark here.
I did not hear, but I presume that Pithing Needle is on Oswald. But at this point, Nathan's just so far ahead that his team of 7 power worth of attackers is just going to be good enough. I think he's switched into a serious control role here now. Unless he naturally drew PO, which either he may have done or he could Ancestral into. showing a great deal of restraint by holding Ancestral Recall as the blue card for Force of Will.
Recall me one.
Maybe not any longer.
So one blue, one colorless?
No, I have one colorless floating. Correct.
I don't think there are any cards in Kelvin's deck.
Four
Oh,
plus
wow.
one floating.
I was wrong. His last 2 draws were Hull Breacher and Soul Ring to cast Hull Breacher. Oh, that could have been a devastating combination. But Nathan,
So
had
Nathan
it covered.
had to actually spend 5 mana hard casting Force of Will to get rid of the Hull Breacher. He didn't find anything super meaningful off the Ancestral, but with the Sensei's top, he's going to deliver a paradoxical outcome,
Draw a top.
which, in addition to the creatures already on the battlefield, would certainly win the game next turn.
That sequence just there was a very interesting demonstration of Kelvin's perception of role in this matchup,
Have anything after the...
because he could have ambushed Luris in combat with Hull Breacher and chose
I
not
haven't really
to.
ever had a spot to sneak in that whole breacher.
I mean, I was.
Instead, he
playing around
just
it
he
pretty
just
hard,
knew
right?
that
Oh,
PO
yeah, no,
was
but
the
also just, like, I
key
needed the strip
all
mine
the way
was
till the
just
end.
native. It was like the top of my deck is just an absolute blank. The top of my deck when I shuffle is like Force of Will, so just like I just can't draw.
So, congrats to Nathan Stoyer for his victory. And that brings us to the end of our second round here. So, we'll take a bit of a break and we'll come back with our feature match for round 3. Stay tuned. And welcome back to round 3 of North America Vintage Championship. Now, we're going to go to our feature match this round, but I don't want you to be confused. This is not an episode of Commander Versus. We are still playing Vintage. Let's meet our players. Here we have, on the left, Stephen Green playing Bug Control against Jonathan Suarez playing Jewel Shops. And I'm loving this matchup, especially because the Jewel Shops is a bit of a known quantity, but Steven's deck is kitted out from a metagame perspective. Let's look at Steven's bug list. Reed, I want you to talk about this because I know this is a deck and an archetype that you have played many times before, and it's one close to your heart. What do you see when you look at this? What do you think?
I love this because it's kind of like somebody who's coming from a different format, projecting all their favorite cards into Vintage and having it actually work, right? So, if you want to play with creatures and you want to have a nice interactive game with card advantage and removal and attacking and blocking, this is a way to do it because the creatures within the Sultai colors are highly effective, highly efficient, and highly disruptive. Like you're going to see 4 copies of Collector Oof, which is a really, really powerful card that this deck makes awesome use of that not a lot of other players in the tournament can tap into. Similarly, Leovold, Oko, these are amazing cards, but are often shut off by things like the Luris restriction.
Absolutely, and all of those components are going to come to play against Steven's opponent. Let's look at John's deck. Here we have a mostly known quantity, very similar to what we've seen already in previous matches. Reed, I don't see anything here that really stands out to me that's different from what we've covered already today.
No, 4 copies of some of the flexible cards, 4 Grim Monolith, 4 Sink into Stupor. In the past, that might have been the Seagate Restoration as like a land that, produces blue mana that you can pitch to Force of Will, but Sink into Stupor actually has applications all over the place in terms of getting problematic permanents off the battlefield or winning key permission battles. 4 copies of the One Ring. So yeah, Jonathan's going to hope to just have super powerful early turns based on the power of Mishra's Workshop and all this free mana. And the Sultai deck is just going to try to, get Collector Oof and Leovold and Hull Breacher to stop all of the shenanigans before they happen.
All right, let's see if they can manage. Let's go down to the match. Now, these players are friends and co-hosts together. I would put you even odds or better that they know this matchup already. Looks like Steven is mulliganing to 6. Let's see who's on the play. Oh, Jonathan's hand. Oh, geez. Black Lotus, Ancestral Recall, Trinisphere.
A lot of firepower there, Kevin.
Steven has Deathrite Shaman, one of the primary strategies of the deck. And wow, John is set up here. Let's see how he navigates.
Big picture, I would consider this almost the nightmare matchup for Jonathan's Jewel Shop decks, with 4 copies of Collector Oof in the main deck. But the raw power level you have to give to the Workshop deck, and I think that's gonna be the story of this game is just purely overpowering the Bug deck.
I mean,
look, one player's playing Pioneer and one player's playing Vintage.
John had an interesting decision point there. You saw him pause on whether he was going to play Manamo and tap it for blue to cast Ancestral versus breaking the Lotus. Manamo is one of his few main deck answers, that's to a resolved Collector Oof. Now, he's not completely without options. He's got Sink into Stupor as well. But it's a bit of a precious resource for him, and he at least considered whether or not he needed to play it.
Maybe slight correction there. Are you thinking of Otawara Soaring City, the channel land?
You're right.
Minamo
I got my Kamigawa Legends mixed up, didn't I?
Yeah, wrong Kamigawa, I guess.
Yep, you're right, Reed. So, John proceeds with Ruby casting Mana Vault. He has access to Trinisphere still. He would love to resolve Trinisphere and keep that Lotus in play and untapped, but he's also got Grim Monolith. Interesting. So he's got some sequencing options here. He has Sink into Stupor as well. So he could fight as if Steven still had a Force of Will. He could still fight a Trinisphere, or sorry, a Force of Will on Trinisphere here. At this point, Steven has no interaction, but he's incredibly grateful for his Deathrite Shaman on turn 1. That means he could still just play a 3-drop next turn through this Trinisphere.
Yeah, so super interesting. I find these spots always fascinating where Ancestral Recall resolved. So if you're in John's seat, do you then sort of consider the coast clear that Steven does not have a counter spell? He deployed the Trinisphere as a twofold reason to shut off a possible free counter from Steven, and just to convert his mana into one more card draw off of the paradoxical outcome, which was then guaranteed to resolve.
So he basically paid 1 extra for a defense grid just then. And he got the benefit of resolution on paradoxical outcome. Now he's redeploying his mana artifacts.
Question in chat: is it okay to keep a hand without Force of Will against Jewel Shops? My answer would be it's not ideal, but sometimes your deck's just not going to deliver. Steven did already mulligan in this game, and certainly if you had a hand with a good mix of your other disruptive pieces, like maybe a turn 2 Collector Oof, you could justify keeping it without a Force of Will.
John had to go the hard way to Trinisphere. He had to go through Mana Vault and double Grim Monolith, but I do still think it was the right thing to do.
And notably, no land in the graveyard. So Steven could play a 3-drop, but he would need to have exactly a fetch land to do so.
I don't think he had one in his opening hand. No, he's got Strip Mine, and so Steven's weighing the balance of that Strip Mine, right? Because it does represent disruption for Jonathan, but also food for his own Deathrite. And he chose not to strip the blue land from Jonathan before he got to use it. Looks like Steven might be valuing other lands like Mishra's Workshop and or Urza's Saga more.
Yeah, that's my thinking. There could be two things going on. Either Steven has a bad draw and he really needs the Strip Mine in order to cast his own spells, or he's like, hey, you've shown that you don't have any recurring big mana engines, so why don't I use Strip Mine to go after your Workshop, your Tolarian Academy, whatever it might be. I would have certainly been tempted to go after that Urza Saga, though. But again, we can't just say that that's the right play without knowing Steven's hand or game plan.
Yeah.
However, I can tell you that you do have an opportunity to respond to Urza Saga's Chapter 1 trigger by strip mining it before it gains the ability to tap for mana.
So Time Walk for Jonathan, and he drew Ancient Tomb, which gives him access to 4 mana, enough to PO again. Incredibly powerful stuff from Jonathan here. Let's see if he draws more 0 mana accelerants in order to redeploy. The Ruby he had. Wow, it looks like he simply did not. he's continuing to operate on this suite of, oh, I was wrong. There's Mana Crypt. Okay, that changes the mathematics incredibly. Still looks like he didn't find a jewel, though. So it looks like he's faced with the same kind of result in just redeploy Trinisphere and go. Alternately, he does have a 1 ring that he could go through, and that's also very tempting. Reed, what do you think right now in this particular board state as between ring or Trinisphere? It looks like he can only do one of the two.
Well, one strike against the One Ring is if you're kind of mapping things out and you're thinking, okay, I've drawn like literally 4 or 5 times as many cards as my opponent has. What could go wrong that would cause me to lose this game? It probably involves Collector Oof, right? You know, just having
Mm.
that creature shut off all of your mana and most of your action cards for the rest of the game. So I would try not to take a line that increases my exposure to Collector Oof, which might be the case with what the One Ring. So if instead I was focused on just setting up for next turn in a big paradoxical outcome, I might be happier with that.
It looks like there's a third challenger that I didn't observe before, and it's Karn.
Karn is not affected by Collector Oof.
And Karn is a major threat. With this much mana on John's side. Granted, those Grims aren't untapping, but still, Mana Crypt plus Mox. He has 5 mana showing for next turn. You have to presume he has access to more, even though he might not. At this stage of the game, so far ahead on resources of all kinds, John really has access to almost all of the tricks that Karn can pull out of the sideboard. He could go get a giant monster, like the Masticore we saw earlier in the tournament, or a Wormcoil Engine, with plenty of cards in hand to feed the Masticore. If he doesn't redeploy Trinisphere, which it looks like he's not, well, he did put the Masticore in his hand. Now he has to respect Oko, though, as a follow-up threat in addition to just Collector Oof here.
One nice thing about the Masticore is it has protection from multicolored, which, again, you know, in the previous matchup where we saw it, that's not that effective against Swords to Plowshares or whatever it might be. But against this Sultai deck, it actually can come up, and Oko is one of the ways where it can.
It looks like John is going to his end step and talking about discarding the hand size. Oh, no, never mind. He was debating whether or not he would cast the Trinisphere. Oh, wow. Orcish Bowmasters in response from Steven. Look at the patience that Steven had to wade through
Amazing
all
patience.
of that.
I mean, we're talking about a player who's played one spell this game, who made his choice of what to do on this turn cycle and how to spend his mana. He made that choice like minutes ago, like 6 or 7 minutes ago on the clock. And he was just sitting there waiting for this moment where the Trinisphere was back in Jonathan's hand, where the Urza's Saga had been wastelanded, where Jonathan took his time walk turn, and now he's picking his spot. He's pulling the trigger on his one most meaningful action that he can take and resolving Orcish Bowmasters.
Wow. He drew Mental Misstep for the turn, which I will be surprised if it's relevant at any point in it for the rest of this game. Maybe as a pitch to Force of Will. But he also has a fetch land, which is key for the long-term utility of this Deathrite Shaman. He has the Oko in question. And he knows the Masticore is in hand for John.
Yeah, Oko happens. You have to exile land there, right? You already got mine. Yeah, I'll get it.
He also knows what you know, which is that Oko can't elk that Masticore.
Oko good. Chose.
But Oko is still an incredibly powerful permanent to have in play. And Steven is diversifying his threats. He can, there it is, he can make the Masticore more difficult to cast by elking the, there it is, elking the Mana Crypt. Now John's back down to 4 mana showing.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense if you just think that you're not realistically going to beat the Masticore, that you have to take the one possibility that your opponent just can't cast it.
John probably knows also that there's a very real chance that this bug deck can't actually remove an Argentum Masticore. The removal that Steven plays is in the form of Abrupt Decay and Fatal Push, neither of which could target the Masticore, and Oko, which can't target it also. Orcish Bowmasters, which
it's a tough way to
could
do
work,
it.
but that's a tough sell. I mean, in this matchup, Bowmasters has a chance of killing an Argentum Masticore because of the structure of John's game plan. But even if that game plan's working, you're losing. So
Yeah, you're exactly right, Kevin. I've had a look, and Steven does not have a way in his main deck to remove Argentum Masticore. After sideboard, he has Force of Vigor, but it's going to be real tough if that card enters the battlefield.
John, to his credit, looks like he drew an island this turn. So he had the requisite 5 mana. The Masticore is in play. Can we bring up the Argentum Masticore for the benefit of our audience? It's a bit of an obscure one, even by vintage standards. And it plays havoc with Steven's board and game plan in multiple ways.
Just in case we're not able to get that graphic, I'll read the text box. It's 5/5 first strike, protection from multicolored, so that means Oko. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Masticore unless you discard a card. When you discard a card this way, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana value of the discarded card. So to summarize that, Jonathan's going to have the best creature on the battlefield. He's going to destroy Steven's best non-land permanent each turn. And Steven can't target it with Oko. So, he's not dead immediately. He can do things like try to fly over it with Psychic Frog or chump block it for a series of turns with Orcish Bowmasters and the army tokens. But the Masticore is pretty much going to go uncontested and be the most important permanent on the battlefield for the rest of the game.
Steven is making a very clever play here. He just elked his Orc army. It already has a +1/+1 counter on it, so now it's a 4/4. Now, that doesn't trade with a Masticore by itself, but of note, he no longer has an army. And so the next time Orcish Bowmasters triggers, it's going to make a new army. Both of those are going to be monocolored permanents that can tangle with the Masticore. He's given a diversity of threats that Jonathan has to answer, and sure enough, yeah, John has to respect the Orcish Bowmasters now. I think that was a heads-up play by Steven. He's working with limited resources here in terms of answers to the Masticore, as we're saying, but I think that was one path to disrupt this giant creature.
Yeah, good call. Notably, also 4/4 elk is bigger than 3/3 elk, so that takes away an attacker that could have easily threatened the Oko Planeswalker. So I like it, making the best of a pretty tough situation.
Argentum Masticore, it's so funny. As Psychic Frog runs Roughshod over Legacy, Argentum Masticore just doesn't care about the frog. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, another PO from Jonathan. It's so good.
It might actually be sort of like a mercy killing at this point. Like, what I think is going to happen is that Jonathan's going to win this game almost definitely, but it could potentially take many more minutes off the clock. So at this point, I would prefer to see a quick painless death so that the players can get onto game 2 and have enough time to finish the match rather than, the somewhat inevitable result of playing for a long time and then Jonathan winning anyway.
Yeah, good call. Let's see if he got the material to do it. Drew another Mox, finally. After all these draws, he drew a Mox Jet. He got Sol Ring as well. Oh, he finally found a jewel. We're going to see our first jewel of the match. There it is. Of note, Orcish Bowmasters no longer in play. That was part of the reason why Jonathan removed that specific permanent.
Go to 8.
Phyrexian Metamorph. This is part of the core engine of the deck, paying 3 mana to make a new Coveted Jewel. Effectively 0 mana Ancestral Recall, which, as if we weren't broken enough.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'm sure copying Argenta Masticore would likewise get the game over with.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yep.
Or hey, Psychic Frog. I got 14 cards in my hand. What are you gonna do about it?
It looks like Jonathan's holding another Phyrexian Metamorph. Yes. Another 2 life. His life is getting low, but life is a resource, and he's in the driver's seat now. Of note, Steven doesn't have enough cards in his hand to threaten a giant frog hit, even if John was forced to pass the turn. Oh, and there's the last PO. I think, is Steven going to... Oh, he's got Force of Will. He drew Force of Will to go with that mental misstep. But Jonathan has it covered. Let's see if Steven scoops here. It looks like he's not, but he's letting John have his fun. Are you picking up the jewel too? He's not picking up the jewel. He wants to leave that in play so he can make 3 mana copies of it more readily.
Okay, that's smart. Yeah, what you said a moment ago, that the Psychic Frog can't threaten lethal based on Steven's hand size. I mean, even hitting once, it could steal the Coveted Jewels, so...
Well, you know what? You're right. I didn't account for the jewel aspect. Yeah, Jonathan would have to block. That's an important interaction to watch out for. But Steven has seen enough with the final PO settling the deal. That was, that was a dominant game from Jonathan from start to finish, but I really respect Steven's fight there. He took tiny advantages where he could and stayed in it at least. Let's go look at the sideboards. Well, Reed, we've got a wholly different type of interaction going on now than we've had. This is a matchup we haven't seen today, and the sort of thing that we haven't really discussed. What do you see from the bug side?
Well, I see that Jonathan Suarez has got to be really happy that he took the first game, because this is a structurally very tough matchup. We're talking about 4 Collector Oofs backed up by Orcish Bowmasters, Leovold, Hull Breacher, Permission Spells, 2 additional copies of Ether Flux in the sideboard, 2 copies of Force of Vigors. That is a lot of hate for artifacts. And now with Steven getting to be on the play after sideboarding with all these weapons, it might only take 1 or 2 of these heavy hitters before he can really put the squeeze on the Jewel Shops player.
Yeah, and slight correction, that's Energy Flux. Energy Flux.
Yep.
But you're right about the role in the matchup. It can be a serious haymaker for Steven. Steven will be on the play. He's really hoping to get an accelerant of some kind to resolve one of these 2 or 3 mana haymakers on turn 2. Let's switch over to Steven's side of things then. I'm sorry, Jonathan's. Well, we've seen the components of this Jewel Shops deck already earlier today, but we haven't seen it really having to respect creatures as much. Those Dismembers really stand out to me in this sideboard. What else catches your eye?
Yep, you're exactly right. I'm loving Dismember here, just to not be immediately dead to a Collector Oof or a Leovold. And then I would bring in the creatures. If your Paradoxical Outcome Coveted Jewel plan is not going to work very well against all the disruption and the cards that punish you for drawing extra cards, just try dropping a 5 or 6 mana creature that can't be killed and play it like it's modern, right? Tron against Jund or something, and a Wormcoil Engine or a Protection for Multicolored Creature, and maybe that'll be good enough.
All right, let's see how the players chose and how it goes.
I've got lands.
So Steven will be on the play here for game 2. Looks like Jonathan might be selecting 2 cards to bottom. Wait, 3? I really hope he's not down to 4 here. Oh, the 3 on the die in the center of the table suggests that that's what has happened here.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
Jeez,
I'm
that's
gonna
rough.
I'm gonna make the same call I did last time, which is rooting for a mercy killing so that they can quickly get to a game 3. That's going to be hopefully the most competitive one, where they have enough time to finish and reach a natural conclusion. But I've been wrong before, and we've seen players put up good fights from quite significant disadvantages.
Yeah, we certainly have. Oh, wow. Spell Pierce on the turn 1 Grim from Stephen Green here. That has got to really put a serious constraint on Jonathan's hand. You know, Grim Monolith and Ancient Tomb meant he could have come out with a Masticore as soon as next turn, for example. Now, I am skeptical. No land from Steven, though. Not sure if that's good or bad news for Jonathan. He could have Flash, Speed, Orcish Bowmasters, and any number of things here.
You have a land, so you have access to.
Of note, Steven has his colors under him, so he's also representing most of his removal spells as well, including Abrupt Decay.
Nothing match.
Wow. Both players playing on tight resources here. Drago. For those of you watching and thinking, how is this even possible? Vintage is supposed to be the most broken format. Well, oh wow, now we see triple Force of Will in Steven's hand. One of the effects of the metagame in Vintage on deck construction is that decks play just an incredible amount of interaction and are incentivized to reduce mana resources down to the bare minimum. And the net result is sometimes you both get a heavily reactive hand with light mana like this, and you end up with games that go this way.
Ooh, putting him to the test. Holy cow.
That is a painful dismember, but you have to do what you have to do against the frog.
Well, I mean, how tempted are you to just discard 4 cards?
Oh, I don't know if Steven considered it very heavily. He's got quality cards in his hand, though. It's worth noting. Oh, and the Masticore is here. Wow, a couple of turns of Drago, and now we're throwing haymakers. Oh, straight up Force of Vigor from Steven, wasting no time.
I might have been in serious trouble in this game if I had gone all in on my Psychic Frog and then met the Masticore.
Well, now Steven has his frog online. Here's Oko. Doesn't have any targets on Jonathan's side, so it almost certainly made a food. Here's Masticore number 2 and Force of Will number 2. John, I can tell from John's face that there's a light smirk with the raise of the eyebrows there. He didn't expect the next force, but here we are. Also of note, John's down to 9. Dismember plus multiple tappings of Ancient Tomb, and he's hurting. And Steven's in a position to swing for extra with this potentially elked food token. Oh wow, Wasteland. This is really the promise of this bug deck coming out to play here, as you said. The combination of the types of disruption and the advantages that this bug deck has. Granted, yeah, there it is. Granted, both players were on limited resources but that Wasteland really highlights the way that this bug deck wants to navigate this matchup. Well, we saw the Dismember from John and the Masticores, right? So everything we anticipated in the sideboard has been demonstrated already. We didn't get to see the energy flux that game from Steven, but he didn't need it. I'm really looking forward, as you said, to a game where both players are playing a full hand of 7, and we have a game that features both of their strengths going against one another.
Yeah, so the bug deck is thinking, I have so many great powerhouse weapons at the 2 and 3 mana slot that I'm just praying in the post sideboard game where I'm on the draw that I get to reach 2 or 3 mana. You know, the Jewel Shop deck is capable of making a game-winning play on the first turn on the play. Like, that is not a surprise based on the fast mana and the powerful opening potential that this deck has. But if we actually get to turn 3 on even footing, then there's a lot more variables.
All right, let's see how game 3 plays out. Jonathan's on the play for this game. Thinking hard about mulligans. John's body language suggests a mull to 6.
Yeah, but well, it looks like both players mulligan. But look at Jonathan's hand. That is a way to unmulligan. Turn 1, the One Ring backed up by Force of Will. This is exactly what I was talking about. All of the collector oofs and Hull Breachers and energy fluxes in the world can't save you if you never get to get to 3 mana.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a bombastic opening. Jonathan's got the ring. Steven will most likely fight. There it is. John will defend. Yep. Force of Will's traded. Looks like the ring will resolve. And play draw is going to be just enormous in this game because Steven has turn 2 Collector Oof. But by that point, the damage might be done.
Yeah, so Jonathan used 5 of his 6 cards to make this play, and the one that he left is Force of Will. So, you know, in the world where he picks up another blue card in his top 4, you know, then he's going to be ready when the Collector Roof is coming down.
The decision that Steven just made to strip mine is one that I bet you have personally faced many times over. What do you think about that when you're behind on board, that strip mine?
I would take an alternate path if I'm Steven, because like sometimes you do want to just take your shot and say, hey, maybe my opponent's mana screwed, maybe they only have 1 land and I can get them. But there is effectively 0 chance of that working against the One Ring. So I would kind of just hold my breath, let Jonathan bury me in card advantage, and make the whole game about the Collector Oof. We know that wouldn't work because Jonathan's already set up with Force of Will, but we're just talking about, you know, choosing between 2 lines that are both unlikely to work, but wanting to capture as much equity in a bad situation as you can. That's sort of what it's all about.
Yeah, I think your read is correct. The presence of Sol Ring too just makes it so much less likely that you're going to mana screw John. He's got the ring going. Now, the game's not completely out of pocket though, because oh geez, Ancestral Recall. The rich get richer for John here. The Collector Oof is a major catch-up mechanic in this game for Steven. Now we see the Force of Will already in Jonathan's hand. I mean, it's a known factor. But what if Steven draws his own, right? What if his hand is land, oof, force? That Masticore, though, that really covers John's bases now.
Yeah, there's an old school...
Oh, Force of Vigor.
Oh, okay, nice. There's an old school concept in classical Magic theory. Like if you were to read the textbook on Magic, it's called virtual card advantage. So we all know that Ancestral Recall is 3 for 1 card advantage. You just basically count them up. But virtual card advantage means that if you have Collector Oof shutting down a huge swath of your opponent's deck, it's a way to catch up even if you're behind on other metrics in the game, but not to be in this case.
Okay. Well, congratulations to John Suarez. He was able to take it home, wrap things up with that Force of Will protected Argentum Masticore, and Steven just didn't have the tools with which to take it back. So that brings us to the end of round 3 today. We are going to, we're not going to have a backup match of this round because we're going to skip ahead in time in order to catch up with the event. They're making good time. And so we're going to take a break and we're going to come straight back and we'll have our next feature match on tap for you. So stay tuned. Welcome back to round 4 of North American Vintage Champs. And Reed, have we got a treat for our audience now? We are going to a highly unusual matchup, and we've got a little something old and a little something new. So let's get straight into the deck list first, starting with Iman Motamed's Oath list. You see on the left, Iman Motamed, Oath of Druids. Andrew Frank on the right, Mono Red Stompy. We're going to talk about Stompy in a sec. Let's talk Oath first. So, Reed, this Oath list is a fairly known quantity in Vintage. What do you see here?
Yeah, known quantity, sort of one of the pillars of Vintage, for many, many years at this point, and one of the decks that I tend to think of as a major player specifically at the tabletop Vintage Championships. But yeah, this deck is using Oath of Druids and Forbidden Orchard in addition to Show and Tell to just power out Atraxa Grand Unifier and win in any number of ways from there.
Well, and it always tends to be overrepresented and sometimes overperform at Vintage Champs. We've seen some really strong performances of Oath in the past couple of years. But it's going to have a tricky matchup against Mono Red Prison. Let's take a look. Now, this deck might be more familiar to our Legacy audience because it looks an awful lot like what we're used to on the Legacy side. What do you make of this list and how it applies to Vintage?
Yes, so Mono Red Stompy, very much not a pillar of Vintage. This is not one we expected to see in great numbers, or, frankly, in the 3-0 bracket is really, really nice early performance from Andrew here. But this deck uses fast mana, but it's more powered by Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, Simian Spirit Guide, and it's looking to lead off with one or two disruptive pieces, so like Vexing Bauble, Trinisphere, Chalice of the Void are going to be familiar, but also the full 4 main deck Null Rod and the full 8 main deck Blood Moon, 4 Magus the Moon, 4 Blood Moon. So if you get both of those cards on the battlefield, Null Rod and Blood Moon, that's basically lights out for almost any deck in Vintage, shutting off all colored mana sources and depriving them of the ability to play spells. Past that, you have hard-hitting threats that get the game over with very, very quickly. Those are Broadside Bombardiers, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and notably Pyrogoyf, in addition to a few others. But the other thing that I really want to highlight about this deck is this meets the budget prize criteria. So can you tell us how that works, Kevin?
Yeah, for review, if you've been watching the slides and remember the pre-show, no Power 9 and none of the big heavy hitter lands, Bazaar, Workshop, Library of Alexandria. This deck eschews all of those in favor of, well, you got your 1 Mana Crypt and your 1 Lotus Petal, and then for a full set of Chrome Box. That plus the Sol lands, the Ancient Tomb and the City of Traders, forms the accelerants package for this deck. But otherwise, this player is in the pole position for the budget prize at this point, to my eyes.
Yeah, totally. So if you're going for the budget prize, I mean, it's nothing stopping you. Andrew's making a good run at top 8, and possibly earning one of the main prizes as well. But if your goal is to get the budget prize, you don't have to beat every opponent who comes at you. You more just have to win your fair share. And if Andrew can finish this tournament, say 6-3 after 9 rounds, he's going to get himself a pretty nice payday.
Now, we could talk forever about the intricacies of the Oath matchup, especially against a creature-based deck like this, but let's just say that Andrew has the tools to win, but it could be an uphill climb. That's my read on the situation. Let's go down to the match. Looks like players have resolved mulligans. I think they're ready to go. We will see who is on the play here in a moment. While we do see that, Reed, when you look at the main decks for Mono Red, there is simply no way to remove a resolved Oath of Druids. So what from Andrew's seat is your primary plan?
Well, that's a great point, because on the one hand, Andrew can take away the ability of Forbidden Orchard to power Oath of Druids. On the other hand, he's just playing a creature strategy. So the card Oath of Druids is really, really powerful and effective against him, even absent Forbidden Orchard. So I think this is structurally going to be a tough matchup for Andrew, and he's really just looking to capitalize on his explosive potential and his ability to steal games and kind of prevent the opponent from being able to cast spells. So he's off to a good start here with turn 1 Vexing Bauble on the play. And now Magus of the Moon is going to force Iman to fetch. His only basic land is an island, not a forest. So he could be cut on green mana, with no dual lands and no Moxen available.
Is it just me, or does this pair of permanents at face value entirely prevent Iman from producing green mana?
That is accurate. So with no ability to remove either of them, Iman is going to have to instead focus on his show and tell plan instead of his Oath of Druids plan.
Yeah. Well, Ancestral in Response is certainly one way to get there. Mages of the Moon means that, plus the Bauble, of course, means that Show and Tell can't be accelerated out here on turn 2. But the notion of a turn 3 Show and Tell is something that Andrew must respect. I guess I misspoke slightly. This Oath deck does include Mana Crypt, but no Sol Ring. So without Sol Ring, yeah, you simply cannot accelerate out the Show and Tell this turn. But next turn it will probably be sufficient. Andrew doesn't have the tools. Oh, and he's passing even with no play. He doesn't have the tools to kill quickly, even though it's a deck full of creatures. Let's see if Iman got the tools. He spun the top on the end step. He has the third land. This looks like it. There it is. Show and Tell. Now, Andrew could put in a reasonable creature here, but Iman's choice will most likely be unreasonable. And there she is. In case you're not familiar, that's Atraxa Grand Unifier. Iman is going to reveal the top 10 cards and put one of each card type into his hand. Wow. That is a reduced selection, I might point out.
Yeah, with the dynamic of this matchup, I think it's just the 7/7 lifelinker is basically what we're looking at here. And Iman doesn't really need to restock his hand.
Of note, Tinker is primarily a path to Bolas' Citadel. In fact, in Game 1, that's basically all you're ever doing with it. Game 2, that can change, but Bolas' Citadel is disabled by the Vexing Bauble, so Tinker is...
great point, yeah.
Yeah, Tinker is not really a useful tool here. But as you said, 7/7 lifelink, and the fact that Andrew did not put a creature into play via Show and Tell, that could be the whole story of the whole game. Mox Jet countered by Vexing Bauble, as was always going to be the case, I think.
Andrew's main decision point here was he could have cracked the Vexing Bauble in response to Show and Tell, but I think wisely elected not to because it is stopping Iman from deploying his cards post Atraxa. But as I said, it's just a 7/7 flying that's going to win the game at this point, regardless of any more cards that are put on the stack.
And in addition to all of that, Andrew has unfortunately drawn 2 cards that Vexing Bauble stops. In the meantime, although those cards, those are Chrome Mox and Mana Crypt, they were not going to be helpful to begin with. And here we see one of the primary tensions of the Vintage format and decks that are ostensibly budget would run into consistently, which is this kind of overwhelming leaning in on mana disruption that Mono Red is doing here, and quite successfully, coming up against the raw power of so many different Vintage archetypes. Show and Tell is the sort of card that just breaks the rules of the game.
The way Andrew has structured his deck, he's not really designed to battle back from this position. He's just willing to wager his whole game on the first 2 turns and making sure that these plays never happen in the first place. This time it didn't work. Iman had his basic island and his Show and Tell, and it's a tough matchup, and that's that. But, in presumably 6 games so far, it has worked that Andrew has been able to deploy one of these disruptive permanents and stop the opponent from enacting their own game plan.
Interesting that Iman is tinkering for Citadel here anyway in the face of Vexing Bauble. I'm not sure what his plan is here. Maybe he has an answer to the Bauble, although I can't think of what that is offhand. Or maybe he's just getting information about the top of his deck. I find it curious. I'm certainly hoping he understands the interaction. If he doesn't, he's going to find out as soon as he announces a spell. I'm presuming he does, though. And ultimately, Atraxa puts him so far ahead that it's not going to matter.
Very solid sensing of that one. There you go.
All right.
Respect to Andrew for playing out this game, even though he is catastrophically behind.
Nice.
I guess Bolas's Citadel does give you land drops from the top, even in the face of the bauble, so it has some value. And they scoop them up.
I did Iman.
Well, let's move over to the sideboards and see what we think.
No, it actually wasn't. Your deck can do that.
Question number 1, the question of the day. What is Andrew's plan against Oath? What do you see?
I see structurally a tough matchup. He can try to address every angle one at a time, like Grafdigger's Cage against Oath of Druids, Pyroblast against Show and Tell, and that's probably what he's going to have to do. But it's like, you know, you're trying to plug holes in a sieve or something like that, where, like, you know, you go okay, I got my Grafdigger's Cage against the Oath, but then they go for the basic Island Show and Tell plan, and it's just going to be really tough to cover everything all at once. But, you know, Andrew's deck is fast and explosive and punishing, so it might play out that he only needs to cover the right angle in each particular game. And it's going to be all about just trying to steal it, you know, cut Iman's angles using the disruptive permanents, and then have that well-placed Pyroblast at the key moment, and that might be good enough.
In addition to that, worth noting, we glazed over it in the pregame, but Caracas there up in the upper right in the main deck of Andrew's list, that does provide some relief against Show and Tell. A little less so against Oath, because Oath is a recurring source of Atraxas, and this particular Oath list has Gaia's Blessing, so it can continue to churn them out. But that is some relief, and if he's going to win, Caracas could be a pivotal part of that.
Yeah, he would have to also not be on a Blood Moon plan in that particular game, but it's true that it is something.
You'd have to have a clock
Coil
going.
Serpent has protection from multicolored, but I really think Andrew should focus on trying to maximize his equity in the games that Atraxa does not hit the battlefield, rather than trying to battle back in the games where it does.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but a Stone Coil Serpent, even a tiny one, can block an Atraxa indefinitely, right?
This is true. Yep.
Yeah. So there's something to be said there. I would expect that he'll bring that in, and that's probably what this card is for, at least in part. Let's switch over to the Oath list. Now, as you said, structurally difficult matchup for Mono Red, and what that translates into is that Iman is just advantaged from the start. He could, to my eyes, barely even sideboard. But if you were in his position, what would you choose?
I would certainly look for that Portal to Phyrexia, potentially the Sarah's Emissary too, because if there are some corner case countermeasures like Caracas or Pyroblast on an Atraxa, the Sarah's Emissary is somewhat foolproof. So I would look at diversifying my top end threats by bringing in those two, maybe cutting the Bolas's Citadel, and then I would focus on just trying to not get punked out, so to speak. So, like, maybe you're bringing in Consigned to Memory to counter a Null Rod. Maybe you're bringing in Mindbreak Trap to stop the most explosive turn one draws. Maybe you're bringing in Abrupt Decay to kill a troublesome permanent. And none of these are great, but it's just about, like, as you said, Kevin, I'm structurally advantaged when the game begins. If I can do my thing, I'm going to win. So let me use my supporting cast of characters to reduce the chances that something's going to go horribly wrong.
Yeah, and I think you can get those, you can round those edges by shaving cards from the main deck that aren't maximized in this matchup. The Fluster Storms and the Mental Misstep kind of stand out to me as having very few targets.
Totally.
Even though there are Pyroblasts, but those seem like the weaker points. But otherwise, I think your strategy stands, and I'm predicting we'll see Iman feel that same way. Let's go down to the table. Looks like players are already into turn 1. Okay, mulligans are complete. Ancient Tomb into what for Andrew? Sol Ring.
Ooh, Trinisphere maybe?
That's fine.
Could still have a follow-up Chrome Mox too.
Yeah,
Let's
or
see.
Simian Spirit Guide.
This is the kind of opening... Oh, he does have Simian Spirit Guide. This is the kind of opening that this mono-red deck really enjoys. There's Simian Spirit Guide. He's got Fable. And what's the third card? I can't quite make it out yet.
So this would be amazing to have a turn 1 potent threat with Pyroblast backup, but unfortunately he's a little bit bottlenecked in terms of red mana, so he can't use the Pyroblast as a protection card right now.
Still, turn 1 Moonman on the play. Highly disruptive. But Iman passes the force check. Note that he pitched a show and tell there. Could portend some limitations in the mid-game. That's about as strong as Andrew's opening can be within reason. Like you said, he could have had access to another red mana for the Pyroblast too. Iman did not play Oath of Druids though, which Andrew must be grateful for. Ooh. Here's a tactic we haven't talked about yet. Chalice on 2.
Love it. Oh, it's so good. So that can stop Oath of Druids, of course. It can stop Flash. Can't stop Abrupt Decay. That would be the icing on the cake if it could, but Abrupt Decay is uncounterable.
So no spells on 2 or 3 for Iman. Remember what I said about pitching that show and tell? Let's see what's in his hand, because my read is that he is having trouble enacting his primary plan. He might have a very reactive hand or one that just does not line up well.
Yeah, with no information about what is in his hand, I'll say that, you know, if I'm on the draw against this mono red deck, if I have mana and a Force of Will and a blue card, I'm keeping almost regardless of what else is going on. So there is certainly like a range of hands that Iman could have where he just doesn't have a lot of action. His first couple draw steps didn't go well. But here we go. Vampiric Tutor is helpful. You can navigate around the Chalice of the Void. What we're seeing from Andrew's side was that really nice opening explosive turn, but having just the single shot red mana, and when his first threat was met by Force of Will, he couldn't really keep his foot on the gas.
It will be very instructive to see what Iman selects here. He moves Ancestral Recall to the top. Always a good decision.
Oh, so he actually does have Abrupt Decay, which means he can kill the Chalice if he needs to, but he has decided he hasn't needed to yet.
So he could have crafted a multi-turn plan with Oath of Druids, but he's going for the value.
Yeah, notably also missing Forbidden Orchard for Oath, so I think going for the values is totally a-okay here.
Ancestral resolves. He found Time Walk, which can't survive a Chalice trigger right now. Multiple Abrupt Decays. Now he has Orchard also.
Yep, so we're potentially one Oath away from Andrew being in big trouble.
Andrew really needs to find a red source very badly. Atraxa drawn for Iman.
We're also 2 mana sources away from Andrew being in big trouble.
That's right. Atraxa is the sort of spell that you can simply cast. Ah, Chrome Mox. Iman does
Iman
not have.
could respond to the imprint here if you wanted.
Would you? If you were in his shoes right
I
now?
don't usually play that way personally. Like I think I would more focus on using the abrupt decays to take out the threats and not try to mana screw my opponent, but it is certainly a valid approach that one could take.
Looks like he agrees with you, pooling green mana in response to Magus of the Moon. That plus Mox Jet is Abrupt Decay on Magus. There's there's an invisible Chalice trigger on top of the stack right now. Not going to amount to anything, I think.
We're in main phase 2.
We're in main phase 2? Yep. I'll float a red. This dies. Play favor.
Oh, I love this from Andrew because the Magus actually hit the battlefield. He's getting to get a one-shot use of Ancient Tomb becoming Mountain, and he actually succeeds in resolving Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Not
Quality
bad.
play on Andrew's part. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, obviously a multi-format all-star, and it's still quite good here in Vintage. Doesn't have quite as many top decks that it participates in, but still relevant. Oh, and right on cue, Iman just top decked Atraxa into Show and Tell. Look at that.
Well,
10 cards, a greater diversity of card types this time, including Planeswalker now.
This game might actually continue for a little while because we know right from that opening hand that Andrew is ready with Pyroblast to destroy the 7/7, but this is the thing that we know about Atraxa is once it resolves, the damage is kind of done, and even if the creature is killed, Iman's gonna have such a stacked hand that...
Is this, in contrast to the last Atraxa we saw, is this the maximum amount of cards that Atraxa is able to generate in this archetype? I think it is.
Instant, sorcery, land, planeswalker, artifact. No enchantment, I think we're missing.
Oh, we're missing. He didn't get another Oath of Druids, but still, this is incredible value. Of note, the keeping of cards is optional, and you'll see that Iman is not selecting Portal to Phyrexia here. He's tactically leaving it in his library, even though it is a legal choice. And that's because his primary plan is to tinker that card into play rather than pay 9 mana for it.
Play land for turn.
Still, that was a devastating sequence of draws and then sequence of Atraxa cards. So long as Iman can protect Atraxa from this Pyroblast upcoming, the game will likely be over. We'll see what Andrew draws, though. If he pulls Karakas off the top this turn, we will continue playing. One good top deck deserves another. And of note, he has more than one top deck now that I mention it, because he's got Fable going up to Chapter 2.
And, you know, let's keep perspective. Even if we get the assumed result here of Iman and his Oath of Druids deck winning, both players are going to be having a great tournament. You know, Iman is going to be 4-0 with one of the premier archetypes, making a run for top 8. And Andrew is still going to be 3-1, doing it his own way, on track for the budget prizes, probably only needs to get 6, maybe even 5 wins to have a significant payday off of that budget criteria. So, you know, just huge props to both players. And Andrew experiencing probably his toughest matchup in the field here and not having, you know, those explosive openings that he really needed. But I say keep going, man.
Well put. Unfortunately, Oko comes down and elks his Chrome Mox, denying him a red source. He can manufacture another red source thanks to attacking with that goblin into Atraxa. It's an ugly play, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Ironically, he drew a red source in Simian Spirit Guide. He probably sees that line. He still kept the Pyroblast in hand. Now he has 2 targets for it, though, and doubly challenging.
Not busted at all.
Now, is it true that there's a known force of negation taken off that Atraxa?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Andrew knows about the force.
Sure.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. You know, on the board, you want to attack both creatures at Oko and then use the Pyroblast on the Atraxa, but you just know that it's going to get countered and you're going to have your creature blocked by a 7/7 lifelink.
Yep, that looks to be exactly what is happening. We can't quite tell who attracts the block. You have to presume it's the... Well, I'm not going to assume it's the elk. He might value the treasure-generating token as well.
I'll sack the treasure for a red to Pyroblast Oko.
Interesting. Pyroblast on Oko in the middle of combat here.
One card in your hand? Any
So
color
the reason to go after Oko instead of Atraxa, in my mind, is just like, if you know you're going to lose, you can just make a weird play and hope that something weird happens. So if you target the Atraxa, you're 100% that your spell is going to get countered.
Oh, wow. Check
But
this out.
yeah, I mean, this is a cool way to do it too.
So they'll trade.
Okay, so
You gain 2.
So
yep, that's 16.
I'm trying to think. Dismember renders Atraxa a 2/2, and judging by the way things played out, it looks like Atraxa had blocked the goblin. So it's not a... I mean, it's still a difficult situation, but it looks like that interaction went the way Andrew anticipated it would.
Yeah, also, I mean, I would not have thought of Dismember coming in this matchup, so Andrew is planning for situations that, you know, were beyond my grasp going in.
So it's no longer a chance. So 4.
It looks like Andrew is now in possession of an elk with 2 charge counters on it. So that's fun. I'm not certain they're charge counters, actually.
2 drops, correct?
I was just taking a guess there.
Yeah, it just has. It still has charge.
I'm going to enter it. Let's see. Oh, it is charge counters. I was right. My memory
Right.
did not fail me there. An Elk of the Void. You know, it wouldn't be a vintage champs if an elk of an expensive card wasn't swinging in for damage. Here is Oath of Druids, no longer countered by the recently elked Chalice.
Give you got.
Another Spirit for Andrew off of Forbidden Orchard.
Time off.
And Time Walk. Now, despite all the clever play and interactions from Andrew, still being overpowered by the suite of cards that Atraxa provided earlier. And Abrupt Decay on Fable.
Priority plus.
Yeah, so really nice spot him on. Like, we saw that he picked up that Time Walk very early in the game and just picked his spot. He answered the Chalice incidentally without having to spend an Abrupt Decay on it. Now he's doing exactly what you should do in a perfect world with Time Walk, which is pair it with a sticky threat that's going to give you value. So Oath plus Time Walk. You know, instead of Time Walk nothing, it's Oath plus Time Walk. Now I get to use my Time Walk turn to deadly efficacy with the Atraxa hitting the battlefield.
Atraxa number 2 is revealing 10 cards. A backup Oko, Demonic Tutor. He could take Atraxa number 3, but I anticipate that he won't. Oh, no. Turns out Tinker is the order of the day, not Demonic Tutor. Mox Ruby, food for the Tinker. He has yet to select a land. There we go. No instance in there this time, looks like.
No cards, right?
Still good value.
Give me a good dice for it.
Now Iman has access to Tinker for Portal to Phyrexia,
So you have 5 cards.
or Phyrexian Portal, and that would sweep up.
Portal to Phyrexia would be an old school one.
That's right. That would not be the right choice, but I would applaud it. Although he's not really incentivized to make that play because he's doing what Oath is intended to do, which is keep your opponent with some modest creatures in play, frequently elks, and then just fly over them with Atraxa. We'll see how he feels about it, though. Andrew does have 4 creatures in play, so Portal would not undo the Oath plan. It would still be acceptable.
+1. Okay. So you go to 7.
As between Oko and Forbidden Orchard, he can keep Andrew with more creatures than
You
he
went to
has.
5. You took 4, so you should have gone to 1. You elked, and you should be at 2.
So
It goes to 4.
Seems like players are discussing the proper loyalty amount for Oko. The 2 different pluses resulting in 2 different outcomes. Tinker sacrificing the food that Oko just created. This is where Portal to Phyrexia. Arrives. Andrew is left with a difficult choice here. Which creature to keep,
I'm at 16. What are you at?
I'm at
which elk to keep,
I read
or
that.
over.
This portal is ours.
Yeah, it's just kind of embarrassment of riches here. Keeping in mind that this is already a time walk turn, so it's already, you know, above and beyond what you expect a player to have.
Yep. But good maximization of resources on Iman's part here. Navigating through a handful of challenging threats in an unusual matchup. Iman wanted to attack there. Andrew correctly pointing out that's the Atraxa that just entered play this turn. It's probably not going to amount to much, but we must abide by the rules.
Confirming number of creatures, so Andrew does have 1 elk, which means creatures are equalized and he can't oath.
Is this game 2 still?
Yep.
Andrew is making the correct play and attacking here. It's, again, not going to be a serious difference maker, but it is the right thing to do. Iman cannot profitably block because then it completely disables his access to Oath of Druids. He wants to
Doesn't look
retain
like
that.
he grabbed anything with the portal, presumably for the same reason.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got enough material and tools on board and in hand to the end of this game as it stands. Doesn't want to disrupt his direct access to Oath. Creates a food with Oko, and we'll see if any of Andrew's draw steps are impactful. The irony is that Caracas here would still be fairly impactful, just not enough. Oko dies to the elk damage.
Upkeep true.
A fairly fitting end to Oko.
I'm a graveyard. I'm such a noob.
Doesn't happen often enough, in my opinion. Right? Oko deserves more comeuppance than he gets.
Yeah, he sure does. Okay, so this is a best of both worlds play from Iman, just legend ruling Atraxa to get the trigger, but not actually add any creatures to the battlefield in the long term.
Yep. This is just straight up draw a few cards in your upkeep for little to no cost. If you're doing this at home, Iman is not doing this technically correct. One of those Atraxas must be in the graveyard right now. They're not allowed to sit in play while their trigger resolves.
True.
You're meant to do the legend rule selection first and then resolve this trigger. It won't amount to anything, but it's worth noting that that's the right way to do it. These modern Oath decks have become such monsters of power, the intersection of power and value, that this kind of play is, again, it's not going to be the difference maker in this game. But imagine if this game was closer. All these resources he would be getting from just this one trigger right here.
Yep. And, what we did see come up is the backup plans. Like in game number 1, Andrew totally and permanently shut off Iman's ability to ever put Oath of Druids onto the battlefield. But didn't matter because then he went for, show and tell, and that was good enough.
Andrew plays his last-ditch effort is a dismember intended to save some life, but it was not enough. Congratulations to Iman. Quality victory with Oath, overcoming multiple unusual and interesting challenges.
All right, Kevin, so why don't we tell everyone what they can expect from the rest of the weekend here?
So this is the last round that Reed and I will be doing in Vintage today. Although Reed, you'll be back later, and I'll be back for the top 8. What we can expect is 5 more rounds of Vintage, and our peers in the casting booth will take over for us. That will be Corey and Ely for the rest of today. And then you'll see us back together on Saturday. I'm sorry, us back individually on Saturday or Sunday. Reed, you're doing Legacy tomorrow, right?
Yep, Legacy Champs tomorrow, and then for the Vintage Top 8 on Sunday, you're going to have your normal booth partner back, Stephen Menendian. I'm looking forward to just being a fan and watching that from home while I take my break, and it's just going to be a great weekend of Magic. So, Kevin, thank you for 4 awesome rounds. This was great fun. I'm glad I got to participate in the Vintage at least a little bit, even though my main thing is going to be Legacy this weekend. But just good Magic to be played, good Magic to be watched, and tons of fun.
Awesome. I couldn't have said it better myself. The honor has been mine, Reed. And for all of you watching, hang out because new casters, same old Vintage coming up right after this. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Eternal Weekend featuring the Vintage Champs. My name is Corey Baumeister, and today I am joined by the best Magic player I know. It's none other than Ely Cassis. Ely, how you doing, and what are you looking forward to on the back half of this tournament?
Dude, I'm doing great. I'm on this side of the booth with the Corey Baumeister. What more could I ask for? I'm so excited. I know, right? But no, for real, it's super exciting to be on this side of it. Plus, I get to watch vintage. This is going to take me back to my childhood, playing Magic in the 90s, seeing Power 9 hitting the felt. Yes.
Hey, I feel you. I was just learning to walk in the 90s, but, you know, there might be a small age gap for us here that I'll make sure to keep pointing out throughout the broadcast here. But speaking of the broadcast, everyone, let's take a look at the schedule that we're going to be seeing here for the rest of the tournament. We'll get that graphic up here. All right, so the schedule today, we are in Friday. We started this broadcast at 12 p.m. Eastern time. It is all vintage. So if you're looking forward to casting Black Lotuses, Soul Ring, all that stuff, don't go anywhere, as that's going to be what's going on for the rest of the day. And then tomorrow, we're going to be starting it off with the Legacy Champs at 12 p.m. Eastern as well. And we're not going to be completing the Vintage Champs here. All the players that make it to the elimination rounds will be playing on Sunday here, the Vintage Champs, along with the Legacy Champs. Will be finishing their top 8s on Sunday, as well as the final bit of Swiss for Legacy Champs. So let's take a look at what these players are playing for. The cold hard cash. Ely, walk us through this.
Sure. First place prize, obviously the coveted one everybody's going for, $5,000 cash prizes. And then obviously it goes down from there, 25 for 2, 1250, third and fourth, but it goes all the way down to the top 64. So a lot of players, they're going to stay in when they're not in contention for top 8. And here's the real kicker, though. It's that top 32 get the promo Tinker. That's like the coveted thing. These foil promo cards that are usually very like selectly distributed. So there's usually less than 100 copies in the whole world. And they always pick something that's really cool. This one, obviously, vintage specific, being Tinker. Oh, was that an EDH one too?
I don't know, but it looks awesome. That's
Yeah.
for sure. I would think it is more than likely just vintage, as I think we'll see a Tinker or 2 cast. That's for sure. So that's not the only prizes, though. We have some other really cool prizes that's pretty unique to this event. These are the budget prizes, and you get a ton of credit here. If your decks do not include any Power 9, Bazaar of Baghdad, Mistress Workshop, or Libraries of Alexandria, Ely, if you were playing... would you still be playing those cards in your deck if you were playing, or would you be going for this?
Well, I mean, it's not like me to strike it for the budget prize, but this is actually a really sweet budget prize. Like, if you don't have a lot of competition in this category, you could almost safely say you're probably locked to get one of these, especially if you're playing a deck like the one we just saw on screen, the red stompy type of deck. I mean, Blood Moon just steals a bunch of wins. You need to go like maybe 50-50 to actually get maybe even first on the budget prize. It's a pretty sweet get, but I do find it hilarious that Library of Alexandria is on this budget deck restriction list.
Yeah, that is pretty strange. And then I guess if you win one of these prizes, you can then start buying some Power 9. I think that's the whole goal for this. So, all right, let's get ready to get into the match. I know I want to start watching some vintage here. Ely, are you down?
Oh yeah, definitely. Bring it on.
Okay, let's start taking a look at these deck lists here for our round 5 feature match. All right, these are our players here. We have John on the left. We have Dusty on the right. Mono White Initiative from John, and Esper Luris Control here from Dusty. Any idea of how this matchup plays out? Anyone you think is favored, Ely?
Yeah, I think the initiative decks are really strong against a lot of like the mid-range Esper or Grixis types of decks. They're meant to prey on them. All of the threats they're deploying are meant to be just a little bit better, gaining the initiative, disrupting what the other person's doing, and then not really focusing much else except for like attack and win. Usually we find that the other decks can sometimes go over the top, like say they have a fast start and they're on the play and they pull off like a Tinker into whatever their Tinker target is. Those can sometimes be like this way of like getting way ahead and not falling behind. But white has all these different answers to it. Like not only are they playing swords, but they also have the Chancellor of the Annex to make things like harder to pull off on turn 1. And then if they're on the play, either they're going to have like a Chalice or a Vexing Bauble or an Archon. Just so much disruption. And then after that, they can Caracas back threats, Wasteland stuff. So their disruption is never ending. So you really have to like pull far ahead quick, and that's just pretty hard to do. So I put initiative ahead certainly in game 1, and then game 2 and 3 can kind of depend on how ready for the matchup people are. So with Esper Luris here with Dusty's deck, it's pretty stock according to like how people have been building Esper, except we see a couple of different innovations. Some of the cards that are normally in the sideboard of this deck, Dusty has in the main, so Consign to Memory being one of the key ones. That's not what I'm used to seeing in the main. And then 4 Swords to Plowshares. So some people end up skimping on them and going with a diversity of other cards. Dusty looks like they went all in with the swords, and I think that's going to really help them in this matchup. So if they have that as a key card, and then they stick like an early Bowmaster or a Frog, maybe steal initiative, and then have some counter backup, then maybe Dusty has some game. But I still think I'd prefer to be on the initiative side of this. So, yeah, I'm having the same issue. Sure, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to get to that game now.
All right, ready? Pre-game effects. Sure.
I'm pumped every time I see a Lotus. Like if I hear about like one of those 93, 94 drafts or like anything like the Cube draft that just happened in Vegas where a Lotus can happen, I'm almost like extra psyched to go. Like get me in the ring here. So this is interesting. So John would have revealed Chancellor, right? And then Dusty played Lotus with a fetch out and just let the Lotus get countered to like nullify the Chancellor ability, rather than cracking the fetch and paying for it. So I'm kind of surprised that we didn't want to keep the Lotus out. I don't, not necessarily. See, the thing is, Dusty could be thinking, if I can only grab a fetch, I mean a duel rather, then I'm exposed to a Wasteland, which I know my opponent's running 4 of. So it could be that they're trying to like play around a Wasteland and let the disposable Lotus go away. But I'm also surprised that they didn't have something to deploy on turn 1. So that's where I would have been hoping to be, especially in this matchup. That Spell Pierce, that's really good because Initiative often plays exactly what they need to deploy a threat early, trying to sometimes sneak it in with Cavern too. So if you counter the white source, sometimes they can get stuck because they actually don't run a ton of white sources. Their goal is to have maybe 1 and sometimes 2, so Spell Pierce here could actually be quite clutch.
Lotus feels really, really brutal, I must say. It just feels
like,
wrong.
Just like 10, 20 grand down the toilet. Nobody.
Yeah, exactly. Just get it out of there. So then Wasteland comes and destroys the land and passes back to Dusty, and just land goes. So nothing too crazy happening so far.
This used to be a thing that happened in Vintage a lot more, where it was like attrition of early mana sources, and then it was like a stalemate to see who drew out of it faster. It was more commonly a thing in Legacy with Delver Mirrors.
Okay.
They'd be like keeping a 1-lander and each have a Wasteland, and then both players might get stuck or one player might not and just pull way ahead. So I feel like this is a similar circumstance. Wow, Leonin Arbiter could be really, really good here if that's
Absolutely.
And it looks like it did. So what that does is say, all right, fetches from now on are not even land top decks anymore for the Esper Luris player. It even shuts down the Urza Saga fetch ability unless they pay 2.
Yeah, so, sure. The other land Dusty has there, is that a fetch land as well? Did we not crack that?
No.
Okay,
that's
gotcha. Alternate arts here. Definitely throwing me off. But yeah, Leonin Arbiter seems amazing here. A creature that's just played really well in any kind of Death and Taxes style list. And I believe we just saw a Black Lotus off the top. So let's see if John can piece anything together with the incredibly powerful mana acceleration here. And I think it was just a Chancellor in hand, right?
Yeah, I think we kind of see a land in John's hand and maybe another Chancellor. So it looks like they're probably one more mana source drawn away from getting there. I'm kind of surprised we didn't play the plains if that's all it
Yeah.
was. Like I'm fine with my opponent using the strip mine because at least that's one less mana source they have. So like now maybe they can't activate Urza's Saga. I kind of already theorized that maybe Dusty was light on lands because they cracked the bobble knowing that they're going to use the Saga to make constructs rather than having larger constructs. It looks like they were trying to dig to something which presumably is land.
Yeah,
So let's see.
I definitely would
here.
have played that plains as well. Just if you top deck another land and Dusty isn't incentivized to blow it up right away, you get to cast a gigantic threat, which I can imagine the Chancellor of Annex doesn't really get cast that often, but it's still a creature that attacks.
When it does. Ooh, when it does. Man, it is brutal.
So just another Leon Arbiter here to get the good old 2-2 beats going. But as it stands now, Dusty can always make a construct now, make a construct next turn. Won't be able to pay, like you were saying, for Saga's Chapter 3. But if anything, that's 2 2/2s, and you can just trade away straight away.
Well, I'm kind of surprised rather than making a construct here that we didn't pay 2 to search out like a key mana source. But I guess we didn't pay 4.
That's what I was wondering is, do they stack like that, or is it, yeah.
They do stack like that. For a long time, too, they were pretty punishing to use on Magic Online because you would crack your fetch. There wouldn't be an option to pay 2. You would have to know to preemptively click on the creature.
Isn't that fun?
So that can be...
I love those kind of gotcha moments. That's just what it's all about. So Ancestral Recall there for Dusty to be able to refuel a little bit. And I mean, that's just the swinging nature of Vintage, I feel like. Just all of a sudden, you draw a card like Recall, you draw something like Black Lotus, and the tides just sway so fast. I absolutely love Vintage.
This is actually a key point, like where John has to decide how to attack. You attack with both 2/2s and they just double trade. That's not good. But you attack with 1 2/2. There isn't like a profitable more than 1 for 1 trade. After that, the other construct shrinks to a 1/1. Then you have future attacks with your 2/2 unimpeded. So it's kind of like an interesting spot. But it looks like we're choosing not to attack at all to make everything cost 4 additional, which also an interesting play. Now that we've landed the huge flyer, I can totally see that as an option. There's not as much need to push, but here we see a sword.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Swords to Plowshard, you know, coming down, you were saying in our intro, there's 4 of this incredibly powerful removal spell for this matchup. So a card like Chancellor just doesn't look that threatening anymore when you have so many effective answers.
And now we see ourselves in a situation where the single Arbiter attack last turn would have led to being able to pressure more right now.
But even... Sorry to interrupt you. Even the more pressure in air quotes, it's like just 2 damage. You know, I mean, of course, Vintage can be won by just attacking with these creatures after you're attritioned out, but it wouldn't be the fastest clock. But at some point, you got to kind of go for that, I would think, right?
Well, I think we've already seen like 2 turns have already passed, right? So that's already at 11, and now like Archon would have been a much quicker clock as well. And you can sort of stack a lot of these things that happen over the course of many turns because initiative can be kind of like that, where you nip and nip and nip and nip, and then you're there. It's just hard to stop the nipping out of that deck. And I think that's what makes it powerful. So now we see the double attack bait because John drew the swords, which I kind of like this attack, but yeah, you play into a counter as well. So I think I still would have liked just 1 Arbiter attacking. Now we've got to open ourselves.
I think so too. Or if anything, cast the swords preemptively before you get into combat. Then you know if this is going to be a problem or not. But as it stands, you kind of force yourself into a rough spot where, you know, if John had perfect information here, would have only attacked with 1 at most, I would think.
Absolutely. The other option too is just holding the swords. A lot of the options in Vintage sometimes are not like just blowing all your resources and waiting for this big threat that might come. So say Dusty plays like a Psychic Frog. That's a card that could really take this game away and turn the tide. So maybe keeping that swords would have been relevant for that. But if you're playing it there and knowing you're getting Force of Negation, Psychic Frog got pitched, 2 for 1 sounds great. If 2 for 1 doesn't happen, you probably pressure fast enough with that Archon's ability to keep Frog off the table that maybe you win before it ever comes out. So I agree. It's either your play or probably not
Yep,
go at all.
I think I'm with you. And now the floodgates are kind of open where Dusty's able to crack these fetch lands, is able to cycle, Lorien revealed, stuff like that. And you would think this clock's probably not fast enough to even race the fact that Dusty could at some point just buy Lurrus, play Lurrus, and start racing the Archon. That will take a couple turns, but, you know, I think Dusty's going to have plenty of time here with the lack of pressure.
And despite the attrition and resource depletion, Dusty still has, I think, 4 cards in hand as well.
Big
So.
play here.
This one
Let's
sticks.
go. White Plume Adventurer is going to get this stuff going. We're going to get the initiative, and we're going to start just really putting some serious pressure here. So, Ely, walk us through what everything with the initiative is. Do you have it all memorized? Do you?
I do
All
have it
right.
memorized. Thank goodness. Well, White Plume Adventurer was so good that we even like started banning it from vintage cubes that we would do any drafts. Like we were just saying, this card.
And I mean, it's
too
banned from
overpowered.
Modern. You know, I mean, this is a card that was no longer allowed to be played, or excuse me, banned from Legacy, as it's a card that is no longer able to be played as it's too powerful.
So I'm sure nobody can read this. So let me go through the mechanic real quick. When this card comes into play, it says, "Yeah, they made a bigger one for us."
That is
That's
awesome.
hilarious. So when this card comes into play, the player that's casting the card obviously gains the initiative. And the initiative is the static ability type of thing where if you own it, it's yours. But if a creature from your opponent's side hits you, then they steal it. And you can steal it back. So it can kind of go back and forth. Stage 1 is just grabbing a basic land out of your deck and putting it in your hand. So it doesn't go straight into play. At stage 2, you have to choose a path. The Lost Well is a Scry 2 ability, and that's the right path. And on the left path, I don't actually remember the name of it. But what it does is essentially puts 2 Forge. Okay, look at you. That's impressive. Puts 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, so you can grow something to make a threat. So the left path is the aggro side, because that one next leads into an ability that hits your opponent for 5 damage. So this is like a huge tempo life swing. So this is often the path people choose. Even though it looks like we're choosing the Scry path here from John. It looks like they're prioritizing trying to top deck more than rather than.
Yeah, I don't love that. I feel like
I'm
it's
not sure.
always the left side. If you have creatures, put some counters on them, get a trap going, and kind of try to win the game that way.
I'm with you. I think I would have chose that as well, but maybe there's access to deck lists in the feature match. I'm not actually sure on that. And maybe they know like 4 swords are
That's
in there.
fair.
So maybe they're thinking Dusty's waiting to pounce. So I put counters here. The swords is happening anyway. And then, you know, maybe I'm at a disadvantaged spot from top decking air. Whereas if I scry 2, I'm almost guaranteed to have more pressure. So maybe that's the rationale that John's using. But I still agree with you. Left path all the way.
Checks out to me. I think the one thing we can all agree on is nobody's ever going into the goad target creature arena. Absolutely ever. Like there's no chance.
So for those that don't know, either left or right path can then lead you to a middle path called goad. And for those that don't even know what goad is, it's basically you choose a creature and essentially if your creature's attacking, it must block. So it's kind of a way of saying like, all right, this creature is gonna like get ticked off in the next combat. But it's just such a weak ability compared to the other 2 abilities that nobody ever goes the middle path. The other reason to maybe go to the middle path is if you're at Forge and you kind of know you need to hit that 4/1 skeleton menace, so you travel down the middle path in between because maybe you made that play with the counters and they stored your threat. You don't want to draw a card, you want a 4/1, but that's such a path that nobody will ever
And
take,
I mean, one thing you forgot to mention is it forces a creature to attack, not you. You know, so if possible, so if you're playing Commander, which I know you're a big fan of, then of course you don't get attacked. But getting back to the game here, we have Orcish Bowmaster that came down from Dusty as really the only threat. Witch Enchanter as well came down for John to get some extra pressure. And I mean, Dusty's really up against it right now. We see a Time Twister in hand, but you got to think like this game would be over next turn if you could just jump into that trap room.
This Time Twister is obviously a somewhat of a desperation play, but with Bowmaster, it gets to deal an extra 7 damage. So this is actually kind of clutch as well. It's going to take out some threats, but Dusty's also hoping that John doesn't have anything, which John doesn't.
Yeah, no cards in hand for John, I believe.
No cards in hand. All right. So this could actually bring.
I mean, this seems great. You can destroy pretty much every creature on John's side. Plus, Dusty gets a 8/8 a mass army token. Now, of course, John's going to be drawing some
Yeah.
stuff, can do some swords and stuff, but Dusty can take the initiative and get a basic land as well and really flip this game.
So one of the things I think is very interesting too is Dusty's at 5. So like you predicted, had we gone down the other path, we might have already had this victory. But there is still another thing where the initiative player can keep getting the initiative. So they can play creatures that trigger the initiative. So you can actually travel down the path more than once a turn. Normally initiative is this thing that triggers when you upkeep, but it also triggers whenever a creature comes in. So if we play enough initiative, we can actually cycle back through the chart to the top and then just drain for 5. So this Time Twister is filling up John's hand. That's a possibility.
And of course, the final chapter, the throne, is always pretty incredible, does some powerful stuff, and gives you a nice advantage.
Usually it's like an 8-9 Archon or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's 3 counters.
But the real question here is Dusty going to be even allowing John to play another adventure creature? There is 4 caverns in John's deck, so that might be something that he wants to piece together with one of these initiative creatures, but the onus is definitely on John to catch back up, as that Time Twister was incredible.
But we're also in a complicated situation where Dusty wants to steal the initiative so it doesn't keep triggering, so that's why this attack is being made. So now we can eat the Bowmaster, go to still somewhat of a reasonable life total, attack back with a 2/2, putting Dusty to 3. Every Force of Will ends up costing them another life, and they only can really afford 2 more life to spare. And that's if they have a way to stop the Witch Enchanter. This is part of why initiatives are so hard to combat. Every little resource management piece brings you a little bit closer to death. And even just the march here, getting it to do for 0 to take out an 8/8, and then Force of Willing down to 4. Knowing that Dusty's going to get hit back down to 2 now. That means only 1 Force of Will is live for like the rest of the game. Although there is always the cool play. I used to love doing this in Vintage back in the day, where you have this huge creature, it's on its way out, say it's getting marched right now, and you sword 0 and 8/8 just to gain
Okay,
life.
there you go.
It's literally 1 mana gate 8. That would be a really cool play. Then I would think, all right, now we got a game. Now there's like a lot of room.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see if that happens, or if Dusty just wants to sword the Witch Enchanter. You would think if you want to make that play, Dusty would do it here before combat damage resolved, which looks like we have dealt damage. This Orcish Bowmaster, or Bowmaster. I say Orcish. So on my stream, I say Orcish Bowmaster all the time. Now I can't get it out of my head, which is really, really sad. But
that was the bomb.
So damage has detected. Initiative goes back to Dusty here. Looks like picks up the library to search for a basic. None to be found, it would seem. Either Dusty doesn't play any, or...
But what happened in this combat? We just took it? We didn't block the one?
I think we did block, so I'm guessing why this Bowmaster is not dead. I'm confused by this. We definitely saw the Witch Enchanter go in front of it.
I mean, there's certainly a world in which John says no blocks.
There's a trigger on the
maybe a second Bowmaster would come out and then take out the Witch Enchanter.
Ooh, or I bet I know what happens here. That Witch Enchanter had 1 damage on it from the 7 Bowmaster triggers because it killed 2 3/3s, and it didn't want to trade here.
Sense.
So yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Oh, let me tell you. Wait, you're getting paid? All right.
I love that Soul Ring, by the way.
That's my favorite art for sure. That looks really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
It's also the best set you can get it from, in my opinion.
Beta, hey, that's one thing I'm terrible at, is the old sets on like what exact arts they're coming from, but
I get the initiative.
Alpha just has such sharp corners, otherwise.
There you go. All right, so we get the initiative coming back once again here with that Dungeoneer. Yep. And I mean, yeah, half the time there's things to do up against uncounterable threats, stop the triggered ability kind of thing. Not really the case in this matchup, though. Uncounterable just is pretty clean, right?
Well, there is the 1 copy, but it's in the graveyard. You can see for Dusty right there. That's the 1 copy in the main.
Okay.
I think Dusty might have been sporting 1 or 2 more on the side. For you. Double check, which we can look at now because the first game is over. And I'm guessing Dusty scooped it
Yeah,
up.
that was a really nice game. I mean, the time twister definitely made it really close, really interesting. But still, John was able to piece it together. So let's take a look at some deck list and look at some sideboard options here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they'll do.
Yeah, so starting it off with Dusty's list here, we of course know one of the cards on the sideboard for sure, and it's Luris, as it's a companion deck. But let's take a look at the sideboard. Ely, what are you bringing in here?
So especially on the play, the extra consigns are really powerful because the mana accelerations and initiative are so essential, and most of them are colorless. So Chrome Mox, all the Mox, things like that. Plus, it counters the initiative being triggered, which actually just keeps it off if they don't start the chain. So that card's pretty sweet here. Annul still might come in, even though it's not as good as consign. But again, stopping those early artifacts can be huge. Sometimes you think about things like Containment Priest, weirdly enough, just because more threats can make it so you can swords the initiative creature that comes out, and then you can attack and steal the initiative and pull away. But I don't see that happening because this deck list already runs enough 2-drops. It's pretty high on 2s, in fact. 4 Bowmasters is not super common. Wood Lavinias and Psychic Frogs. I think that the Containment Priest will just stay on board. Null Rod, probably not likely. It might hurt you almost as much as your opponent, but there's always a chance. Stirred Scolding is probably coming in, since this counters Archon and the Leonin Arbiters, and then probably a Prismatic Ending coming in as well. To me, the harder thing is, what do you cut?
I don't even want to try to pretend I know what I'm cutting in these matchups. I mean, I'm probably taking on Spell Pierces, but even that I see merit to as well. Null Rod is really funny to me because every deck is playing Moxen, you know? So, like, the fact that you still bring it in against some matchups, I think is pretty comical. But then again, there's probably a lot of decks that are focused on specifically only artifacts. The One Ring decks, Jeweled Lotus, that kind of stuff ends up being a lot better.
Yeah, especially this deck can afford to play Null Rod more because they don't even play the off-colored Moxen. So they mostly just play the ones that are fixing for this deck, the colored pips.
Sounds good. So let's take a look at John's sideboard here, and let's see if the initiative's gonna be gained once again to advance John to 5-0. Remember, these players are both absolutely crushing it. So let's take a look at the sideboard here for John. A little bit more straightforward, not as many one-ofs. What are you bringing in here, Ely?
Well, here's where it's interesting too. Like, there's not much to bring in. A lot of these hate pieces in the sideboard are for other matchups. Trinisphere for those combo decks, the ones that skimp on mana. Binding Needle for like Bazaars. That's where Tabernacles come in too. Council's Judgment is for like, you know, big Tinker targets or like Oath of Druids type effects. Can't hit anything there. Null Rods, you're playing against an opponent that isn't even playing the full set of power. Containment Priest, there's no reanimating effect happening, nothing like that. So that leads us to the only cards we can consider as Swords and March. And there's only 2 cards, one of each, that can actually make that happen. So my opinion is the Vexing Bauble gets a lot worse when you're on the draw. So to me, that's an easy one to sideboard out because Swords and March can come in there. And then after that, let's see, you probably just trim a threat that isn't super useful. It might just be one of the Chancellors. You probably don't need 4 in this matchup.
Okay.
So probably a Bauble and a Chancellor for a Swords and a March. And then you're kind of expecting your opponents trying to get creature grindy with you, and you're trying to basically battle back in that same scenario.
So, Ely, most of the time when I see a sideboard like this where we're not bringing in a lot of stuff, that kind of paints a picture to me that this is a good matchup. So is that kind of the case here? I mean, like, you were saying a little earlier how you think it's favored, but is it favored by a lot?
I was saying earlier that it was favored, not so much that it's like a landslide, but even when you have something like a 60-40 and then you say a 2 out of 3 at 60-40, well, then that's actually almost like saying like it's an 80% matchup. And so dedicating sideboard slots in Vintage especially, so it can be really tough to over-dedicate sideboard cards. But let's go to the match, let's see it play out, and then we can talk more about like how these cards are coming out.
Sounds great. All right, getting into game number 2 here, we're going to have Dusty being on the play. Looks like players are deciding on some mulligans. Might be a mull to 5 here from John on the left. And Dusty, it looks like he has plenty of cards in hand. We see a Frog, Brainstorm, I believe a Swords to Plowshare, Urza Saga. Just a solid hand from Dusty.
Strip Mine as well, yeah. Especially with John being on low resources. That Strip Mine is going to be huge to counter Cavern here as well. Needing to like force a will at WPA can be very important.
So takes out the cavern right away and doesn't crack the Scolding Tarns. I guess we just never really crack those in the face of Wastelands. You just always kind of leave your fetch lands uncracked.
Pretty much, unless you have a reason to be doing it, like some decks are going to want to ponder there, or sometimes you want to bait a Wasteland so you can play your Urza Saga next and not have it go. The Urza Saga restriction that happened in Vintage somewhat recently ago was something that kind of like changed the way the metagame played out a little bit. So this is interesting. We had a second copy of Cavern and that WPA. So if we don't have the counter-triggered ability here, which looks like Dusty doesn't, then John just took a leap ahead again. So we'll see if Dusty doesn't have like the comeback Bowmaster into Time Twister again. Like that would be huge and definitely swing it back in Dusty's favor. Maybe even just be lights out. But that's pretty hard to pull off. There's one copy of Time Twister, obviously 4 copies of Bowmaster, but still.
Yeah, even just a Bowmaster right now to put 2 bodies on the battlefield and be able to take back the initiative. We already saw swords in hand from Dusty, so, you know, that would be great, but that looks like a Tundra to me, so probably no Bowmaster. Maybe, like you were saying, Containment Priest as a flash Grizzly Bear.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That is a Tundra.
Just a brainstorm here, and not the most ideal thing to be brainstorming, then just drawing. You know, a lot of the times you definitely want to be brainstorming, then shuffling away the 2 cards, but I did get a peek at a recall at least.
And I think I saw Time Walk also. So
oh, baby, we're cooking.
This might actually be something now.
All right. So, yeah, we see Frog spelled. Oh, no Time Walk.
Not Time Walk. It looked like it, and I was fooled.
Yeah, unless you put Time Walk on top, which that wouldn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, there's so many different artworks to cards now. I didn't even recognize 4 so well there, but.
Welcome to the booth, buddy.
Yeah. It does look like Dusty's hand is pretty stacked, but they're in this awkward situation of like, do I Ancestral and not get a construct? I kind of need a construct to like actually have threats because, like I was telling you, you need threat density to combat initiative.
Yeah.
You have to flood the board better than they do to pull ahead, and that's exactly what the initiative mechanic does. When R&D created it, they created a metagame where it's almost very different. It's not like resource attrition or like tempo based. It's more just like who has dominated the board state, and then it's just so hard to come back from, which is why, again, WPA banned in a lot of formats. Even like the Vintage Cube one, where you can play a Lotus, but you can't play WPA.
yeah, absolutely. Very snowbally card that can just run away extremely quickly. Now, we did see a Witch Enchanter as well that we could play and destroy the Urza Saga, or just get the Leon Arbiter down again. But other than that, John had a lot of lands.
There's an interesting scenario here where John had a lot of play in what they could do. So they have the Leon and Arbiter, which if that was played, then the Strand would have to be cracked in response, unless it was already forced. But I don't think Cavern is on the same creature type that both of those could have named. We also could have played Plains to deploy the Witch Hunter, which could target the Urza Saga, which might have made it like the most effective it was going to be this game if it came out right now. I think that would have been an easy force of will pitch for Dusty. And then, again, we could have swung and then had the untap ability from White Plume to make sure the construct can't hit back. That would be the play like John would be lining up in their head. But obviously, we know that Dusty would have a swords follow-up, so that couldn't happen. But this play was really sweet.
Nice!
Played the Wasteland knowing that they couldn't crack the fetch and response, then played the 2/2, forcing the crack, and then Wastelanding the Saga, which now means that no construct can be made. So this was like the ultimate sneaky play. So really like how John played this one.
Do you think that was maybe not the most sound play there by Dusty? If you know that's possible, do you ever crack your fetch lines a little bit more proactively, a little more aggressively, with fear of that kind of thing, or is that usually something you're willing to live with? Okay.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that probably should have been the play. And it's hard to just know that. Like the conditioning is play around Wasteland, don't crack it until you need it. But then the logic changes when you're in a later state where something like this could happen. Also, you have plenty of other good Wasteland targets. So now you don't have to worry about whatever you're grabbing. getting wastelanded, so you should probably just crack it in response and not like give your opponent the opportunity to sort of get you like that. This is obviously more seen when people play Stifle and Blue Mirrors, so you just know to crack your fetch, but less known here. Like, when does a white deck do that to you? That was a really cool trick. A lot of props to John. I can see why they're for.
Yeah, definitely knows his deck upside down, left and right. From Dusty's side, I did take a look at the hand. I don't see another land. We do have a Mox, and there was that Time Walk. Either it was hidden on top of the library, or we just found it now.
It was the Thoughtseize bug, probably.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
You know what's so peculiar to me is John keeps going down the right path. You never see that. It's very interesting. But I feel like they know their deck so much better probably we do that it's probably right somehow.
I mean, maybe the right path is right in this scenario. Honestly, if this time, if it would have made any sense, the right side made a decent amount of sense, as there was only one creature when John could have went into Forge, and there was a pretty, obvious swords available. But still, like you were saying, it still might just be always better to go and get that trap phase to be able to have a free lava axe.
So John has got a heavy mindset towards trapping. We saw that in the last game, swinging with both arbiters and trying to swords the construct. Here we are again, swinging into a psychic frog. And we see the swords in John's hand. So the idea is Dusty would block, pinch a card, and then swords would happen.
In a perfect world, yeah.
Yeah, but if a counter happens on that swords, then John gets blown out. So like we see this high risk, high reward play, which happened last game, and it looks like it's happening again now. It'll be interesting to see how this one works out.
Yep, I can imagine it's gonna not work out great, as Dusty is ready to go.
Ooh,
and just
and that's game over.
Wow. Well, okay, I get John's play then there. If just saying, hey, I can't beat a psychic frog at all, I might as well try to gain the most amount of value, because he did only have a couple more witch enchanters. So Ely, let's take a look at the sideboard one more time and walk us through this.
Sure, it's going to actually look pretty different for Dusty. So before we saw these 1-mana counters for colorless spells that were good because we were on the play. Now they're bad because we're on the draw.
Yeah.
Initiative on the play is one of the scariest decks in Vintage because it just gets so far ahead. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it as well. From John's side of things, he can slant a little bit less towards bringing in like swords and March. Like I think I'd probably still have swords. I'd probably have both still actually, because Psychic Frog is just so good. Punishing. But now if John wants that, they can think about something like Null Rod if they really want to like try to play this game where they shut down artifacts. Yeah. I still think I wouldn't. I still think that that's like a higher variance play that could hurt you more than them on average. So even though it can be punishing, you can get ahead and kind of cripple them, it's not likely to. And I think we've seen these games play out where John's opponent has had lots of lands, keeps trying that one Urza Saga because it's restricted, and a different kind of game has been playing out. So I think I would like almost keeping John's sideboard as is and not really tinkering with it too much. But Chancellor of the Annex gets a lot better on the play. So that's where I would have some tension with what I might take out. So it's Vexing Bauble and Chancellor back in because they're great on the play, and then on the out. Let's see, I got to read this bottom row here. It's kind of cut off.
We're putting you to the test here.
So, I know, right? So again, Arbiters are better too. I think I'm maybe trimming like the random 3-drop Boromir, and then maybe a Witch Hunter if we can afford the going down on the mana base. Probably not though. All right, let's just go to the other deck though. That's where the more of the sideboarding important.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a look here. This is Dusty's thing, getting ready for game 3. Dusty is going to be on the draw here, Ely, and walk us through any changes.
Yeah, so now a null, I think pretty weak, consign, pretty weak, but still necessary because it can shut down initiative if the opponent doesn't have it on turn 1. So maybe that one still comes in. Long Goodbye, at least we have a removal spell we can kind of catch back up with. Again, keeping the Stern Scolding in, maybe the Prismatic Ending because it's flexibility. Obviously, we don't need cards like Nile's Spellbomb, and maybe we worry about like some of our 0-mana artifacts because of baubles and things like that. So maybe we can trim on Bauble, and Spell Pierce especially bad. Although we saw Spell Pierce played there in game 2, so maybe Dusty feels like they might need it, but I think that's a card I would heavily want to take out, especially post-board.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I mean, it did a very important thing.
Okay.
It discarded to Frog to get a +1/+1 counter. I mean, that's a big game.
Oh, that's where the game over was. So you could say it was Spell Pierce. You know, cards like Force of Negation aren't super great in the matchup either, because a lot of the threats coming out are creatures, but you almost need to keep it when you're on the draw, because initiative is so powerful that you're actually trying to even just sometimes counter a Chromox. As sad as that is, to 2-for-1 a Chromox, a card that's supposed to be their 2-for-1 just to add a mana source, but anything to slow them down. Anyway, you'll see how it plays out. Let's go to the game.
Sounds great. Let's jump on in. All right, third and final game here from round number 5. John on the left, Dusty on the right, and here we go. Looks like John is kicking it off. Looks like we have a 6-card hand firing it off with double Mox. Doesn't have any land, but has the Witch Enchanter, and we're gonna see how much we're gonna go for this, Ely.
Yeah, this is a double 6. I think they're both on. And Witch Enchanter for sure is coming out as a white source here. I think we're waiting to see if Dusty wants to counter the Sapphire. It might be what's going on. So in Dusty's mind, they're thinking, do they have Cavern Souls into WPA? And so because of that, we're countering the Sapphire, which is a pretty interesting play. It ended up being, even though Cavern wasn't there, it's still enough to make it so that John didn't have enough mana to actually deploy the threat. But John does have this nice Vexing Ball as a counter start. So what this means is there's no Mox incoming, and future Force of Wills aren't going to work, but a Force and a Misstep are already used. So some of its value is already gone. And with that Wasteland, John is critical right now. John can't deploy a threat. John has no mana sources. It's probably going to be some pass go. So if Dusty just has like a normal hand, Dusty can pull way ahead. And you can see that John knows this. Cracking the Bauble right away, trying to draw mana sources, hoping not to get stuck, as we used to call it. We would brainstorm, find that there were no lands there, and the next 2 cards we knew aren't going to be lands, so you had to put them back. That was
brainstorm locked, right? You know, that's
brainstorm
that's
locked,
never good.
exactly.
But we did find a white land. I believe that's a Caracas here. Plays the Leon Arbiter, and at least we have something to do now. But John did have to get rid of the Vexing Bauble, so future Force of Wills are online to be able to deal with some of these initiative creatures. And now we just got ourselves a game. If John just had 1 extra land or 1 extra Mox for turn 1, was able to play the Moxes out plus the Vexing Bauble and then play the White Plume Adventurer, but that's not how it worked out, and Dusty's control deck definitely is in this game.
And that's why we can see Vintage can be such high variance as well. But yeah, I totally agree with you. And I kind of like that what your explanation before of like this 2/2 is not enough pressure. In this board state, certainly not. There's no pressure there at all. And Dusty seems to be playing very well.
Boom!
Countering the Mox, playing fetch first, having Lotus here. It's like Bowmaster, Long Goodbye, Force Negation, Enhance. Actually, Dusty's hand's not as great as we'd like it to be. But there is a scenario where we get to go Bowmaster into Long Goodbye and then kind of having our own aggro presence. So we've like established on the board. But if John actually just draws mana sources over a couple turns, then actually I think Dusty might be quite behind, because Dusty doesn't have the threats to actually like apply over.
Yeah, but here comes Luris, the inevitable engine to keep stuff going, and John just keeps drawing Chancellor of the Annexes here, which it just feels terrible to be drawing. But here comes the powerful adventure creature, White Plume Adventurer comes down, and Dusty doesn't have an answer.
So I'm actually like thinking this would slide the advantage bar towards John now that WPA is out. And even though Luris is a good card, right now all we have is Lotus to buy back, and then Caracas can keep bouncing Luris. It's kind of like an awkward parody of I spend 3 to get 3, my opponent spends 1 to make me pay 3 again. It's really, you're spending a lot of time and energy to keep a land on lockdown. But because John attacked with that Arbiter, John was disciplined, not attacking, then attacked. And then Dusty sprung the trap of Bowmaster. Now I get to deal the damage to the Arbiter, block with just the token, removal spell the WPA, attack with Bowmaster. Now I have the initiative. And now this game is actually swinging back towards Dusty again. Very interesting play and a huge momentum shift, all from attacking with that Arbiter, which before John was showing such
And
good
did
restraint.
John actually miss the initiative? John does not have another basic in hand. Is that even possible to miss?
It is a trigger, so I guess we could miss it. Although I'm not sure what happened because it seemed like they were signaling.
Yeah, I
towards
don't
it.
think. I mean, John's
But-
not in any of the rooms yet, so it must have been a
Yeah.
miss because that was the plane used to cast. Could be a big misstep here.
Oh. Okay, that's helpful to use. So red is John
Okay,
and
there we
white is
go.
Dusty. So it wasn't missed before, although it's so funny because here again we see traveling down the right path. This kind of reminds me of the online pro tour where I got first.
Sick
I
brags.
didn't actually fully understand. I didn't fully actually understand all the different rooms because there were so many rooms you could travel down. But here's the simple rule everybody told me: you just travel down the left room and it's great. And then I was like, all right, well I'll just keep going down the left room. And then I get to the finals of this thing, and I'm like, huh. Now that I'm reading these things, I think I should travel down the right path.
And what do you know? When you traveled down the right path, you won a pro tour. So I guess John was way ahead. And here's the mode: a creature is getting goaded.
We got goaded. Oh my gosh. So if you win in goad mode, that makes you
I think
goat,
a
right?
goad god. Yep, absolutely.
Yes, yes. So this is actually a poker tell that Dusty is giving off, where people start to slump over and hand on the face. This is almost like depressed mode, like you read the writing on the wall and you're giving off like a hint that there isn't a lot of things left. There's no more gas in the tank. Even hand on the table, like more subtle indicators. So checking back with it, like, I wonder if there's anything. No, this card can't do anything. Puts it back down. So John is just like running away with the game in my mind. So even though there have been a lot of like setbacks, even though that Arbiter swing was costly, I think the game is now firmly in the hands of
Yeah, I think you're right. And that kind of look, that hand on face look, is something I'm sure you see across the table from you a lot as you've had quite the year at the Pro Tour this year around.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's fun reading people's tells. I always feel like the skills from games like poker are actually almost directly like
for
cross
sure.
over into
Yeah.
Magic all the time. And I feel like if people want to like reach that next level of their game, they need to start integrating those skills.
Totally agree with you. Poker, chess, Magic, I think all have great crossover skills for anyone looking to learn. And looking from Dusty's hand, from what I remember when we saw it earlier, that last card is just a Force of Negation, which looks horrendous right now.
Mm-hmm. That's what we talked about. Like, do we leave these in or not? We think we had to keep that tempo advantage in, but there's a lot of cards that Dusty has that sort of do that aren't so great right now. Even this mental misstep, like you can counter a swords or maybe a soul ring. There's just so few targets it actually hits. So like having the card and having it hit the thing at the right time is what makes this matchup so bad for these control decks and so good for initiative, because it's high variance cards. And now we see John winning the game, through all those plays we just talked about, playing out like we thought. So
Gotta love it. John McCarty here going
Yep.
to 5-0. Big congrats to him. And looking really strong to be piecing together a top 8 here. 5 rounds in, you got 4 rounds left to go. So you got to think, you win the next 2, you could maybe double draw in or even lose some matches and make it there. Ely, any big surprises here from our first match of the Vintage Champs?
No, only big surprise is I was watching some of the coverage before, and Reed was saying how he kept guessing wrong about what was going to come out. So I'm happy we're 1 for 1 right now.
There you go. You had to get a dagger in on Reed there. 1-0. There we go. All right, everyone. That is going to do it here from coverage for round number 5. We're going to take ourselves a very short break, and on the other side, feature match area from round number 6. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the North American Eternal Weekend featuring Vintage Champs. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ely Cassis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 6, and we got a spicy one on our hands, Ely. These players are both undefeated. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, and we'll start talking about these deck lists.
Sure, sounds good.
All right, so Ely, this is what we're up against. We got David Liver on the left and Ryan Bartley on the right. Doomsday versus Jules Shops. Let's pull up David's list here, and then Ely, start walking me through this really awesome deck that we've definitely seen in Legacy, but it's Doomsdays in Vintage. Tell me about it.
Sure. You know what's funny, first off, is that they named this card Doomsday so long ago. It's an ancient card. You know, we had it back in the day. It was unplayable. But now they made cards like Thassa's Oracle, and now this card is busted. You drain your deck down to practically nothing, and you play Oracle and get this triggered ability that finds no library, and then you just win the game. And it can do so in several ways. Having a Dark Ritual Doomsday, just flashing it out really fast, and then there's always this sweet way of winning. That there's this Demonic Consultation. So you can go Oracle, ability in the stack, Demonic Consultation, name whatever card you want that doesn't exist in your deck. Your whole deck's go out, the triggered ability resolves, you just win on the spot. This deck does a lot of the sweet things. If you think about like this deck almost like a Storm deck, it kind of is like that. But its win condition is just the most fun win condition of I have no library, and somehow that makes me win.
Yeah, and Ely, here's the main question. Here's the most important question to ask. What card name do you name that's not in your deck? That tells a lot about a player.
You know, I don't know if I have a particular one I like to name. Usually on Magic Online, it just pops up and I name whatever the first one is, and it's like
boring.
I know. I guess if I want to name one fun and think about something, I'd probably just name Gauntlet Charbelcher, and I'm not even sure why.
Okay, I like
that
it.
card's always a fun one, you know?
I like it. Let's take a look at Ryan's deck list here. And this is Mono Blue Shops here. Talk to us about this one, Ely.
Mono Blue Shops to me is so much like KCI. So like in this case, this is the kind of deck I love playing. I was all about KCI. So the goal here is fast mana. So we utilize Mishra's Workshop, the key element to this, giving it this consistency. You can play 4 of this card. It adds 3 mana for just a single land drop, so it's almost like a Lotus in itself. The restriction is you can only play artifacts off of it. So what we're trying to do is funnel it into a Grim Monolith, maybe even a Coveted Jewel. Coveted Jewel, this powerful card from these commander sets. You draw 3 cards, it taps for 3 mana of any color, and then you get to actually play a Phyrexian Metamorph and copy it and do it again. And you just start getting so much mana and card advantage. And you play 4 transmute artifacts, so you have like more than just the 1 copy of Tinker. And this blue deck just kind of has it all, does it all. And with some of these new sets, it now has answers. It used to be really weak to cards like Melrod. Now we have Sink into Stupor, which is even just an island itself, which is like what you need is blue sources, but also something that can just bounce things off the table so you can just go off in one turn. And it's cool to see cards like Paradox Engine, because now we have a card that lets us just really go off, because every time we play a spell, all these mana sources untap, gaining us more mana, getting to draw more cards, getting to play more spells. And Ryan Bartley's deck plays Copy Artifact. What a throwback to even Alpha. That card is one of the original cards. And we see it here being played in today's world. And it's not one of the Power 9 like we knew was overpowered. It's one of these cards we seldom saw play. And here it is, seeing beautiful play.
I love it. This is the kind of deck I would play. Give me turn 1 the One Rings all day. But, you know, these players are ready to go. Both of them are undefeated. Let's jump on into the feature match and see who is going to keep that streak alive. All right, starting it off, we got David, our Doomsday player, on the left, and Ryan with the Jules Shop deck on the right. And it looks like both players have taken a mulligan. Looks like we see a Time Walk in Ryan's hand. Otherwise, not anything too explosive on first glance. And a mulligan to 6 from David as well, with David on the play.
And David's hand has shown us Force, Blue Card, Doomsday, mana sources. And I think that was Demonic Consultation as well.
Yeah, and a prayer it looks like.
All right, so pretty strong hand from David. I think we can see like his deck probably doing things in turn 2 or 3 and Ryan making me to have like a strong start to keep up. Fortunately, Ryan's deck is Jewel Shops, which plays the most explosive cards. Like I was explaining about those workshops.
And I think he did just draw Mana Vault, which his hand didn't look like too impressive before that, but one Mana Vault, I believe we saw a Tolarian Academy as well, plus a Time Walk. Ryan's hand actually looks kind of busted.
Yeah, this could actually be really good. And what we see is Time Walk almost never gets countered in Vintage anymore, because unless you have things on the table that really progress your board state, it's almost not worth throwing away a 2-for-1 with a Force of Will. So even though David has it, just allowing the Time Walk to go, because it's almost not enough value to be worth countering. But obviously, it's still, to me, the most busted card in Vintage Cube, where it just does, very gross things.
For sure. I'm not necessarily a Vintage Cube master like I know you are, but let me tell you, whenever I cast a Time Walk, believe it or not, I can usually pull out the game.
When I'm drafting Vintage Cube and I see Time Walk, I'm always just like, yes. The best.
Yes, you have completed your deck already. Oh, looks like in Ryan's hand we do have the One Ring. That's kind of the target that David will fire off a Force, though, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. That's a card that deserves and eats a counter every time. But we can't see Ryan's full hand. I see a Grim Monolith. We see the One Ring. And there's two cards I can't quite make out. And that's going to kind of tell a lot, because we don't know what David has. We don't know how Ryan's thinking. Like, if I play this, will it get countered? So now that we've used both Monolith and Mana Vault playing this Coveted Jewel, that's probably going to eat the Force, which I bet you is something Ryan anticipated, thinking that next turn I'll have the mana to still play the One Ring. This is the card I actually might more want to resolve.
Will we still have the mana to cast the One Ring next turn?
Because of Tolarian Academy.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
That's why I think in particular this play made the most sense to me, and that it also capitalizes the most on if David doesn't have a counter. It forces the counter to happen, and if the counter wasn't there, we'd have the 3 mana from the Jewel, maybe even one left floating that we could have also played the One Ring. So that was a great play by Ryan, in my opinion.
Really strong. Yeah, I suppose underneath that Academy is a Mox, not a land, so that would be the 4 mana available. Well, let's see what David has for this turn.
So an interesting play David could do here is Demonic Consultation for a Dark Ritual, hoping not to exile both of the Oracles, and then Dark Ritualing into Doomsday, setting up for a win on the next turn.
But already has the Dark Ritual.
Just when I have it on top. I mean, that's the better place for it, really.
All right, Ely, so here we're putting you to the test.
Yeah.
What is your 5-card pile that you're getting right now?
The easy ones here are usually there's an Ancestral, Time Walk, Lotus, like your most powerful spells, but then obviously you need the Oracle after that. So you want some kind of insurance that you'll be able to do everything on your next turn, the mana to do everything, which is where the Lotus comes in.
With some backup, right? Like,
some redundancy, yeah. So like some people will like put a Thoughtseize or a Force of Will or something like that to interact with whatever the opponent might do. Other options are just having a Flusterstorm or 2 Oracles. Either one is an option. Gush is this traditional version of doing it, where you have 2 lands anyway, and actually it nets you a mana, so you don't have to put a land in there anymore.
Yeah.
So you don't have a land in your hand. Bouncing the 2 to your hand lets you replay 1, so not only drawing extra cards, but also adding extra mana.
All right, you're passing the test.
So to me, we're going to get Gush, Oracle, Lotus, Ancestral, and then it looks like Flusterstorm. I can already peek at it, so I don't want to like lie and say I was ahead of them. But it's usually a cheap answer. So like I said, Thoughtseize, Force of Will, Fluster. We don't have a blue card in hand, so it can't be Force of Will. I don't think Thoughtseize is in this list in the deck, so it had to be Flusterstorm. So that was the 5-card layout. And we're going to start off with Gush, because it's just deceptively powerful enough that it's hard to be like, this is the thing I need to Force a Will, and it also adds the extra mana. And if it does get countered, we can follow it up with the Surveil Land to dig deeper into the deck to make sure we can just play an Oracle and win really fast.
Yeah, and that being said, like, Ryan's whole plan of stick a One Ring early, and, this is going to be, turn 3 for Ryan. That's a pretty early One Ring, but it doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near good enough. David's just all wrapped up to do this next turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from Ryan was turn 1, double fast mana, Time Walk, and then his turn 2, but still basically turn 1, Coveted Jewel. So like turn 1, Coveted Jewel, but it got countered. So now we're seeing a turn 2, One Ring as like a follow-up play for this turn 1 Coveted Jewel, which is still gross. It's like the power level of these decks is just off the charts, which is why they get so punished by like a Belrod deck. But against decks like this, where they're both playing combo decks, and nobody's fighting fair. This is what we see, and it's fun to watch, and it's interesting to see. And I bet you the die roll is going to determine the outcome more than anything.
Definitely, totally agree with you. And you know, this is definitely the style of decks that I think just seem to be a step above other vintage decks. Like, I definitely applaud anyone who's going to play any kind of control deck, but man, do I just want to be doing the snowball busted stuff whenever I can.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. And I think we saw the One Ring come, a draw happen, and now we're seeing David do their thing unimpeded, Flusterstorm back up. So this first game is in the books. And really, I think, again, it came down to the die roll. I think if Ryan had one more turn to start doing their thing, game over.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. So let's start looking at the sideboarding from these players and see if Ryan can improve on this matchup.
Until I saw that you were on and the Grimlock.
We're going to get those sideboards up for you here momentarily. And there we go. Starting with Ryan. Ely, what do you like in the sideboard for Doomsday?
Interesting matchup. So we're obviously not worried about like defense grid type stuff because we're actually worried about them going off and not trying to stop us as much. So Force of Negation, excellent card. Hull Breacher, surprisingly an excellent card.
Okay.
So Doomsday goes off, it tries to set up an Ancestral or a Gush, and if you interrupt that with Hull Breacher, you can sometimes buy yourself key turns, and Doomsday actually saps half your life total. So you might actually just get there, right? Attack for 3, maybe play a Time Walk, attack for 3, game over. So I think those are the two cards most I see in the summer that I'm interested in. You could, by all means, dismember an Oracle and then have like 2 less for Devotion and like hope they don't have 0 library. It's just not as likely a play to come up. You might be able to catch your opponent on that once because they might not just take their whole library out, setting up like a plan for if you stop me here, I'll just go again next turn.
Yeah.
But it's unlikely and it's too gamey. I don't think I want to bother going in that direction. I think these are the only 2 cards I see that are really consistently powerful for here. So Force and Hull Breacher.
I like it. I like it. Let's take a look at David's sideboard and see anything we want to be doing from the Doomsday side. Ely, what do you like here? I mean, the No Rod seems like a slam dunk to me, that's for sure.
That is a slam dunk. So the fun part about Doomsday is, do you stick with the combo or do you try to actually go Murktide? And Murktide can sometimes take away a game too. But when you play against a deck like Shops, you're thinking, okay, they have Seek of the Stupor now. And that's on top of Otawara's. So if I even try to slam this 8/8 flyer and it gets bounced even once, I might not have the graveyard to reestablish. So they probably can't do that. But they can go Mindbreak Trap, absolutely super good in this matchup. Null Rod, obviously super good. Force of Negation, super good. And then beyond that, maybe the Duress. It's interesting. I don't often see Duress in Vintage. It's kind of cool. I'm guessing that's there because Thoughtseiz's taking 2 life is actually really punishing once you cast a Doomsday. So to give it a little bit of flexibility. There is 1 copy of Thoughtseize in the main. I didn't clock that before, and I was wondering, do we get Flusterstorm or do we get Thoughtseize?
Yeah.
And sometimes that decision can come down to, do you think you'll have excess blue mana or excess black mana? Because you're often cracking a Black Lotus and it can only have 1 color. So you kind of have to differentiate what your play is going to look like and which ones you're going to have mana for. So not a lot of cards to bring in. It's the Trap, the Null Rod, the Negation, and a Duress. So 4 cards coming in. If we stick with the combo plan, don't go aggro, which I think is the right call.
Seems like it. Up against a deck that only has like 4 forces as interaction, it doesn't seem too impactful. Is there any world where you have Murktide and Doomsday in the deck at the same time, or is it always one or the other?
You can, but I have to know like this Murktide is going to get there. So like if I know my opponent's playing 1 rings and I can't even attack for a turn and they have like excess bounce spells just baked into their deck, it's probably not the best card to have. So it might just take away from the key plan that you want to go for. But at the same time, if they figure out how to shut down your Doomsday plan, it's nice that I have a backup too. So there is a little bit of decision making to be had there. But if I'm me and I'm up a game, no, I think I'm just going all in on my plan A, knowing that they know I have a plan B and they have to kind of account for it. And then feeling like, you know, a next step ahead. Like they're 1 step ahead, I'm trying to stay 2 steps ahead. So that's
mind games.
Yeah, I love mind games. It's the best part of Magic.
Totally agree with you. But all right, let's jump into our second game between these gamers. Let's do it. All right, so starting this off, we're going to have Ryan on the play, which, like you were saying, die roll is going to be a very important thing. You know, both players do have access to free counter spells, of course, with Force of Will, but, you know, having to have one of those cards is a big deal. And on the left, we see Duress. We also see Ancestral Recalls, so David has a great hand if there's not one of these incredibly aggressive draws here from Ryan.
But there is an incredibly aggressive draw. Workshop into Trinisphere. If David doesn't have Force of Will, might just be game over right there.
But Trinisphere is a universal effect.
It is, but David doesn't play Wasteland, and now Ryan has Workshop, which adds
But
3.
Ryan had a Moxen to play, I think. So he
didn't play it.
Yeah, I think he shrugged it off there like, whoops, that was the wrong order.
There is sometimes validation for that because Mind Break Trap is a thing, and say you feel like you have a Force of Will and they have a Force of Will, you want to be able to just play 2 spells instead of 3. So it made it look like silly, but maybe it actually was like an excellent thought. Because if Ryan doesn't have a way to progress his board state on next turn anyway, he might say, "Sure, I'll just play the Ruby off of my Workshop on the following turn." There's no risk in that, and this card is so punishing, it pulls me so far ahead. It's best to just play it safe.
Yeah, I was just looking at David's list, and I'm thinking, what cards do we really have to get us out of this? I see one Chain of Vapor, and is that pretty much it? Is Doomsday just the type of thing where, like, yep, my deck costs 3 now?
Yeah, Doomsday's just going to try to play through it, and maybe if they're lucky, have one of the rare bounce spells. That definitely puts them in a huge unbeatable type of situation. We've already said about how being able to play in Vintage is huge. We're going to see that play out. And this is why I think, to me, most games, most matches in Vintage end in 3. It's whoever's on the play just kind of like steals each game, and then you break serve, like we termed it now, copying tennis terms.
Yep.
That's the only time you actually see a match end in 2.
Okay, fair enough. So we do see, as far as cards in hand for Ryan, we have Copy Artifact, Defense Grid, as well as a Force of Will, which can be cast since that is a blue Mox here to be able to play defensively, but nothing for Ryan to be able to push his advantage. No One Ring, no Jeweled Lotus. That's got to be less than ideal here.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario because Ryan doesn't have any pressure or follow-up play. And so David, we saw, has Ancestral 3 mana now. So now we're just going to start playing expensive spells, but they're better than playing no spells like Ryan has. But that One Ring was huge. Now David needs to have the Force and get a 3 and not Ancestral here. We've already seen that David didn't have a Force. His Trinisphere landed on turn 1.
Yeah.
So now this might just have swung back into Jewel Shop's way. This is Vintage for you, right? Like we could say this person has a huge lead. Oh, they drew a card. Never mind. This way.
This game's over. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just going to keep happening.
So there is the Force of Negation, leading me to believe that that was one of the cards that was drawn from David, and a very key force. And if Ryan just would have drawn that last turn, that One Ring would have resolved, and this game would look completely different. But now, just a perfectly even game where, vice versa, if that ring resolved, Ryan's in the driver's seat for sure.
It's funny there too because David could just hard cast the Force of Negation. Doesn't have to worry about the Trinisphere because it's not an extra cost. It only costs 3. Force of Negation is supposed to be like a nerfed down Force of Will, but here we actually saw it better than a Force of Will.
Yeah.
Such a blue card, you have to pay a life. So interesting how that happens sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. So now back to Ryan's side, has the Defense Grid, has Copy Artifact, which Copy Artifact does not look that great at the moment. Definitely want to be copying some of your bigger artifacts that draw you cards. You pretty much only copy Coveted Jewel and the One Ring with that, right?
Pretty much, although sometimes you find a sweet card in your opponent.
Oh, sure.
I'm kind of surprised to see Defense Grid in the main here. It's tricky when you play combo versus combo to worry that much about the Force of Will type of effect. And
yeah.
It's unsurprised.
Yeah, because that is another just universal effect. So yeah, that is pretty interesting here. It doesn't look amazing right now. I'll agree with you.
So even seeing the Force of Will here on the Ancestral, now Ryan has 1 card left in hand, still no pressure, and all this insurance to make sure that David knows nothing he does is going to get answered by Ryan. So I could almost see David just going Doomsday and then setting up a slow win.
But instead, much worse, a brainstorm here for 3 mana.
That's not a brain surge. What's going on here?
There you go. There you go. So we're gonna have to put a couple cards back and see what's up. Now I am catching a glimpse that I think I saw Doomsday now as David was flicking through the cards. So next turn has the option to go for it. And with Ryan not really having any other permission here, see if David has the fetch land to shuffle away those 2 cards if he so chooses. Big draw step here for Ryan.
Yeah, this is some crucial turns. You need to see a coveted jewel really soon for this.
How about a Vexing Bauble?
Not good enough, sadly. Already not super great in the matchup. Doomsday plays just Lotus, Jet, Sapphire, and then the Forcible effects.
Yeah.
And the forces have already been spent. It's not really a thing right now, and it's not as if we need Mox in or Lotus right now. There's 4 lands on the table. Trinisphere is already even just stopping them from coming out. So I would cycle this card probably right away.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
But there's no reason to here because it ate up all 3 of the workshop mana. The Trinisphere keeps us from playing anything off that he would draw. So Ryan's keeping 3 mana up, representing something, could be Pyroblast or Unsummoned effect of some kind, something like that. And then drawing at the end of the turn of the bauble might just make as much sense. Also keeping David underneath the bauble for a turn.
Yep, makes sense to me. So David's upkeep, we see the cracked fetch land, and here is the 3 mana Doomsday, and with 3 cards left in hand, I can imagine. All right, we're going to put you to the test again, Ely. What's your Doomsday pile now that you have a Trinisphere in mind? Because that's got to make cards like Gush not something you want, right?
Yeah, no longer do we want Gush. I'm probably taking both Oracles to get around, some random answer that my opponent might have. You do need cards to sift through the deck, so Street Wraith is actually an optimal card now, because you can cycle it to make your deck thinner underneath the Trinisphere at no mana cost. So I'm probably going Street Wraith, Oracle, and then maybe Time Walk, because that's again a card that would sort of replace itself, and that puts you in a state where you can go Wraith, Time Walk, this needs to be answered. If not, I'm going Oracle, and then next turn Oracle. And it might be really hard to stop underneath Defense Grid and Trinisphere.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, just 2 Oracles for sure, as you really, really just want to be able to fire 2 bullets over and over, and if one gets dealt with a consign, something like that, you can just go again. That feels like the only way David loses at this point, is if his Doomsday somehow, quote-unquote, fails.
It's very interesting, David just revealing Ancestral to his opponent, saying, I'm going to put this in the 5. But it kind of already is when you show your whole deck, and David Ryan can figure out what the remaining 5 still are.
Oh, yeah, so you basically, you should pick up your graveyard, put it in with your library, and then select it, but...
It forces a hard recall from your opponent to actually look for specific pieces or what's remaining from your library. But yeah, at the same time, I think this is also an honorable move. Ancestral's one of those ones that stands out anyway. I'm kind of surprised that we got Ancestral here, though. It kind of puts us in an awkward spot. We have to cast it first. We spend 3 mana on it, so we're probably not going off after we play it. So it kind of puts us in this weird parity of then we need to really make sure on that next turn we go off. Otherwise we drown. So it would not have been one of the cards I selected here.
Yeah, maybe it's a card he put on the bottom or something, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
It has to be the first card to be useful, otherwise you don't grab it. So it doesn't make sense. It seems like what we're going for is a 1-turn go-off type of thing, but when you're under a Trinisphere, it's not like you can really put insurance onto that. So this makes sense if we're trying to gain to vapor it and then go off again. Yeah. But still, I don't love the play either. I think just going for Street Wraith into Time Walk.
Yeah, so we haven't played a land, so are we trying to just... So we're recalling, how are we winning this turn? Obviously 1 Mox, Black Lotus, of course.
Yeah, once you get the Trinisphere off the table, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, okay.
The fun part about those games, sometimes I've been in those spots where it's like, all right, wait for them to do all that, and then I Ancestral them to deck them. Those are the fun ones.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely target someone with that card. You don't see it often, but one thing we are seeing here is David Liver advancing to 6-0 here with Doomsday. And I gotta say, David kind of made this look pretty good, Ely. That Doomsday deck is nice.
Doomsday is really nice. To be ready for it requires some slots that are hard to dedicate, especially in Vintage. It's not like it's a super common deck, so you don't expect to face it often. I know another player in the field, Brian Cook, is playing it and doing really well with it as well. So I think the top players are going to have to get ready to beat some Doomsdays.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And then on the flip side, from the Mono Blue Shops player, the deck looked awesome as well, but it felt like, I think Vintage has a lot more variance, I feel, than, maybe a lot of formats. Naturally, with just having a lot of one-ofs that were really powerful. But that deck definitely felt like it has a lot of extra variance where if you draw the One Ring, you draw Coveted Jewel, it looks like your deck is just unbeatable. But if you miss those pieces, it can be a little lackluster, huh?
Absolutely. Workshop decks have always been like that too. At first you were trying to double workshop into a Mindslaver and then like take your opponent's turn and wreck them that way. So like 6 mana spells that then took 4 more mana to activate were the way that they went.
Yes.
So a lot of variance.
I mean, to be fair, if you're Mindslavering a Doomsday player, I feel like you can deck them out pretty easily. If you're like, get down to 2 cards, recall myself, good game. Let's go to the next one. So
the best is you stole their turn and saw demonic consultation.
Oh yes, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. So that's gonna do it here from coverage here of Eternal Weekend for round number 6. We're gonna take ourselves a short break, but when we come back, we got round 7 here. Ely, that starts getting into territory of win and ins into the top 8. So it's really starting to heat up. You're not gonna want to go anywhere. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Eternal Weekend here in North America. We're covering the vintage champs here for the rest of the time. Corey Baumeister, our Pro Tour Neon Dynasty champion. Ely Cassis over there, going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 7. And we got a spicy one here for you. Let's put up our head-to-head, Ely, and walk me through a little bit of this matchup and kind of how it plays out.
I'd be happy to. Thank
We
you.
got Jarvis Yu on the left and Jacob Bard on the right. Jules Shop versus Esper Luris Control. What do you like?
So this matchup I think is tight, really close, but my preference, if I had to choose a seat to be in, if I could pick which deck to play, probably the Esper Luris deck. Lavinia is almost just on its own, the lights out against the Jewel Shops deck. So I think that gives it a little bit of an edge, but realistically, it's what I said before. If I could just choose winning the die roll, I would pick that side.
I love it. Ely likes to go first in vintage. I think we've got it. So Lavinia going to be the main card to look out here for in Jacob's list. Now let's take a look on the flip side. This is Jarvis Yu. Definitely a fan favorite as far as any kind of Eternal format goes, and just maybe a fan favorite in life. Really cool guy, Jarvis. And walk us through the deck list that he brought.
This is not so dissimilar to what we just saw, except we see a few differences in the list itself.
Yeah.
4 copies of Sink and Stupor, which I really like. I think the flexibility of having that baked in is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I think I would have liked to see that many copies in the previous deck list as well. Other than that, I think it's almost a carbon copy. We do see like bulk key shenanigans going on and using Karn with a sideboard strategy for that as well. Otherwise, not much different. It's got a similar game plan, and I'm kind of curious to see what a different pilot with different mulligan decisions will do with the deck.
Yeah, the key and time walk shenanigans definitely used to be a lot better when the Urza Saga was not restricted, I can imagine.
Oh yeah, then it was rampantly played, and a lot of people were also playing Dak Vadens to steal the combo pieces as well, so it came at a price sometimes. What I think decks have found is if they can utilize the key on its own, like with Top or Grim Monolith, that it makes it almost worth it and free to just jam the Time Vault too.
All right, sounds like this is going to be a spicy little match. Let's jump on into the feature match. Both players are 5-1. Let's see who's going to be 6-1. And welcome to the feature match area here in round number 7. We got Jarvis Yu on the left and Jacob Bard on the right. Jules Shop versus Esper Luris Control. Players are underway. Jarvis is starting up. Mox, and Tinker to get it going. And Jacob just shrugs and says, yeah, this is fine. It's fine, meme. No big deal.
So, how many cards are in Jacob's hand? I think that's going to inform something here. Because one of the first things you have to do is, do I pass the Force of Will check? If I'm holding a 7, and it's not a powerful 7, and no Force of Will, I think you have to mulligan here because of plays like this. This game is pretty much already over.
All right, here, Ely, what are we going to copy here? That's, I'll put you to the test here.
Max Pearl.
Yeah, okay, so now we have 2 coveted jewels, and my quick count looks like Jacob is down to 6 cards, so we'll at least give him some slack here, as we at least took 1 mulligan. Here's 3 more mana from the coveted jewel, Grim Monolith. Now, there's a PO, there's a Force of Will. Jarvis is really doing it here.
Oh yeah, this game is just firmly over. Draw 3, and now draw 4, and in this one I think we're even just netting some mana. So, and then we just drew a ton more mana. We still haven't even played our land for the turn.
I mean, Solitaire is a pretty fun game, you know? I'm a fan.
Here's where I'm just really happy that Jarvis is in Pilot C2, because all of these plays we've probably made, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's played 14 cards already, and we're still probably within the first minute of the game. That fluid knowledge of the deck, fast-paced play is almost necessary when he plays many spells as PO plays. If you ever want to get through a game, you can't be tanking for a minute between each play.
And you know Jarvis, we both played against him plenty of times. You know he's communicating very clearly, like, yes, you're dead, but I'm going to do this. You know, he's explaining why you're dead as you're playing, more than likely.
Absolutely.
Which I love. He keeps it real.
Oh yeah, very effectively too, not even risking probably an infraction Very impressive.
Yeah. So here is Karn now taking a quick glance at the sideboard. The options we have is Grafdigger's Cage. Everybody's favorite card, Michael Synthlatus. I mean, just if you really want to make friends at your local game store, just play Karn, Michael Synthlatus. I mean, it's really fun for everyone.
Now, should the people at home be trusting you on this, Corey?
They should not be. You've called me out.
You know, the icing on the cake here is just Trinisphere to follow up this turn. Just guarantees that we have several turns after this with no interruption. So there's just actually 0% chance for Jacob to win game one.
Yep, Karn ticking up as well on nothing, and it looks like we're discarding some cards and just saying pass the turn, and Jacob Bard just casually puts his hand into his library. Vintage Magic, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, not even getting a single turn.
All right, so let's look at the sideboard here from Jacob Bard and see what he can possibly do to Jarvis's ridiculous start here. Ely, what are you bringing in?
Well, for starters, you probably want Consign to Memory. There's a lot of colorless sources that you want to counter. Certainly the Null Rod is like the game over piece for this matchup. If you can land that, it's really hard for them to win. They have to sink into Stupor it. It's hard for them to have the mana to even do it. And then obviously the Steel Sabotage. You probably don't want to bother with anything else. The rest of the cards are kind of medium in power level. You're on the play now, so you're a little bit more comfortable with your chances. And just figure out what cards in your main deck are maybe dead cards for the matchup. Like you don't really need a Soul Guide Lantern type of deal. And swapping those few cards in and out. I love how Vintage is a lot like Old Legacy, where your sideboard's a lot of 1s and 2s, occasionally a 4 of Containment Priest, you know, when you have a matchup you know is weak. But it's a lot of like flexible options for whatever you play. So you're not over sideboarding. It's really hard to over sideboard in Vintage because what are you gonna cut? Power 9 pieces?
yeah. I do love that. I think just Magic in general, it's basically poetry when you look at a sideboard in Vintage or, you know, like you're saying, Old Legacy, and you see something that's a 4 of. You're like, okay, we found the bad matchup. It's whatever this card tries to stop. And I find it very amusing that you can, you know, really read a deck list and, you know, without knowing a format or anything, know what the bad matchups are just based on that. So let's look over on Jarvis's list and walk us through if there's anything you want to sideboard. Normally, when you're playing a Karn list, you think, okay, you can only play a Karn sideboard. That's not necessarily the case when Karn's only a 1-of, though, right?
Right. And you don't really focus on the Karn, but you always make sure the Karn is still good no matter what. And I think cards like, you know, your second Wormcoil Engine, your second Mastic Core fulfill that purpose. If you really want them against the matchup, you can bring in 1 of each and still know there's an extra copy in the sideboard to go fetch out. So like what we bring in for this matchup is Dismember. We love this card for this matchup. Lavinia is a pain, even Bowmaster is a pain. Try casting a PO or even like a draw 3 from your coveted jewel when a Bowmaster's on the table. So you sometimes just absolutely need to have a removal spell, and that's what that does. Into the Flood Maw, serving the same purpose, but also being this flexible thing that can bounce a Null Rod, which can also be clutch. For that reason, you might want Force of Negation, and then there's always the question, like, is Hull Breacher good here?
Yeah.
Not as much in this matchup, but sometimes you want it because it's like a thing that still has to be answered, so that's where the questions get raised. But that's where you also wonder, am I over sideboarding? And that's what you really have to focus on.
Yeah, definitely seems like a format where you do not want to get too crazy, bring in 2 to 3 cards, and call it good. So let's jump into the match here and see if Jarvis, you can do that again. That was impressive.
That was impressive. I kind of want to see it again because it's so much just fun to just spill all that out.
That is the kind of Magic I would want to play if I was playing this tournament. This looks like a little bit more of a normal draw, but the one nice thing we got going is both players did keep. As I say normal draw, we saw a mana vault here off the top here from Jarvis. That's adding 3 mana. Grim Monolith, 1 mana floating. Grim Monolith being tapped. Is it the One Ring?
No, I think what we saw from Jarvis is a PO, another Monolith, a blue source. So this is maybe going in turn 1 PO.
Okay, yep, there is the blue source, but looks like we don't have to PO at this very moment. Can PO later.
The thought was wait to PO for that fetch to get cracked. So Jarvis passed as if he didn't have anything, which is a smart way of like giving like false poker interpretations. But now we've kind of played into it with the second hand out because the opponent didn't crack fetch like we were hoping, and then there wasn't a good opportunity. Jarvis kind of paused for a second on Jacob's upkeep, but then didn't want to give away what he was trying to do. So he kind of had to make a split decision in that moment and let Jacob keep proceeding, and then this happened. But fortunately for Jarvis, did not get extra punished, just mediocre punished, but that would have happened on his turn or his opponent's turn regardless.
Isn't it one kind of thing though, Ely? Like if you go to Jacob's end step and he were to crack the fetch, like if you PO there, you're just gonna have to discard a bunch of cards. Like isn't that still a bit of a liability?
Well, you don't worry about the discarding as much because now at least you've drawn enough. You carved the perfect hand.
Sure.
The important part is actually getting to do it, because if we don't, then you kind of have a hand where we're kind of stuck and not having that action. So to me, that was almost like a necessary take to try to like carve something. And like you mentioned, the shop stack's already a little inconsistent, has like some things that don't line up well with other things. So like you got to draw 4 and then you had to discard 2 at the end of your turn. You're like, oh shucks, here's a couple extra copies of Mission's Workshop. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. So Jarvis's hand was Island, which he's very much unincentivized to play as you lose the City of Traders, and then a couple POs. So now it's just going to be the case, does Jarvis just go for end step PO, counterspell check, okay, and then untap and do it again?
I like how you casually said a couple POs, like it was just no big deal. Like that was obviously the main attraction to the deck. Yeah, I think in response to the Spellmaster work for sure.
I would imagine.
Be interesting to see if this actually resolves. If it does, this game is still close. If it doesn't,
This is probably over, right? Like
over, because a PO can still happen underneath the Spellmaster, and then you can hope to draw what you need to kind of like go off, so to speak. But you don't have a lot of time, and you certainly have a lot of pressure on you. So now it gets to be like down to the wire. This is where it's close and probably favored more towards Esper.
Yeah, and if Jacob can ever find one more counter spell, or maybe even another Bowmaster to really put the pressure on, we're going to see a huge advantage here. But as it stands, coming in for 2, putting Jarvis down to 15. And the one kind of brutal thing for Jarvis is he did end up tapping that Monolith. It made sense, because you wanted to leave the City of Traders untapped, but now is unable to untap that. Maybe not the biggest deal, though.
Yeah, I think that I would have preferred tapping the city there and having that Monolith untapped, so I think I definitely agree with you on that one. But
that was a no rod picked up, Ely.
Oh, I saw that, but can't be cast this turn at least, unless Jacob also has
So you have
land,
3
which
hands
does not look like he does.
Yeah, or any of the Moxes or Black Lotus, like.
So I think what Jarvis will see is this turn has to just go for PO. Basically just has to do it now.
Yeah.
The opponent is just demonic tutor. He can expect that it's lights out if he passes the turn.
Totally agree. So here it is. The big moment goes for...
Oh, that's catchy. So we drew a Metamorph. We can copy Bowmaster and kill a Bowmaster, essentially removing this big threat off the board. But I still don't know if I like this play more than just going for PO and just trying to get through this Bowmaster. Because they're still passing the turn, and my opponent's still just on a tutor for something.
Doesn't matter though, Force comes down to hit the Metamorph, and now the last card in hand for Jacob is the No Rod, but, I mean, PO is still able to be cast for 4 next turn with that Island in hand, but once again, that will come with a lot of damage.
Yeah, the problem with that too is now the artifacts that come after don't do anything. So good PO, but then what? We're sitting on a bunch of dead cardboard, and probably have set us up for like eternal death. So it probably is pass back again this turn, hit one more time, end of turn PO. So at least that Jarvis can untap with some mana to try to do something.
But you can't, right, with City of Traders?
Oh, you're right, because we can't activate Jet, and the City of Traders will die if we play a land. Yeah, this is probably just game over for Jarvis.
Just in the squeeze right now, so Jarvis has the option of playing Island. City of Traders' ability will go on the stack. You can add the mana and then PO, but then you're just stuck because the Moxes don't do anything. You're not gaining any more mana, and this slow burn of 2 damage plus the Mana Vault is going to be ticking away pretty quickly.
I think what I would have liked to see there, though, is playing the land and POing maybe for 3 instead of 4. and that would set you up for not having a leaf on.
Go to 8 during my draw step.
Pass.
I'm really trying to hit that line. It's really not
drawing
cooperating.
3, draw some sort of out to try to win.
Well, pretty close games here so far, Ely, between these two players. Just 2 absolute beatdowns.
I think too that we're taking away from watching this is Jarvis is like playing this very important first turn spell, and if it's disrupted, it's sort of crawling to try to get to the finish line. And if Jewel Shops can't, it seems to fall apart, which is what I was saying before about why I think Escalurus has a little bit of an edge, but also that die roll just so huge. Jarvis 1 on the play on turn 1, going Mox, Tinker in game 1. So if in game 3 Jarvis has anything like that again, it might also just be like
He really doesn't
Jewel
like
Shops
it.
might essentially
You can see that.
steal it.
I'm not making stuff up.
Yep, checks out to me. And that's it. These players are going to be going to game 3. And at 5-1 with such a large tournament like we're seeing right here, this very well could be a must-win game for both of these players if they want to have any hope of still making it to the elimination rounds on Sunday.
I think you're absolutely right. It's 100% elimination for top 8 contention here if they lose. I don't think 2 losses can get in. And, still the top 32 live contention for the foil card, though.
I mean, that's really what it's all about. I mean, especially any of the players that are playing Tinker really want this to happen. So let's take a look at Jacob Bard's sideboard one more time, see if there's any more sideboarding to be done. It kind of looks like Jacob was just kind of shuffling up there. That's one thing. I'll kind of say this, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. You don't want to give your opponent just this free information that you're submitting the same deck. I don't know if you do this, Ely, but I always side in like 2 cards that I know I'm going to just look through my deck and take out if I'm not going to make any changes. Are you a fan of this, or do you not bother?
I hate that we have to do that, but it's so necessary. When you get to those upper levels of competition, if you don't look like you're sideboarding, it can be really costly. Your opponent's just like, all right, same configuration, now I can kind of plan for that. And you don't want to give your opponent that kind of information. So absolutely, I've done that at least 1,000 times now, and it's just like extra wasted movement. Almost like online Magic, you don't have to bother with that.
Yeah, especially when it comes to, you playing, professional Magic on the Pro Tour for World Championship, all that kind of stuff, where it's open deckless tournament. You really want to be putting some mind games to your opponents for sure.
Love the mind games.
All right, so any changes you're making here, Ely, or are you just kind of clicking back?
No, I'm always making changes, especially when it comes to the card days, and especially in Vintage. On the draw, this card can be really bad. You're playing against a deck that just has so much extra free mana that like keeping it in is usually a liability. So if I saw days here on the draw, I kind of think like, all right, we didn't feel like we had anything else, or maybe sideboard it. So that card would be an easy cut for me.
Okay.
Dig Through Time, also kind of a slow card. I don't know if we have time to go to the graveyard and fire that off. But also, want to be careful with my blue count because we do have a lot of force negations and force of will. So now you're getting into some deck contention. This is why you can't over sideboard a lot of the time too.
No, it makes sense for me. Like, if you don't have time for Dig Through Time when you're on the draw, Jacob didn't have time to play a land last time he was on the draw. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, so I think still the same cards are coming in because they're not soft counters like Spell Pierces. But I think on the draw, we want to consider taking out things that are soft. And soft is generally denoting anything that has like a simple requirement, like counter the spell unless you pay 2.
Okay, checks out to me. So let's get on back to the action here and watch these players play in their 3rd and final game of round number 7. Okay, so Jarvis on the play here. This is that really explosive turn possible if we can do the thing. Looks like that dice was on there, so maybe we saw 1 mulligan from Jarvis at least. And then on Jacob's side, we see the Lavinia. There's a Force of Negation, Swords of Plowshare, which is an interesting one to see in, plus the Orcish Bowmaster. Pretty nice hands from both, and it looks like a mull to 6 from both players.
Yeah, and also looks like pretty medium hands for both players. And I agree, the Swords and Plowshares, I'm also surprised to see that in.
Oh, you're kidding.
Well, there are a couple of things, like sometimes a word coil or an agentum masticore, or whatever it's called, can hit the table, or a card can fetch something like that. It's just those are fringe plays that usually have you already behind the 8 ball. So like having an answer to them, not always so great. So this play, extremely powerful, but likely be a counter. I think Jacob learned a valuable lesson about keeping a hand that didn't have a turn one counter.
Yeah, and of course this was the time where Jarvis just went Voltaic key go and didn't have the explosive turn. But here's Lavinia.
Yeah, but then we just saw Jarvis top deck the Tinker as well. So we have a City of Traders, so we have the mana for it. So one more counter is going to be needed. Wow, look at that, the Mastercore. And another counter. So Swords must have been the card we bought on. Otherwise, that would
You're at 19.
It definitely was. So was this the bait card here with the Mastercore, and you would rather resolve Tinker if you're from Jarvis's shop deck?
That depends. I think getting the Lavinia off the board was kind of clutch, so I could see Jarvis having really hopes that Mastercore survived. But now we can just tinker for that if that's what we want to do.
Sure.
And this Monolith was a fantastic draw to ensure we have all the mana we need.
For Monolith, 1 artifact.
Okay, so here is Monolith, kind of a counter spell check, and we're going to tap some mana. And here comes 3 colorless, blue. If Tinker does resolve from Jarvis's side, what are you going for? Is there an option, or is it just automatically start taking all the turns?
But yeah, I mean, if you have Time Bolt to take all the turns, you automatically do that.
Okay.
It's just game over. But if that's not an option, like a backup option, probably for me would be the One Ring, because you can just so run away with the game, and there's no black source from your opponent to worry about Bowmaster.
Okay.
So here we saw Tinker resolving, so it should just be Time Bolt game over if things play out the way that we assume.
Yeah, like what else could Jacob have if it's about to resolve? Or is there a chance that Jarvis took it out?
I guess there's a chance. I'd be very surprised.
I'd be surprised too, but it seems like this would be a slam if it was the case. And I see the One Ring pulled up in front, so I'm starting to think that's either pulled out or there's some kind of instant speed way to remove an artifact or enchantment, which I'm not seeing.
No, yeah, I don't think that's even on the radar for Jarvis. Like, disenchant is a thing of like the 90s and early 2000s, even though it's currently standard legal, by the way.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Foundations.
So yeah, the One Ring, like we thought, was the second best option. And I agree, you're right. The Time Bolt's probably just in the sideboard.
Okay, so now we picked up some cards. There's a Coveted Jewel. There's a Metamorph. There is some stuff going on here. I don't believe we played a land as well, so if we want to get rid of this City of Traders, we can do so. Yeah, now get rid of it. Who needs it?
The question is, do you go Tolarian and have your best land on the table, but expose yourself to a wasteland, or do you go Workshop? So we went Tolarian.
Okay. Must have had a mana floating.
Yeah, that must be the case for the Monolith and the Tinker.
And what do you copy? I mean, obviously we didn't copy the One Ring.
No, we copied Lavinia. I would almost guarantee. So why not have a blocker and make sure our opponents can't play the free spells to stop us from doing anything in future turns?
Yeah. So now tinkering for the One Ring though, this isn't giving us any kind of protection though because it was not cast. That's correct.
We can't figure out what lav means. That's their own problem.
So we get the 2 damage in here. There's going to be 2 more damage taken from Jarvis. So looks like we're going to be down to 13. The ring's going to put you down to 11, but still plenty of life when you're able to key the One Ring. Jarvis is able to draw 1 card off the draw step, 3 off the first ring, then 4 off the other ring. So Jarvis can draw 8 cards here just off service value.
Yes. And
is that good?
It's probably going to be way worse than that, too. that's at a minimum.
Yeah, this is Jacob putting his hands, crossing his arms here and being like, yeah, I'm sure I'll live to untap this next turn, right?
Jarvis is on like full steam mode. You can just tell all the cards are shuffling, the momentum's there, the excitement. Got this. Yeah. Let me just like go through the motions, put it all out there. What's the best
does a head shake. He's like, I'm ready to be 6-1.
Maybe a fringe thought of like, how could I mess this up? Let me make sure I don't do that.
I mean, that's a real thing. You know, if you get to these moments, you know, and you've been at a ton of high pressure moments right before a top 8 at whatever kind of big event you're playing, you really do shift your mindset being like, okay, how do I possibly lose this? And you see players slow down more often than not in these situations instead of like, oh, the finish line's here, and you speed up to try to win it.
Absolutely. And sometimes they really need to. Plenty of players have gotten overexcited and tried to attack with their red god and realized they had 2 cards in their hand.
Oh, come on. Don't do, I'm not even going to name the player. Don't do him dirty like that. Come on. We all
Too
remember
soon?
that moment. That's too soon. Yeah. Well, I'll get that player back. I mean, you must have been feeling the pressure with your 2 win-ins that you lost at the World Championship here not too long ago, right?
Well played.
I promise, everyone, we're friends.
The 3 best friends that anyone could have.
All right, so getting back to the game here, we saw Jarvis just draw a bunch of cards off the ring, play some lands, and the turn didn't end kind of like we were thinking it was going to. Is that surprising to you, or do you think just the draws were pretty bad?
Well, it's just the power of Lavinia. It's like stopping Jarvis from playing out what he needs to just kind of end the game. We see this sink in the stupor here, and I'm assuming that Jarvis just has it like deterministically over, and right now we're just like playing through the motions of what's safe, knowing that your opponent has like low resources and can't do much. It's not like Esper is like Grixis where they could just go breach and just win out of nowhere. So instead, it just has these low value plays. So we bounce it, we force it. Now we're just going to untap and draw our whole deck and just deterministically win.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Jarvis mapped this out and figured out that this is maybe just the best line. What's interesting here is killing Urza Saga instead of Tolarian Academy. Academy just had so much mana. It's so busted in these decks. And even then, Urza Saga was still the better target for Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob's just saying, like, yeah, Academy might kill me, but Urza Saga's constructs just will, as these Esper control decks definitely start to just take out some of the removal spells, as I think you have to, as there's literally no creatures in the main deck. So here is the Coveted Jewel, which is now able to be cast thanks to Lavinia not being on the battlefield here from Jacob. And maybe that was the only piece that Jarvis really needed.
Yeah, probably. And even going back to the Academy thing too, Metamorph is just so good. Not only is it the Lavinia, but it's an artifact Lavinia. Adding to the artifact count.
Artifact Grizzly Bears, why not? And Jacob's just sitting back like, well, this is fun. I'm having a great time.
This is where people get into debate of do you scoop or do you play out? And seems to be in the camp of you never scoop. So even though it's way over deterministically, you never know what might happen. Those fringe corner cases.
Yeah, I mean, we know even, the last caster pair that was before us, Reed Duke, one of the best to ever cast a spell, is under that regard of, hey, you never concede, you do it. What's your kind of mantra? Are you giving up a lot more?
Oh, I think I'm giving up a lot more, even though I feel like I lose points in some people's eyes for that. Man, I like to go to the bathroom. I like to get a snack. It's hard when you're in a feature match, too, because the feature match usually starts a little late, gets out a little late, and now you're just pressed for time to actually go do something.
All right, I like it. You're definitely valuing your time a little bit more. And here is our winner. I think we might have accidentally started this over, but Jarvis Yu is the winner here, advancing to 6-0. Big congrats to him. Welcome back to the booth, everyone. 6-1. Yeah, sorry. What did I say?
No worries. So he's probably going to have a win-and-in round where if Jarvis clinches it, maybe can draw into the top 8, although that sometimes depends on how tiebreakers break down. So we'll see more of that unfold when we get a little bit further.
Yeah, and it really comes down to it. Tiebreakers in those kind of scenarios, if Jarvis were to have lost round 1 and now has rattled off 6 in a row, your tiebreakers just in general end up being a lot worse. But if Jarvis just lost the round before that, something like that, he has a much higher chance of being able to shake hands going into the last round. But we're not going to get too far ahead of us there. But we are going to take ourselves a short break. And on the other side of this break, and basically for the rest of the time, you see Ely and I here in the booth, we're going to have Winning in Magic here getting ready for this Vintage Championship here at Eternal Weekend. I can't wait. Winning in Magic is literally what Magic tournaments are all about. So we're going to take ourselves a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the North American Eternal Weekend featuring the Vintage Champ today. My name is Corey Baumeister. I'm joined by the 2019 SCG Team Constructed Open Champion, Ely Castillo. Ely, you ready for this round?
Funny enough, you're also one of those champions.
Yeah, sorry. I don't have a resume like yours to do any kind of bragging, so I have to sprinkle it in when I can. That's the best I got there, Ely.
I highly doubt winning 2 Grand Prix in a span of, what was it, a month?
No, only one. Don't give me too much credit here, man. I only got one. Yeah. All right, let's check out some players that are definitely well established here for our head-to-head. This is round number 8. We have Chase on the left and Lee on the right. Chase is at the perfect 7-0 record here with Demir Luris Control, and Lee still at 6-1. So, Ely, we're in for an absolute grindy match. Let's look at the first deck list and walk us through who might be advantaged, if there even is a big advantage in this matchup.
You know, what we see in Vintage a lot is a lot of people playing a 3-color combination centered around blue, and for various reasons sort of splashing a 3rd color. And so Chase is doing an interesting thing of making it smooth and consistent, sticking with just the 2 colors. What we see is the trade-off is we don't have Lavinia, we don't have Swords, instead we have Fatal Push, trying to like pick up the slack of what Swords would be doing for us. I kind of like the fact that it's streamlined. It's a lot more consistent. You don't have to wonder, am I grabbing Tundra or Underground Sea or Volcanic or Underground Sea? Instead, it's just always Underground Sea. So there is some easier, smoother plays that I think will make this deck probably a little bit more consistent. You know, it's just a percentage or two, but when you multiply that across the tournament, that can really add up. I think that's why we're seeing Chase as our 7-0 player here.
Yeah.
So I kind of really like the look of this deck, and I'm about it. So we see on the flip side, the Esper that we just talked about, and then we see a lot of like this diversity of spell. And so I kind of feel like here we're suffering a little bit because Lavinia, not that good in this matchup, still good, but still eats a Fatal Push, sometimes doesn't do much at all, gets outpowered by a Psychic Frog or any Bowmaster that grows. We only see 3 Bowmasters here versus 4 over there. And obviously Bowmasters trumping Bowmasters, whoever has more tends to have a slight advantage. So to me, I think I'm choosing our 7-0 to advance to 8-0 here as the most likely outcome. That's where I would guess the winner is going to come here. But again, die roll dependent.
Very, very close. I would agree. And Ely, I got to ask you about one card in this deck because it seems very out of picture for me. And that's that Demonic Consultation. There's no Oracle or anything like that. Like, why do you play that card if you don't have the combo finish?
So great question. And I presume that this is a last ditch force of will. So this deck's trying to like stabilize control, and just when you think it's out, it's thinking, all right, I need to go grab whatever I need and sort of like pull off a W from it. So there are a bunch of different cards that it plays more than one copy of, so it can reliably grab a Wasteland, a Force of Will, a Bowmaster, or the Frog. And so maybe this is just like one of those like last ditch, you know, if I need it, I have it type of deal.
I love it. Okay, let's get into the feature match here, as this is very likely a win and in for both players into the top 8. So starting it off here, we got Chase on the left, we got Lee on the right, and they are getting ready to go here. We'll see if there's any mulligans. These are definitely 2 decks that I wouldn't say power mulligan too much. Like, you're just going to keep a lot of hands that look a little bit more medium. We're not going to see what we just saw from Jarvis Yu. But, of course, you know, you still have power. You have Black Lotus. I believe I see in Chase's hand Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall, Ely.
Oof, that's a pretty nice start. I like seeing those. Either one of them is enough, but having both of them?
Yeah.
Turn 1 Lavinia, though, that is also pretty nice.
Okay, so turn 1 Lavinia, not really amazing unless Chase starts playing all his Moxen without playing a land. Oh, wait, that still doesn't get countered, does it? Okay, well, just starts off with Ancestral Recall here to be able to draw the cards. No counter spell from Lee. And now any kind of shenanigans, Black Lotus, Mox, all that kind of stuff can be emptied from Chase's hand. The one thing you want to make sure you do is just don't discard to hand size when you're recalling here, but
that's sort of what we played into, though. We're forced to discard the hand size now.
I mean, we have a Black Lotus, right? You still play that, or?
You could, but Lavinia is this complicated card that has quite a lot of text. I'm not sure if you've played around it much, but whenever you want to cast a spell, if no mana is spent to cast it, it counters it. So you would just be putting it right into the graveyard.
Okay, my bad. I was just saying the greater than lands part. Forgot, of course, about that text. So yeah, this actually was just a huge die roll scenario here, as Chase would have had Black Lotus and was really able to go nuts. If so,
to me, it's still a close one that could still go either way, though. But I think from Chase, I might have considered Ancestraling on Lee's upkeep. It's not like we're playing around counterspell. Spell pierces is not even something that we see in this list, right? Now we do see 2 spell pierces.
No, yeah, there's 2 spell pierces.
But the advantage of waiting is I don't have to discard, and now I've played around Force of Negation, which kind of makes up for the spell pierces. They both have the same kind of like dilemma. So maybe waiting is just advantaged in that you don't end up discarding, and it's discarding 2 cards because we're on the draw there. So I think I would have liked to see that on the upkeep.
Yeah, I think so too. But wow, you were so right about the die roll here. As I'm just looking at Chase's hand, the glimpses I got, this start would have been absolutely absurd. Drawing your 2 basically most powerful cards. I mean, I'm sure you can make a debate for something other than Recall and Black Lotus, but it's a tough debate, I'd say.
They're certainly in the running for what's the best card to have in a Vintage Cube draft.
Yeah. So this is Lee, who had a Recall as well, or tutored for it.
Likely tutored for it.
Yeah, and sent it back to Chase. Now we really need to find either a removal spell, or Chase could have Orcish Bowmaster to be able to kind of trap the Lavinia during combat if Lee is careless there. Something I kind of doubt we'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Chase is working with. We don't have much information from what's in their hand, but Lee, we've seen pretty much their whole hand. And I see Wasteland, Strip Mine, Force of Will, Blue Card, sort of like all the tools of what Lee's deck is trying to do are available to him.
Yep, looks like it. And there is Wasteland to deal with the Urza Saga. We floated some mana to get Orcish Bowmaster down, and Lee did this before combat to make sure he didn't walk into this play. Really heads up play there from Lee. And it just seems like these players, they've been playing all day, but if they're at 7-0, if they're at 6-1, they've been playing some tight Magic.
Of course, yeah, they certainly know what they're doing. I can see the hope from Chase, hoping that Lavinia was going to come in and that Bowmaster could have taken it out. But I think that play is very unlikely to work with the size of Lee's hand and like the different cards available to Lee. And also Lee knowing that Chase has 4 Bowmaster. So sometimes they even like just playing Bowmaster as a sorcery speed thing on his own turn. And this prevents Lee from both seeing it and then saying, hey, I'll respond to that with a Brainstorm or something like that, and still getting to resolve their spell. So it can be weird to play sorcery magic sometimes, but sometimes it's also right. Here's where the demonic consultation that we just talked about comes in. So Lee's obviously considering what to get. If there's something of value that makes this like really clutch, in my opinion, the likely play is do nothing and to wait. But I'll be curious to see what Lee comes up with.
I like it. Yeah, we're definitely seeing the gears turning up there for Lee. We could put the math thinking meme over his face right now with all the things he's thinking about. But that's really tough. When you're playing a card like Demonic Consultation, you got to think of every single scenario of a certain one of that you might want to hit to be able to play here.
Yeah, you can't really risk naming a one of. You might just lose your whole library. So
that's a good point.
Usually has to be something with multiples.
Okay, so here is a Soul Ring coming down. Get some extra mana, and it looks like Black Lotus, Force of Will, a couple other blue cards from Chase. All the blue cards and no removal spells, no Fatal Push or anything from Lavinia definitely keeps that busted play of going Black Lotus, buy Luris, play Luris, bring back Black Lotus type play under control.
Yeah, I was half expecting Luris to be brought into hand by Chase this turn, but that didn't happen. Chase giving that peculiarity of Demonic Consultation.
Yep.
So now we get to see what we're going to dig for and how many cards we have to go through to find it.
Yeah, not sure what he said there, but we're going to find out real soon.
My first guess would have been a Bowmaster.
That's what I was thinking too. Like something that, you play multiple copies of that, like you said, you're not going to risk yourself decking, but.
Yeah, like look, we already lost 3 Bowmasters, so there's no more Bowmasters in Lee's deck.
Yeah, this is
And we
pretty
lost
wild
2
here.
Swords to Plowshares. I'm pretty sure this consultation is locking us out of this game.
So it was just a frog, but yeah, how many cards are left in deck at this point? You know, Chase kind of gets to reevaluate the scope here of, I'm going to play to deck you. I don't care to deal you 19 points of damage anymore.
Right. And even though we went for Frog, I mean, there's still a Bowmaster on our opponent's side, so it's not even the best spell to have right now. This is, I think, why most people don't play Demonic Consultation unless they're playing Oracle.
I sure as heck wouldn't be playing that card. I mean, I feel like I would be screwing it up over and over. But yeah, tough card to play.
Definitely a tough card to play. I'm sure Lee has a lot of reps and has been playing it really smart to get to 6-1. But yeah, that's a tough one.
So Force of Will on the other Bowmaster.
We see this other Bowmaster having to be countered now with the way that we played this game, because Frog is what we're trying to do and drawing extra cards. We can't have Bowmaster triggering twice. We can't have our Lavinia threatened. So it's probably the thing holding off our opponent.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Ponder, I want to say Flusterstorm, and one other card for Lee. But I'm just trying to picture how he comes back from this with so few cards in hand. It's not like he can make a gigantic frog and 2-hit chase or something.
Well, maybe it is the goal to try to do it. Is there only 3 cards left?
I think there's 4. 4 cards in library.
That was a really brutal consultation. I think basically he has to go all in. Lee, that is. Discard your whole hand and give flying. I don't know that there's another choice. And
yes.
That's what we're doing.
To the skies, Frog. But I mean, yeah, even this, you know, I mean, you're drawing a card now, you're drawing one for your draw step. That's down to 2 cards. Like
you're also putting full defenses down at this point, saying like, if you have anything, I'm just toast.
Yeah. And you have to draw a card off the Frog. There's no May ability on this, so.
Right.
I mean, maybe finding land 3 and buying Luris here or something is great. But yeah, as it stands, it looked like Lee made a doomsday pile, but doesn't have the oracles involved.
We get 2 more hits with the Frog conceivably before we're toast. So we need to be able to hit for more than what it currently stands for. So we can discard and put it up to 6, and then next turn discard, put it up to 7. So we do conceivably get to play one more thing.
That's not right, isn't it? Because you draw a card number 3, then you attack, you draw card 2, you draw... Oh, yeah, I guess you win with a lethal Frog trigger on the stack that would deck you.
Correct.
All right, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe it's going to work, too. That'd be the impressive thing. All we see from Chase right now is Strip Mine, right? And so doesn't have access to things. That Lavinia, I think, has been more punishing than this Frog here.
Yeah, I see blue cards and Black Lotus in hand from Chase. Now the other question comes into play is, does Lee have 6 cards to exile from the graveyard? Which probably, but you know, it's definitely a possibility. And you got to make sure you jump this Frog every single time. I love it that it's not even one at a time. It's like, you know I'm all in. I know I'm all in. Here comes 7 damage from the Frog.
To me, the Lavinia makes this very doable. That you can just discard both and not worry about what your opponent might do.
And the fact that it's going to be basically flawless, like, you know, the fact that Chase is going to deal almost exactly enough damage with no cards in library. And
wow. Did it. Please explaining the win now.
Okay, this was absolutely incredible. I guess I take back everything I said about Demonic Consultation for Frog. That seemed like the best possible play, a very calculated result, and Lee goes to 1-0 in a very unexpected way.
I don't think anybody's going to make you eat a hat or anything, but...
Oh, that was incredible. So let's look at the sideboard here. Let's start with Chase. And see what he's going to bring in basically, Ely, what feels like a pseudo mirror match.
It pretty much is. So Long Goodbye, certainly. Fatal Push, certainly. There are Hate Bears that we're trying to get off the table, and those cards are easy one-for-one, especially Long Goodbye because it's uncounterable. You can rely on it. Really nice choice for this matchup. Other than that, you can bring in a Dress Down if you want to like nullify Lavinia and then get all your Moxins out, but there's not much else in the sideboard. The sideboard's really not constructed to be playing these mirror matches as much as it's trying to make sure it beats all the other decks in the field. So not too much to board in, and also not too much to board out. They're pretty much close to pre-sideboarded. So they might not need access to like, days on the draw is worse, or spell pierces, maybe just kind of medium as is. But here's actually what I prefer to do. I don't find that I need 7 force of will / negation effects.
Okay.
I prefer to trim down on my auto 2-for-1s because there's not just this busted play that you have to answer. Instead, it's just like a Psychic Frog, and I'd much rather just Fatal Push it than try to force a will it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just control your own 2-for-1. So if you do take out any of the forces, do you automatically just take out force and negation?
So typically, but I find what I want to do is more of a combination of both because force negation is theoretically just castable for 3.
Yeah.
And force of will on 5 is a lot harder to do. And sometimes even just the pang of a life can change things. Sometimes the exiling of your opponent's spell can matter in some ways. If it's exiling to a frog. So it's nice to have a combination, but I favor Force of Will. So if I have 7 copies, I'll probably go down to 4, and I'll probably play 3 Force of Wills and 1 Force of Negation as my combination.
Checks out to me. So let's take a look at Lee's sideboard. Lee Webb here on Esper Control. And reminder everyone, Lee Webb is at 6-1. And Chase is at 7-0. So this is a must-win for Lee. Chase has a chance of losing again next round and still making it in. But of course, would like to avoid that. So what are we doing here from Lee's side?
Same exact plan. We have a Flusterstorm that we can bring in that's a little bit more optimal than a Spell Pierce because we're not trying to counter a Mox. And maybe you can set up a stack where they play a spell and you go in response Ancestral, and then they go to Force of Will that, and then in response you Flusterstorm and counter both their spells. So it sets up for a nicer Spell Pierce in this kind of a matchup. After that, you have an ending, you have a Fatal Push, and a Swords. You consider the planes because your opponent's a Wasteland Strip Mine deck, and probably do bring it in for that reason. Most of that planes is there for the Blood Moon matchups, but I think it still has enough value here that that's one of the ways you don't want to lose, so it's worth having. In my opinion, if you know your opponent's just straight blue-black, cards for you on the draw, like Wasteland and Strip Mine, lose value. So I would rather have that plains on a Wasteland if I'm trying to keep my mana count exactly where it is. I would prefer the colored to the colorless. So that's another swap that I would make.
Do you ever just take out Wastelands or Strip Mines, just treat them as spells? Or is it something you always like to stay pretty even with your mana count?
So I know that answer better for Legacy, and it's absolutely. And Vintage, I can't imagine it's different. It's probably a very similar mindset. There's not a lot of things in Vintage that cost colorless mana to begin with. So Strip and Waste were never really part of your mana sources. The difference to that is sometimes when Lorien Revealed was like played like a 4 of at first, but now you see it's a single copy. So you can't rely on it to be the land cycler that you used to rely on it for.
Checks out to me. All right, great explanation there, Ely. Let's get into game number 2 and see who's going to take this one down. All right, so starting it off, I still can't get over that game 1. That was hilarious. That frog did so much damage. Now we're gonna see Chase on the play here, which if the die roll was won by Chase there, Chase had Black Lotus. Chase had and has Black Lotus, I will add. And the game looks a lot different. So as far as looking at Chase's hand, Black Lotus, there's a Mox, there's a Ponder, and I believe a Bobble in the back, Spell Pierce. And how aggressive do you buy Lurrus? You don't ever buy Lurrus with the Black Lotus here, do you?
Quite frequently, but not when my mana sources are Island and Sapphire. So those pips don't contribute to casting the Lurrus, whereas bringing Lurrus from the side to your hand costs colorless. So my preference is use the blue sources to bring it to hand, use the Lotus to cast Lurrus, and then bring Lotus back and essentially have it for free. So that's where I would prefer to be with that.
God, just imagine the days when you didn't have to pay 3 for the companion for Lurrus, where just a Lurrus would be in play now. That would be the only difference. I think every vintage player, and I think probably every player is pretty happy that rule got changed.
Yeah, it was too good, and I think everybody quickly realized that.
Yeah, Black Lotus Lurrus, quite the combo. So, all right, we did some stuff here from Chase, drew off Bobble, sent back to Lee, and now we have a Lotus Petal, followed by at least a land. We'll see. There's also a Psychic Frog and a Bowmaster. So Lee has the options here, is looking to play that Marsh Flats and then think, do you want to slam Psychic Frog or play a little bit more defensive? What do you like here?
Well, first I want to make note. So Chase has Spell Pierce and Lotus Petal was cast. And Lotus Petal, not really worthy of being Spell Pierce, but Chase did this like kind of psyops counter intuition thing where put his hand on the table, put his hand on his face. And this is all like a feint to say, yeah, do whatever. I don't have anything, but he does have something. And he intentionally didn't do it, trying to mislead Lee into playing into it, essentially. I really... Go ahead.
Yeah, we're all just a bunch of liars at the Magic table. Don't trust anyone.
I can appreciate plays like that, though. To me,
me too.
They give a lot of like room to show skill and talent. So there's one mana floating here, and we noticed that Chase did not cycle the Lorient Revealed. So I'm wondering if rather than going for the Lurrus play, we're thinking about trying to just cast the Revealed. I actually don't like that as much because we used our days. We can't do the Spell Pierce. Whereas if we had cycled the Land Cycler, we could actually just grab Lurrus and play it, and then have a ball in the graveyard and start pulling ahead.
Yeah, I think that would have been nice.
And we can do this over the course of 2 turns, so we have Spell Pierce and Push available to us. This is, to me, sometimes the tough part about Land Cyclers. They have this element of greed of, do I do it now or do I wait? And even playing the Brainstorm here right now, played right into a Bowmaster. Now we have Fatal Push, but our only black source is Lotus. So now we're forced to crack it and use it.
You're forced, yeah.
Yeah. We're priced in, as it were.
Yeah, okay, goes for the Dress Down instead. So there's only a blue mana floating. That does shut down the Bowmaster's come into playability. This Brainstorm will work. And, that's an interesting decision here to play that instead of the Fatal Push.
So I kind of don't hate, but at the same time, it puts us in a weird spot of now we need to hit something with a Stress Down and Brainstorm draw. Yeah. Otherwise, opponent still has Bowmaster, which is a punishing card as the game goes long. Our Lorient Revealed certainly not going to be hard cast until we have an answer for it. We still need to find colored sources, which it looks like we didn't. And it brings us back to the thing we talked about a round or two ago of getting stuck, where you've brainstormed and you can't progress your board state, and now you have to put 2 cards back on top of your library.
We have the Lorient Revealed to cycle, right, for a black source to then Fatal Push if we really need to?
Which we absolutely need. And I think Chase is in that situation of thinking, like, what are these cards I'm keeping? Putting Push on top of the library is a really strange one to me.
Yeah, like leaving counter spells is... I'm not sure the card on the far left there. Is that a hull,
I think
hull breaker?
It might be. It's hard to tell, but I think the line here is I'm going to strip mine this turn, so I'll draw the Push next turn, and that's the card I would least want like removed from my hand if a Thoughtseize was to be played, which I think we don't see that in Lee's deck, but you never know. Sometimes you
probe. Okay.
Sure, just drawing into it anyway, so that part's also fine and fair.
All right, I like that because now you're going to draw into the Push, and now you can use the Mox to cycle to get a black source, deal with Bowmaster. Then Lee still has a decent turn of just third land by Lurrus.
Well, you probably don't deal with the Bowmaster yet. You probably stick with your strip mine on the Underground Sea play because you cut off black knowing the opponent's hand, and you make sure like a second Bowmaster doesn't come down in the meantime.
Okay, yep, this is better because then not only is buying Lurrus not an option, you can just deal with the Bowmaster next turn. And what counter spell are you going to find to prevent that when you don't have another blue card in hand? So
exactly.
I love that players are like, Bobble, do you mind if I touch your expensive decks? Like,
you have to ask.
You definitely have to with these pricey decks for sure.
Yeah, there's some crazy stories in the past. I won't name names, but some people have cut or shuffled opponents' libraries and accidentally bent like foil brainstorms.
Oh God,
yeah. Grease.
I think I've borrowed, some of your Underground Seas or something at some point, and I'm just like, I don't even want to shuffle these. They're too nice of cards. But all right, so Lee drew off Bobble here. Looks like Chase cycled that Lorien revealed, picked up a land, sacrificing the Delta, and here is Luris to hand. Now, I mean, right now, if Lee were to get Luris into hand, Lee gets to threaten Luris, bring back a Bobble or a Lotus Petal. Sure, that's fine. But Chase is threatening the play Luris, bring back Black Lotus, and that gets really, really nasty.
Yeah, essentially Lee is stuck, doesn't have Black Source mana, knows that his opponent knows that they're holding at least a Bowmaster, so like reduces the number of blue cards that could even be pitched to a Force of Will. Obviously, 2-drop threats aren't coming down, so they can rule out cards like Lavinia. So we do see that land so that Luris can come to hand. So Lee's trying to keep up, but Chase is ahead, even though Lee has a better board state for sure. 100%. Chase is working on controlling the board state.
Okay, so big turn here from Chase. It feels like Chase has been doing a great job of setting up, dealing with Lee's immediate danger threats. Now it feels like the turn to push ahead, and Psychic Frog is step one. We remember last game, Lee dealt the full 21 damage with Psychic Frog. We'll see if Chase has the ability to have as powerful of a card.
So this is a pretty cool artwork for the Frog. I would have preferred that Underground Sea got tapped here because we see opponent having a strip mine. That's our best target. I kind of like having the right colors up if I can help it.
Okay.
So if Underground Sea gets strip mine, we have to consider, do I need to Fatal Push now or can I wait till later? So it kind of puts us in a better spot if we just say, I'm going to just not have 2 blue untapped, because really the attrition has happened to the point where we don't need to have more than that right now anyway. So I'd rather just play around that.
If it were to get fired off, you would probably still just Fatal Push the Bowmaster, though, right? Or are you too afraid of Luris?
No, I'm likely saving it for Luris if I'm not planning on forcing it. So, like, Lee used the Bauble at some point and saw the force from Chase. So I don't think that's a question that Chase has it. So I think Chase is obviously choosing to allow Luris to resolve and to maybe draw a card or get a Lotus Petal. Choosing not to blow the Force of Will and saving it, which I agree with. I think it's far better to use your removal spell and just to plan around everything else after that.
So the flip side is it looks like Lee also has a Fatal Push and is also saving the push for opposing Luris. I love these kind of Luris mind games because, I mean, honestly, in these type of matchups, whether it be Modern, Legacy, or Vintage, when Luris sticks around, the game is over in favor of who had the Luris. The value is so good. That's why the fact that you get this card for free. There's so many decks that play into it, and it is a harsh deck constriction. So you really need it to be good, and Luris is that good.
And I really like the play from Lee too, grabbing the Lotus Petal, knowing that this scenario was coming up and that they would need to do this. Kind of funny, I accidentally targeted the Frog at first, but quickly corrected it. Lord knows I've never been in a situation like that before.
You've never been in a mistake, right? Yeah, I believe it. All right, so there is double Fatal Push, deals with Luris, deals with Orcish Bowmaster, and now the Frog is the last thing standing. And I mean, the Frog gaining a bunch of advantage here is excellent.
Yeah, and this is pretty much how these decks run away. I have my own personal Howling Mine, and you don't. There's nothing much you can do about it after that. We saw Lee pitch his whole hand and give flying to try to put a quick clock. That's just a second mode of Frog, and that's why that card is just so good. But in this situation, we're going the classic route. I'm just going to bury you in card advantage, and it's probably going to work.
And there's the last cards from Chase's hand. So Chase is saying, I am all in. I don't believe that last card of yours is anything problematic, especially with 2 colorless lands face up. It might even be face up information, depending on if Chase knows what they are.
Right.
But either way, now Chase has drawn 2 cards a turn.
Lee can take Chase off of black mana here, which is kind of nice, but still, the drawing 2 cards a turn thing, it's a huge advantage. Yeah. We're likely going to go to a game 3 here with Lee on the play, which is going to be an advantage. If I had to determine an outcome or guess at who was going to win, I'd give Lee the favorite here just based on being on the play for game 3.
Yep, I would agree as well. So here's a Soul Guide Lantern. This is kind of one that I didn't expect necessarily to come in, but I suppose it is decent at either just being a 2-mana cycle or really dealing with the whole graveyard for Lurrus interactions. Is that a surprising one to you at all, Elite?
Not super surprising. The static ability of it, getting rid of a bauble. So one of these decks only play 2 baubles and then just have 1 Lotus. And that's what these Esper decks are counting on to make Lurrus playable. So if you can answer that and cheaply cycle and you don't have much else to fill a void, then people will play the card. And it has that just extra outcome of saying like, all right, maybe this shrinks a treasure cruise. Maybe you're going to play a Lurrus and have it all in the graveyard and it'll just pop it off and make Lurrus just a 3/2 lifelinker. It has a few scenarios where it can come in handy. It's almost like a backup just in case.
Okay.
A pull. What's that? Ripcord? Pull just in case.
There you go. Pull in case of danger or something.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so here's Ancestral Recall at home. Treasure Cruise coming in. And, I mean, just as good as Recall right now. Here is another frog. Okay, a Bowmaster here. And now Chase has 4 cards in hand. Lee is only left with a Tameo, which is going to eat up 2 of Lee's mana if he wants to draw the cards. So, yeah, like you were saying, we're kind of in garbage time here, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Tameo is good here, but it's not good enough. The card advantage has gone too far one way to ever swing back here. It used to be nice when cards like Balance were still played in Vintage because maybe you deplete their Force of Wills and catch back up with that, but that's a thing of the past. You don't really see Balance anymore.
I mean, to be fair, we saw an opponent that you know a few things about, Nathan Stoyer, when you were runner-up in the 2022 World Championship. He played Balance earlier today. I saw it. It was one of the earlier rounds.
I should have known. I can't throw a dagger. I have too many open defenses.
You know, if that's a dagger of losing in the finals of a world championship, I mean, I would love to be daggered over and over then.
That was a tough one, but also very happy for Nathan. He's obviously a teammate of mine now, and it's really just cool to see what he's done even since then.
And it was really cool to see that he could actually lift that trophy. You know, I mean, that's that thing was huge.
Oh, that's great.
All right, here's another Bowmaster coming down, getting some more damage in, and looking like we're just closing out the game. But that being said, the frog was dealt with, so Lee kind of had the best possible draw. But that's it. We're going to pack it on in. And I wouldn't have it any other way, Ely, to have a game 3 between these two players.
Yeah, it's nice to see. These are the fun matchups. People sometimes talk about, like, would you want to go back and play, like, the Stoneforge Mystic Jace standard mirrors over and over again, the 75-card mirrors, and they considered it like chess. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I enjoy chess. Why wouldn't I enjoy playing that? I like seeing what this is going to turn into.
Definitely. And honestly, something like that, my very first pro tour back in 2008, I feel like we're just both going to be the 2 old men yelling at clouds at this point. My first pro tour was standard, and it was, you know, Dimir Fairies was kind of the deck of the tournament. And that mirror match was awesome. That was one of my favorite things. And I feel like this is somewhat close.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any other way. I'll be the old man yelling at the, random with you.
Yeah, there we go. But you're still at least the older man. So we got that clarified. Let's head on into the feature match and watch this game 3 between these two players.
Sounds good.
All right. So now we do have Lee on the play. Do you anticipate this being another game where we're like trying to mold to a turn 1 Lavinia kind of thing, or not really?
No, I think you called it right on the first game. So they don't need to have a powerful hand. What they need to have is a consistent hand. That's the element of this matchup that's most important. So have an answer, have progression, have stable mana, or have a way to cripple your opponent's mana are all options of consideration.
Definitely. So looking at least for Lee's hand there, it's all reaction. I believe that is an Urza Saga for the land, but no third land, which ends up being kind of brutal. So we'll see if this fetch line has like a Surveil land to be able to find another land. But other than that, having an all reactive hand is probably not ideal when you're on the play, huh?
Yeah, not the greatest. I also don't love throwing out the lantern because you are trying to cycle it, but I don't know that there's anything you're going to find to make enough action this early anyway. So I would prefer waiting and trying to catch a bauble or a petal or a lotus with it and then cycling it later. But the Wasteland play, knowing that your opponent has just played an Urza Saga, is very interesting to me because then here's the prime target for it. And Lee's essentially serving it to Chase on an open platter. To me, this is a tell to say that Lee is short on mana sources.
100%.
Letting Saga go because trying to prefer keeping hard mana. And now we see it because I think Lee's just passing the turn without a land drop here.
Yeah, Ely, I think that's another big sign that you're short on mana is when you just say go and you don't play a land.
Yeah, good call.
That's a huge tell.
In my defense, though, I called it before that happened.
Okay. You great. We all know it.
You too kind.
All right, so here is the sewer here to be able to do some surveilling. And I believe from Chase, though, that is another strip mine or wasteland, right?
Yeah, I think that's strip mine. And
okay.
Lee is sort of, I think, in a little bit of a desperate mode of knowing that can't go too much longer without a land, hoping that the surveil can draw into one and Trump's waiting on the fetch. So pretty much any card that wasn't a land was going to get bin there. It's super awkward when you're playing Vintage and you're in that situation, and then you see Ancestral Recall on top, and you're like, no, I got to bin my Ancestral because it's a land is more important.
I mean, that is the tough cost, right? Like, if you fetch there, you I mean, it's a face up that your land's going to get destroyed. So, like, you know, it's strange to not go for a basic, but as I say that, there just is not a basic in this list from Lee.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I guess you're forced into it.
This is the heartbreaking serve getting broken that we talked about. So, Lee obviously not having a land, not being able to play Magic as well is making this just go the other way. The die roll's not as important anymore. It's not the resource management that we were looking for. So Lee hoping to draw something off this probe that's a land more than even seeing what the hand is. You know, from Chase, if this is the hand, I think I don't like playing the frog there because our opponent is on this draw discard game that's netting us card advantage. I'm almost comfortable just waiting or playing Bowmaster at instant speed and then like having the frog ready with Spell Pierce and really pulling ahead then.
Yeah, I think I'd be considering that as well. But Lee has the land here. There's no more strip mines, wastelands, anything like that to keep Lee off this land. So at least we're going to be playing Magic here. And, you know, Chase's hand is not amazing or anything. It's perfectly fine. It's solid. But it's not, you know, Black Lotus, Ancestral Recall, something where you know, obviously know who's winning this game.
Yeah, that's what Lee needs to catch back up this game, to fire off an Ancestral, maybe an Ancestral, Ancestral and then maybe a Time Walk, something like that, and then to start landing some threats. You know, the Bowmasters, well, that's a great one, but countered. So obviously the Bowmasters would come in very handy, and if it was outright there, then that cruise would have been cast. So like part of why we play things when we play them, and they very much matter, is that these small interactions can cost you. The Brainstorm being fired off here is an interesting play too. I think I still like deploying either Demonic or Bowmaster. I want to start setting up some game actions that Lee's not equipped to handle yet. But instead, we're sort of trying to find other things. Maybe Chase is trying to establish a third land, get Luris to hand. Maybe that's the thought process. But you can still Demonic for Lotus and really have that set up for whenever you do draw that third land.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I want to be mana efficient there. And like you look into this train wreck scenario, I mean, Mental Misstep was probably the worst card that Lee could have had if you're Chase. But even just a force dealing with that Brainstorm makes it pretty brutal for you.
Yeah, to me, having patience in Vintage is so important. You have to know when to act and when not to act. So when your opponent's on the draw discard plan and your hand is still small and you know they're playing forces, sometimes it's better just to wait. Just keep drawing, keep letting them discard, and then whenever they do finally get there, they're too far behind tempo-wise, and you catch them that way.
Yeah, just keep swimming. Yeah.
Where
do you get here? Is it Recall?
Most likely it's Recall at this point. That's the favorite of any tutor. But like I said, I would still be considering Lotus with Luris because that is a nice way to pull ahead as well.
But if you just go Lotus, Luris, play Luris, get Lotus back, like, is that even that good?
if you have follow-up, so we already saw a bauble popped, I think. So that's
Okay.
the real clench card there. So we know that Lee has swords and not fatal push and no white sources and hasn't been making their land drops. So
Yeah.
we know that Luris would probably stick. And I think that's the key element of why that would be a good target. But Ancestral here is just a safer choice. It's just
Yeah.
harder to know, like, if this is countered, then I'm in real trouble.
So 3 mana sources there from Chase. So has the ability to next turn buy Luris while playing essentially 2 mana sources, and can play something like Orcish Bowmaster as well. And then start gaining an advantage with Luris. But quick check on the graveyard. I don't see any great things to be able to bring back. I'm sure there's a creature, a frog or something we're missing, but as it stands, nothing amazing. Maybe there's a Soul Guide Lantern, if anything.
To me, Chase drew one of the most important cards, which was Wasteland. So he's been handicapped on mana for most of the game. So we can keep that up and bring back Luris, and then we can start deploying Bowmaster, not worrying about it getting eaten by an opposing Bowmaster, knowing that Luris can just buy it back again. So like the pressures there, extra draw spells will be almost nullified by the Bowmaster. I think that's the play I would like to set up.
Yeah.
This game is surprisingly closer than it looked just a few turns ago, but I still would give Chase like 80% to win. A huge favorite, knowing that mana sources for Lee are just choked. Like that Demonic Tutor went and found that Marsh Flats. I could almost guarantee that. But with this Wasteland coming out, Lee's in the same position that just was a few turns ago. So like that Dig Through Time is going to be really hard to cast. When you play that Underground C, this Flats has to grab another C, which then there's no white sources. If you draw any white cards, they're almost like dead draws. One of the brilliant things, if we look back earlier to this game, is that Lee on 8 cards discarded Swords to Plowshares, which ended up being very smart. There was no threat that came out, choked on white, and needed to prioritize black. I think that might have been the perfect discard at that point of the game, and it's still held true now, which is many turns later. So very, very smart move on Lee's part.
Yeah, you got to love that. Those minor decisions definitely matter in these kind of control S mirrors. So this is interesting. I think I would have absolutely windmill slammed Luris into my hand when I'm looking at my opponent's hand of 2 removal spells plus a dig that's uncastable. You would think you want to start getting your value for that. But I guess Orcish Bowmaster to be able to eat up some of those removal spells is perfectly reasonable to start.
So I agree with you when we talk about using mana efficiently. I think you're absolutely right. I think the difference here is we can kind of not do the Luris thing, hope that our opponent maybe plays not optimally and thinks that they need to combat the Bowmaster that we already played.
Sure.
And now when we do get Luris, we actually have a target to bring back.
Sure.
That's to me not respecting the caliber of the opponent you're going to face at 7-0, and I wouldn't play that way either.
Yeah. That is very fair because, yeah, I mean, now at some point, now especially, I mean, the pressure is on. Lee's going to have to fire away these removal spells on either the Amass token, which feels terrible, or one of the Orcish Bowmasters, which, you know, is a fine play if you ever plan on recalling or brainstorming or anything like that. But, man, the fact that Orcish Bowmaster creates 2 bodies right now is so huge for Chase.
Absolutely. And Lee has like a small sigh there, but not giving away too many tells, knowing that the Fatal Push has to be deployed here because the clock is too strong and doesn't have the mana sources to not go for it here.
And there's not even tells anymore. It's only 2 cards in hand, and they're face up. It's Dig Through Time, it's Prismatic Ending. So it's just the spot of Lee knows he's behind, Chase knows Lee's behind, and you know, Lee also knows there's no great target for Fatal Push. All 3 of them are just fine.
Yeah, the tell isn't in the like giving away information. It's more of just this giving away this mentality that you're playing.
Sure.
Seeing the writing on the wall kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Interesting play getting rid of the vanilla 2/2 instead of the Bowmaster.
Oh, the Spell Pierce for Dig Through Time. Lee windmill slammed that. Didn't even wait for the cards to get exiled. That's a show of confidence right there. As there's the exiles card. 2 more damages coming through, putting Lee down to 7, I believe. And didn't even buy Luris here from Chase. So that's got to be a big tell that there is something able to be cast. Maybe a Forced Negation?
What I also think is interesting too is like the Mock Sapphire, there was no consideration for spell piercing it. I think that was also an option before piercing the dig, that maybe we just keep them from casting it all together.
I think for one reason is Lee basically cast them both in one motion. So Chase kind of got to pick which one he wanted to counter. You know, that is one thing you have to do is you need to slow down, do those one at a time, or, you know, you have perfect information. But there it is. Chase Hope advances to 8-0 and 100% locks up his spot in the top 8 as, you know, one of our first players already in it. Impressive stuff from Chase. Ely, I was kind of blown away by his play.
Yeah, very, very great match. He's going to be first seat for sure. So that's going to be a huge advantage, like we talked about, going on the play.
Yeah, totally agree. Really nice stuff there from Chase. First player into the top 8. Now, a reminder, everyone, the top 8 of this event is going to be played on Sunday. So if you're waiting to see if Chase wins this tournament, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. That's also pretty brutal, Ely, I must say, to like take 2 days off or take a full day off and then play your top 8 on Sunday. That's a tough one.
It would be, but then you have a full day of Legacy, which is one of the fan favorite formats as well. So that's not a bad way to, like, you know, chill out for a day.
Okay, that actually sounds pretty good. You know, Ely, should we fly in and play this Legacy event tomorrow?
I got a sweet list.
Okay. All right, everyone, that is going to do it here from round number 8. We're going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, we got our final round of the day here from this Vintage Championship, and you best believe we're going to be watching a win it in. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the North American Eternal Weekend featuring the Vintage Championship. We got one round left. Corey Baumeister, Ely Cassis here, going to be bringing you the rest of the coverage for this round. And Ely, just like we were kind of alluding to, we got ourselves some winning and magic here.
This is the most hyped matches. Everybody is at their edge and they're feeling the pull of winning. And you find people like, revving the engine a little bit too soon and make a Vin Diesel reference here and then just getting pulled ahead by the other person.
Too soon, kid. Too soon. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, these are always my favorite matches to watch. Finals of tournaments are great. Top 8s are great. Top 4s are great. But win-and-ins, I mean, are just really where it's at. Because I mean, maybe not you since you're such a GOAT and you do so well at tournaments. But if I go into an event like this, my goal where I'm very happy is if I made a top 8. That's it. That's all I need.
I think that's the universally accepted goal of all Magic players. We count our top 8s. Like, trophies are great and all, but top 8s are huge. It's like the crowning thing. It's where we put our plaques. The top 32 prize, everybody already is getting a foil Tinker. So, like, that's really sweet. I think most players are quite happy with their performance at this point. But now they're putting the top 8 in their minds, and that's going to be this disappointment if they don't get it. Even though they would have probably accepted this place before the event if you offered it to them instead of having to take all the risks and compete. But now that they're here, no longer. They want it all.
100%. You can't really hang up the Tinker on your mantle or whatever. It's all about those, right?
Well, you put it on a chain, right? And you hang it around your neck.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart. I like that. So, all right, let's look at our head-to-head of these players here going into round number 1 and have you talk about the matchup a little bit. We got Dave Kaplan on the left and Ben Hewitt on the right. Esper Luris Control, we've seen this deck a lot. It's one of the go-to decks in Vintage, up against Bug on the other side. So let's take a look at Dave Kaplan's list. Dave Kaplan also should be a household name, as I've definitely heard that name before. Walk us through this one, Ely.
Yeah, Kaplan is a household name. Kaplan's been around for a long time and a big Eternal player. Loves Legacy, loves Vintage, has a regular crew, and plays a lot of these formats. I would expect this list to be quite tuned and for him to have a really strong grasp of the format. So we see Esper Luris again. We've seen this already on screen a couple times. Like I was saying before, they've trimmed down on swords a little bit to 3 copies, which I like. I think 4 is a little bit too heavy-handed for that. Other than that, we don't see a lot of deviation in the main deck. It's mostly a lot of staples. There's no demonic consultation.
Thank God.
And then we see the 4 frogs, the 4 bowmasters, and 2 Lavinias. Dave is kind of known for playing these really stock decks that are really grindy and playing it really well and not losing any of his stamina through the whole event. He must just have like a really healthy mindset and routine that, I don't know, he just goes strong the entire way. So I often find Dave really performing at the late stages of the tournament. Doesn't seem to get bogged down by the stresses or the pressures. I've always thought that was Dave's like real specialty in Magic.
Well, that's saying a lot coming from you, as I think that's one of your specialties in Magic as well. So let's take a look at Dave's opponent. This is Ben Hewitt playing another really grindy matchup. So if Dave's going to want to make the top 8 here, he's going to have to get through this really grindy deck. And now a quick reminder before you tell me about this deck, Ely, these players are, X and 1. They are 6 and 1 going into this, they are 7-1, excuse me. But they're in 7th and 8th place. That's usually that sweet spot where you can't draw. So this is a true win-in, Ely.
Yeah, if they win, they're certainly locked. It's really hard to drop below the top 8 when you're already in there after you win. The coolest thing about this, though, is Ben is playing a budget deck. This is a budget scenario. Yeah, there's no Power 9 here. So this is not a traditional deck in the Vintage metagame. Bug used to be a very popular deck, but it's sort of fallen off. And now you see Deathbreak Shaman in this deck in place of Moxen, and you see 4 Collector Roof in the main deck. This is probably the reason for much of Ben's success. There's no artifacts in Ben's deck itself, so there's no sort of like counter synergy within it. And this card is just powerful against most decks in the field. Even like the mono white aggro deck of the format, Initiative, hates to see a Collector Roof. All of their Pro Moxes and Moxes just shut down, no fast mana to do things. So like this deck does have certain advantages just being built the way that it is. but some of the cards it plays to have to catch up are so fascinating. Like there's a main deck Endurance. We see 2 main deck Force of Vigors, and that's because of the fact that it's a budget. We need so much important things to catch up for the advantages that our opponent has.
Wow.
So I think we're ready to go. I'm really curious to see how this deck plays out. I kind of want to see it in action.
Okay, let's jump in. This looks really, really interesting matchup. Let's get it.
You know,
All right,
while we're
so-
go ahead, sorry.
Getting into the game here, and we got to say, you know, this budget prize, we mentioned it's a budget deck because a reminder for everyone, you do just automatically get prizes as the top budget finisher. Ben's pretty much already got that locked up, you know, so I mean, that's a ton of store credit thanks to Card Titan here. And it looks like Dave Kaplan is looking to mulligan, has mulligan down to 6, and we are underway. Looks like Ben has the full 7 cards there.
So yeah, what we see, I think is very interesting, is Dig Through Time is put to the bottom, despite the fact that Dave has a land-heavy hand for this format. But he knows this matchup very well. Ben is going to try to wasteland, strip mine, and then deplete Dave's mana resources. The interesting thing too is Ben's even playing a life alone, so we can do this to the point that Dave can't recover if the game goes long. So Ben's plan is being executed perfectly right now, and the things that Dave would want to pull ahead are like fast mana and a powerful start, and that's not happening. So Ben is really coming through in the early stages of this game, and I actually would pick the favorite here as the non-powered deck. Believe it or not, there's so much threat. There's so much threat density. Dave doesn't have the tools to steal the game. That's not what Esper Luris does, and so I can see Bug actually just taking this one down.
And I mean, Ben already with 3 land destruction here. He's really defending the land here. You know, I don't know if you're, actually, I do know for sure you're not a big basketball fan, but that's kind of the Cleveland Cavalier motto, his sweatshirt there. Absolutely defending the land here.
So, you know, I played basketball in high school, and I used to watch all through the 90s. I'm just so old. You know, Jordan retired, and, you know, Kobe was out of the scene, and I'm like, all right, I fell off.
Yeah, what was it like to see, you know, like, just like some of the old players play in person? Was it wild?
It really was wild. Although sometimes you'd be like, all right, you know, Jordan won another championship, so you just kind of like got old hat at some point. You were like, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
All
the
right.
frustration that Dave must be having this game of having Gush in the opener and not having a fetch so that you can get 2 lands out and then see the wastelands happen and then protect your lands with Gush. It's got to be frustrating. So now we see the brainstorm happen here. So if there isn't a fetch too, we're going to most likely see Dave stuck for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
So firing off this brainstorm is really scary, but at the same
But
time,
you have to, right?
yeah, you have to, because like, what if you know, Ben has one of the Overfish Bowmasters? We only see 2 in Ben's list, but still, if one of those happens and you fire off that brainstorm right into it, you're in deep trouble. Now, seeing
There
that
is the C.
yeah, but that's not a fetch like we said. So Dave is likely stuck. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him down a game here and probably a little bit frustrated.
Another LD land here, another wasteland. And at this point, I mean, I don't see any Lorien revealed or anything like that that could have been able to shuffle this away. So now if we know Davis just says go here without a land, that's what will happen next turn as well.
Yep, exactly. And this is just like a double time walk. And I don't know what format you could recover from a double time walk, but I know it's not vintage.
Oh man, and here is Life of the Lone for 3 more lands to destroy. This is a much needed Force of Negation to be able to exile that. This is one of the scenarios where Force of Negation is actually better than Force of Will at exiling a Dredger.
That's right, and so huge that Dave has it here. I wonder if Ben is fetching a fetch for a Spell Pierce here. If so, I bet that would be just game over.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce.
Oof, that looks like a Spell Pierce to me.
Is it? I can't even tell.
It indeed was. It indeed was.
Yeah, so this one is likely in the books, which is just so cool. If somebody actually top 8s this thing with a budget deck, I don't know if that's the first time, but man, that's impressive.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that happening before, but yeah, we shall see. Either way, Eternal Weekend, the Vintage Champ, the Legacy Champs, this tournament just looks incredible. I mean, there's thousands of people in these events and stuff. So, I mean, if you ever get a chance to make it out to one of these events, I think you must. I'm definitely going to try to next time for sure.
It's also in a really cool city. I mean, there's like a huge food market full of amazing food right across the street.
Right across the street, yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. So the city's huge and it has kind of everything you want. And this convention center is huge. There's 1,000 vendors. There's probably a huge EDH scene. It's such an awesome event. And
Yeah.
it's not over. Like if people wanted to, today's Friday. They could still enjoy it all of Saturday and Sunday. It's a centralized location. Most people could still get there if they're hearing this and they're interested in doing it.
Yeah, I'm actually sorry, Eli. I wasn't listening to what you said. I'm actually looking into flights to Pittsburgh right now. Looking pretty reasonable. I might need to borrow a legacy deck, but I'm in. This looks awesome.
I'll overnight it to you.
Okay, perfect. So here's the Life of the Loam to get back some more lands here with a Frog in play, with the Deathrite in play. It is really just Dave going through the motions here. Second Frog should kind of lock this up, and that is Dave kind of wide-eyeing saying, yeah, that's game.
Yeah.
That is definitely game. So let's take a look at Dave Kaplan's sideboard to see what he can do up against, this budget deck. I mean, we keep saying budget with the, the fact that, oh, maybe this deck isn't as powerful, but let me tell you, that game was close, and it wasn't the budget deck that lost badly, that's for sure.
No. But what we see in these matchups, again, the strategy that people want to go for is actually to go more towards fair than unfair. But you can't do that against a budget deck. They have so much extra space in their fillings that they've gone over the top and had their main deck fairness. I think that's why we saw Dave lose the first game, despite the mana crippling. I think just his opponent just had so much main deck that there's no way to answer all of that when you're playing fair already. So he could increase his fair game by adding in a Fatal Push, a Swords, a Long Goodbye, Dave that is. But there's not a lot else there. And what Dave really needs to do to win is to capitalize on all the power that Dave has that his opponent doesn't. And that's going to be really hard to do with this deck because there's not a lot of power in the deck as it is.
Yeah.
Do you keep Lavinia in? There's no power to counter. Is my opponent even going to keep all of their forces in? They're probably going to trim. So Lavinia is not even good. So our threats are Bowmaster and Frog. And Bowmaster's not even super effective against their deck. Their deck's like crippling the mana base. It's not like you're going to catch them off guard. There's not even a lot of card draw in their deck. They're more trying to answer your stuff. So you're kind of leaning on your Frogs and your Luris, and you're hoping to do it really fast to have a chance. So it's really just, he's behind the ball on this one. It's going to be a really tough matchup for Dave.
Yeah, this just seems like it's going to be very, very tough to actually close out a game. But then again, even not in this matchup, it looks like this deck struggles to close out games. But of course, we know the power of Bowmaster and the power of Frog to be able to get it done. So let's take a look at the other deck here. The main deck that we all want to be seeing here. It's Ben Hewitt playing this really awesome bug deck. But yep, you're not seeing, your eyes aren't deceiving you. There's no power. What are we bringing in here from Ben's side?
So even though you're already playing a better fair game, you're probably looking to even more play fair. So 2 Fluster Storms are just optimal versus like Force of Wills. You're not worried about countering like a Doomsday. You're worried about like 1-for-1ing a Swords and something like that. So this card just plays more fair in the matchup. An extra Dismember, knowing that Luris and Frogs are the thing to watch out for. And then maybe a Long Goodbye and a Thoughtseize because there's good value. And then you don't have to worry about as much having Oofs and your Force of Vigors. So those are like easy cards I think to swap out for these fair cards.
Love it. Okay, well, let's head into the match and see if Dave can actually have some mana sources in play or if they all get stripped away. Here we go. Dave on the play. Let's see if there's some kind of over-the-top power draw. And yeah, straight away, there's a recall, but a mental misstep to be able to deal with it. Incredible.
Huge play.
Wow.
Not having a follow-up to it, too, is kind of saying I don't have a Force of Will, I don't have a Daze. So the door is kind of open. I'm guessing Ben is just very happy about his situation even off of turn 1.
And Ben continues to defend the land here. Wastelands away, the first land right away. And now we have the fetch land coming into play. It seems like Dave's going to be very hesitant to actually sacrifice that, as you know, it's not too out of the realm that Ben has some more wastelands or strip mines.
Yeah, I mean, Ben's basically playing land destruction and vintage.
Yeah, I mean, looks good when your land destruction spells are free.
Mm-hmm.
And here is Underground Sea and a Tundra in play.
I think what I'd like to see from Dave here is setting up a gush play to hit the next wasteland to get free extra value.
Yeah.
That's a makeshift ancestral. You're just saying instead of the third card, I'm gonna have this landed.
I like it. There is only one gush, so it's a little tough to get done, but that is a sweet play. And like you said, there is Lavinia, but it's not countering a bunch of 0 drops. It's just a pretty good creature that counters all the forces right now, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's not actually doing a whole lot in this matchup. My guess is that Dave had some other things that were easier to board out, and a 2/2 seemed better. But
Yeah.
I don't think Lavinia is at its best here. I think this might be one of its worst spots.
I mean, I guess it does counter Force of Will, Force of Vigor, and Force of Negation right now, as well as Treasure Cruise, the one of. So, I mean, it has some decent targets, but as time goes by, you know, Ben is just going to play a land every single turn and kind of negate it.
To me, the problem with that is you already want to board out Force of Vigor. It's not good here. And then you also want to trim on those other forces. So the very cards Ben most wants to sideboard out are the only ones that Lavinia actually hits for Dave.
Okay.
So I just don't know how effective it's going to be. But we do see the Psychic Frog on the table. My thought was Dave was baiting a removal with the Lavinia to then follow up with the Frog. And we'll see if that's the case here. But Ben certainly didn't bite on the Lavinia. And then Lavinia couldn't even attack, right? Or did it attack?
It didn't attack because Frog didn't get countered. So with fear of Bowmaster, Dave decided to not attack. And that, honestly, that's a good lesson to look at for players. Like, if Dave doesn't attack into you there, even if Ben doesn't have a Orcish Bowmaster, you got to think Dave's hand is kind of weak to Bowmaster, as there wasn't something to interact with it. So, you know, that's something Dave, I'm sure, will and should pick up on.
Absolutely. And Leovold, what an interesting card. You don't see this format very often. So Dave's list not playing a Caracas like some Esper lists do. So if this card hits the felt, it's an automatic 2-for-1 first off. And if it's not answered, the game will just get taken away within a turn or two. Preventing extra draws, anything that targets drawing extra cards, it's just going to be really punishing. If Ben has like a force, which can't use that with Lavinia, but if that scenario was different, it would just make Leovold even better.
I love that when Leovold hits the battlefield, you basically do what Leovold's doing in the artwork, just like, good game? Like, such an unfair card.
Even forcing Dave to use the Brainstorm there instead of getting to untap and having the Brainstorm fetch setup play for his hand. It's just so useful. Like, it's really hard to navigate around a Leovold. So here we have the 2-for-1 play.
And the fact that you can draw the card and then interact with it makes it pretty nice. But as it stands, Leovold is gone. So, you know, it was a fine 2-for-1, which nothing special, but 2-for-1s in Vintage, 2-for-1 in Legacy ends up just being a really, really big deal with the card quality being so high.
Absolutely. And with Psychic Frog connecting here, I think what we see now is almost a fair game.
Yeah.
There's a much closer parity of where their situations are at. We're not seeing the land destruction happen like it happened before. In fact, Dave is considering doing the land destructing to keep Ben on low resources, to keep the frog hits coming. Although the alternative play, if Dave doesn't have mana to cards to use an Underground Season on, is to bring Lurrus to hand and try to keep up the pressure that way.
Yeah.
Dave decided land destruction was better, and I can totally see that. If Frog connected once, the hope is it'll connect again. But if it doesn't, then that puts us in a difficult spot. I think Dave has a small favorite here. Not a huge favorite, but it really depends on what's in Ben's hand. There was a pivotal turn where Ben had 2 mana up and didn't play anything. And I think that turn gave Dave a lot of choices and options to pull ahead.
Yeah, and it really felt like if he had anything, he would have cast it. You know, Bowmaster, obviously. Any removal spell on the frog would have been big. And that looks like a Flusterstorm countering the Spell Pierce. So this Thoughtseize, what it looks to be, is going to resolve and take a peek at Dave's hand. But there better be a follow-up of, like, land, Fatal Push the Frog. Otherwise, Ben's still in a world of hurt.
absolutely. And I think if there was a land in Ben's hand, it would have already been cast.
Yeah.
So I think this is getting a little bit more complex. I think Time Twister is the easy take here because it also keeps Forceful from being active.
Yeah.
Unless Dave draws a land or any blue card, which is then back active. But how do
Oh,
you keep
half
a
of his
Twister?
deck, yeah.
Yeah, but how do you keep a Twister there knowing that it can't be countered and then you can pitch the rest of your hand to Frog and probably just kill Ben in almost one hit? So it still has to be the take. There was a land. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if we were baiting the Spell Pierce to use our Flusterstorm there. That'd be a pretty cool play. Because otherwise the land first would have made the Pierce on the Thoughtseize just nullified. It probably wouldn't have even happened.
Yeah, it still seems like you just play the land to give yourself the option regardless, but yeah, who knows?
Unless you want that Pierce to be used because you're trying to resolve like a 3-mana spell. But yeah,
Like an Oko, I guess. I mean, this deck is a 3x Oko deck.
Right.
So that would make sense. That would be a next level play on Ben. But I mean, is Oko even that good right now?
Sadly, no, because if you even just try to make the Frog a 3/3, let's say, Dave can actually just pitch extra cards to grow it more because those counters stick around.
Yeah.
And then you could take out Oko with the first hit, and then you also have like a lethal in 2 situation.
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
Demonic Tutor to try to find what I would guess would be a removal spell here. Dave considering maybe forcing this, but is there any uncounterable removal spell that Dave has to be worried about? Or otherwise, you just counter the thing that Ben gets, right?
The uncounterable thing is the Long Goodbye, which there is one copy in Dave's sideboard, so we have seen it.
Yeah. And I mean, that would be great on the Frog right now, so I would be tempted to force that if you know there's a Long Goodbye, which seems kind of stock to at least have one. You want to have a lot of one-ofs in Vintage if you're playing Demonic Tutor.
I think I go the other way. I think I let them get the Long Goodbye, knowing that I have Luris in hand, and then I just Luris back my Frog. It's almost like you want them to play the short game, and then you just ultimately have the last trump for Vintage. I think that's how these play out most optimally. So like forcing that, I think opens the door for Ben to have something already in his hand, and not to have an answer for it.
Well, Dave agreed with me, so clearly I am the Vintage master in this relationship. No notes.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so here's Prismatic Ending to deal with the Deathrite Shaman, and more than likely coming in with both creatures. And with Ben only having one card here, I can't really picture what is the one card that kind of breaks serve here. And Dave, we know, has Luris as well that he can drop right now and almost assuredly resolve it. So this looks like game 2 going to Dave Kaplan.
I totally agree. I think Ben is going to have a better land spell ratio for game 3 to triumph over Dave. But having the play, super huge when you're not playing power and you're playing a Wasteland Stripmine strategy. So Dave is going to have a really nice hand in game 3 to keep up.
Yeah, or just do what Ben did. Ben can just do what he did in game 1 and just strip mine and wasteland every single land that Dave played and hope to win that way.
It's just so funny to just be like, oh yeah, the budget deck has a huge lead. Like, when do you ever see that be the case?
Yeah, I mean, Vintage for sure, that's wild. Yeah, something we for sure don't see. But Dave just making sure not to make any mistakes. Like you were saying, kind of in our intro, Dave's just playing some extremely tight Magic. So is Ben, though. Ben's looked like he has played this game quite well as well.
Yeah, definitely got to give Ben a lot of props. Liked his strategy, the deck construction. Seems like there's a lot going for him.
Yes.
Looks like this is a mid-combat strip mine.
I will also fetch down a 7. Yep.
So it looks like maybe during attackers. So trying to negate that mana through phases.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're really playing around, though. It's not as if mana drains in the deck lists. Okay, so it's playing around swords, trying to get Bowmaster online.
Okay, reasonable.
That is pretty reasonable. Since Luris is attacking here, we can take that out. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, wow. Could this be a slight misstep here? Looks like there's a force of will here from Dave, so nothing matters. 3 for 5.
good way of putting it. Nothing matters.
And I mean, I don't think Ben has any cards in hand. So if Dave has it, it's just game over, right?
Right. Okay.
Oh,
So now we're
okay.
talking about the mana floating situation and wondering if we're at a different step, perhaps.
Okay.
Okay. So it sounds like we didn't do the phasing correctly, like you mentioned before.
Yeah.
But it's because we needed to have a blocker. We already in declare attacker, so there actually doesn't exist a step between those steps. So it just had to go like this, or the wasteland would have had to happen on like beginning of combat.
Yeah, there's no way that could have worked like that, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
So he did just discard, or no, that was exiling stuff to jump the frog, but now Luris does fall. And Ben takes 3 down to 4.
Yes.
And now still has a world of hurt, to come back from, but the game is not exactly over.
No, and I think you could even say it would be deterministically over if, say, Dave pitched 2 cards to Frog there. So we get 2 life, there would be 3 lethal threats. So even a single Bowmaster wouldn't stay in the game. So.
Or just a Force of Will there. It looked like Dave was about to force and then thought about doing something different. But Force was just lethal there with discarding the other card. So, yeah, maybe he didn't have it locked up. Anywho.
You're certainly right that Dave had the Force. And I assume because he was thinking he had a blue card in hand.
That's what I would think as well. But, yeah, it turns out that's not the case. So, one last game here between these 2 players. Winner goes to the top 8. Loser will not be making it, or will at least have to pray that their tiebreakers kind of shot up.
I bet there's a lot of tension within them, but both players are holding themselves in a very strong pose. They both seem calm and deliberate in their movements. I like to see it at this stage of the game.
Yeah,
there's a lot of experience.
Definitely. This is the type of spot where, like early on in the tournament, these players are going to be joking around with each other after you're only 3-0 or something like that. But when you got 1 game left of your tournament, or you get to extend your tournament by winning, these are the moments where, I'm a pretty lighthearted player when I'm playing at the table, but in these moments, it's all business.
Absolutely. And it's funny who you root for in these moments. Like, I'm friends with Dave. I actually I root for Dave. I'm friends with him. Yeah. But at the same time, while I don't know Ben as well, he's playing budget deck. And I kind of want to see the budget deck in the top 8 because that's really exciting, Puts you in a strange place of like, ooh, loyalties versus coolness.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's always interesting to see kind of the player that's been around forever. And, one of the younger players as well, making it with a deck that we wouldn't expect. So, yeah, it's kind of tough to not have a result that's going to be exciting. So Let's get back to it. We got one last game here, Ely. I'm excited.
Me too. The outcome.
Gotta know. Okay, so it looks like that is a 6 die for Dave there. So that's a mulligan. And Ben starting it off here with what looks like a full 7 there. Has the Lorien revealed to find a basic. Looks like doesn't actually have any colored mana besides the Lorien revealed, but no problem.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. Dave doesn't really have a threat to progress, but has stable mana and fast mana. Versus Ben is a little more land-light and has a threat density. Their hands should kind of clash in the way that Intermission happens, so 1 for winning until they're whittled down to little, and then we should see where top decks have changed the outcome. Who pulls ahead based on what's favorable after that.
Still getting
definitely. And Dave deciding to start with a fetch land here, not exposing any lands like we saw game 1. Looks like Dave learned the lesson there, and that looks like a collector oof to be able to put the pressure on.
A big oof indeed.
I mean, that card is aptly named. Every time it's played against me, I'm always playing a deck that gets wrecked by it, and I'm always just like, oof, this is gonna be brutal.
That's because you're always playing Grinding Station.
Hold on. But yeah, you're right.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I can't follow you. The card is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looks like Dave is considering... Wow, it's just resolved. Uh-oh.
Well, we saw Dave's hand. It was more like spell pierce oriented, I think. So.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it if there's a removal spell or something, but I mean, these bug decks playing just 4 collector oofs seems incredible in Vintage. Like, you automatically know there's, what, 7 Moxins that you're going to shut off straight away?
Yeah, but Dave has mana in his hand, so he can kind of ignore the oof if he wants to, or just use one of the many removal spells to answer it.
Well, Ely, he has mana for now.
True. I don't know how much I love this Force well. I think I might have let that oof go. You put yourself in an awkward place when there's a mana up, and we know
Yeah, like if you get spell pierced here, you feel real bad, right?
Right. And it's kind of saying that I really value this oof, but I don't think you do. This is a time where you kind of want to play that Oko and draw a land rather than think about like countering this as a 2-for-1 and you get blown out by a 1-for-1.
That being said, we looked at Ben's hand earlier and it didn't look like there was an Oko mana available. Like it was just the tropical and 2 colorless lands. So maybe this is like a ditch effort from Ben already.
I think this is, like you're saying, a way of like trying to have action while you're falling behind. But even then, you just wait and use the force alone that they play as a threat. It's not as if Dave is progressing or pulling ahead either. So keeping that just makes more sense to me.
So it looks like face up, we can blow up both those lands and be left with just a blue. This is looking familiar. I'm getting deja vu.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what if the gush was there and he just blew up those triggers on the stack? Is that Ancestral Recall +1?
Yeah, that's opportunity, you might say. For those that aren't old like me, opportunity was an old draw 4 spell.
Sure, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed there, buddy.
So we know Dave has a dig through time here. I'm just wondering if he's firing it off his turn, Ben's upkeep, or what the best choice is here.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Man, I'm just thankful for Ben that the one of Gush wasn't there, because at a spot like this, you'd be like, well, there's 2 of those abilities on the stack with Wasteland and Strip Mine. Be like, I'll respond.
Yeah, that would have got real awkward. So now they might have a Psychic Frog battle, which is really cool. So Dave has 2 cards in hand, and Ben has more cards in hand. This usually favors the person with more cards in hand.
Definitely.
We know that Dave is holding Dig through time. We don't know the other card, I believe. And with Dig, if they were to pull ahead with something like Land Ancestral or Land Fatal Push, then that could spell doom for Ben. But if not, if these frogs are meant to clash in a fair way, then it could be really close again in anybody's game.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the graveyard from Ben, it might look a little jarring there, as usually the sideways cards are exiled and the face-up one is the graveyard. That's not how Ben's doing it. So,
inverse.
Yes, so there is the ability to put this into the skies. And it looks like Dave just said attack and no blocks or anything for Ben. Ben has to have the more cards here in this battle, so that's kind of strange to me, right?
I'm bewildered. I'm wondering if we counted the number of cards in Ben's hand wrong,
or he was respecting a fatal push.
Well, that doesn't really do it either, because first you block, and then they pump the frog, and then you pump in response, and then they have to act again. So it's still just 1-for-1ing.
No effects again.
Okay, Dave's walking it out here. Time walked.
So,
I saw Prismatic Ending, but I didn't see... Oh, there was a fetch land, too. So Dave could have Prismatic Ending that frog and then attacked. That was a conscious decision to not do so.
yeah, and I think wise. I think Dave understood that this is the situation. Ben didn't block last turn. It's worse for him to block now.
Yeah.
So he's not likely to change his decision. And what we see is Dave pulling ahead. I would definitely give Dave a strong advantage for him.
Oh, for sure. Here's Dig Through Time. 7 cards are coming. A lot of lands from my quick glance. Let's see what else we found. 2 Lavinia, Treasure Cruise, Ponder, Bowmaster, and 2 Wastelands. What do you like?
I like Cruise and Ponder, I think. I just want to have gasoline and ignore the rest.
Okay.
These Wastelands are going to be tempting for Dave, even though he's already played a land, because Ben was land shorted earlier. He doesn't know, like us, that Ben brainstormed into 2 more lands, so it's not as effective of a plan. And maybe Dave's going to try to push his advantage with this frog, which it looks like he took a Wasteland and the Bowmaster. So it looked like a threat and some land hate. which I don't hate that for this position. Knowing what he knows, I might choose similar.
Yeah.
At the same time, I think not taking Cruz is interesting, to say the least. I think Cruz is that thing that makes sure you pull so far ahead that you bury Ben.
Well, you haven't been a caster for long, Ely, but you've nailed the caster lingo of saying something you've done as interesting. So we did prismatic ending and we sent it back to Ben. Let's see what the follow-up here. This looks like a great turn for like an Oko or something, where Oko hasn't looked good basically at any other stages of the game. Just land pass from Ben. But that's a recall. Oh, baby.
Wow.
Woo. It looks like Anurag was leaving that hand cam there for a reason. He knew the recall was coming. As that was a thing of beauty here. You gotta think that advantage bar just gets slammed in favor of Dave now, huh?
Oh yeah, smart man, that Anu.
Yeah. So goes with a first action being Wasteland, and then it goes straight into combat to empty that mana. And with the way that Ben's acting quite fastly, of just letting him do whatever he wants, you gotta think Ben's hand is not great.
Oh yeah, I think this is sad mode right now, and Ben kind of sees the writing on the wall, but also isn't just gonna give up. I really would have liked to see a frog block that one turn. Not quite sure why we didn't.
Oof.
It
Land
does
force will.
does seem like Ben's hand is smaller than I thought from before, so maybe it comes down to simply just the force of will on that fatal push targeting the oof. If that original play didn't happen, you might have saw like a spiral event where all these other things didn't transpire either.
Yeah, and I want to say, wasn't this the Wasteland turn? Was that last turn already?
Wasteland was the last turn.
Okay.
Was that? Wait a minute. Was there a turn in between there? Because when we played the dig, we played the land first to have the spell pierce up. And then did we also waste there?
I could be wrong, but he might have just played a second land there. Not that it's like incredibly relevant or matters. Probably just a lapse of judgment there, but I swear that was this turn. I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, I think you might be right. But I agree with you. Probably does not change the outcome of the match.
No.
It's an important thing to keep straight. It's certainly one that is a hot button issue sometimes.
Yeah, and it just feels like, Wasteland feels like a spell sometimes. So, like that kind of error can, of course, happen. But here we go. We get Psychic Frog coming down. Luris connected. Let's see what kind of action there is in the graveyard. Regardless, Black Lotus being played and coming back is, going to create all the mana that Dave Kaplan needs here to close out this game. And here is the gush. Too bad it wasn't on that double Wasteland turn, but...
You might say that you were gushing over it.
I was. I 100% was gushing over it. And here is Orcish Bowmaster coming down as well to get some more damage. Look like Ben's about to take his last turn of the tournament before he gets ready for Legacy tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't see anything like a Toxic Deluge to sweep the board, to have a chance to come back, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So the budget deck is probably still going to get first in the budget race, but probably miss top 8 by a hair. And you got to give it to Ben. That's really impressive to make it this far out of budget.
100%. Yeah, Ben was in 8th place going into this, so you really got to get lucky with tiebreakers there. It would be a long shot for sure.
Not a preemptive good game hit, but congratulations to Dave Kaplan on another top 8. He's top 8 at these before, and that's another one to his long, extensive history.
Okay, yeah, really impressive stuff. Here is another Bowmaster. Just add some insult to injury here. And that's going to do it. Ben Hewitt throws the handshake out there, and Dave Kaplan's going to go to 8-1, was the 7th seed going in, is for sure going to be in the top 8, is for sure going to be one of the higher seeds. And we'll be seeing Dave doing some more damage here in the top 8. That action will be, of course, coming Sunday for Vintage. Ely, any thoughts on that match?
That was actually a really fun one to watch. It was nice to see how much a budget deck can hang with the big boys, essentially. Yep. So I like seeing that. I like that he also won, too, because now he's probably going to be in the top 4 of the bracket. So likely on the play for his first match, Dave, that is.
That's huge.
Yeah, he'll have a really good shot going in. And, for talking in terms of like, diversifying who gets what, Ben is still going to get this $800 store credit prize. Such a fantastic outcome. That's kind of like diversifies who gets what, right? Like Dave gets a little, Ben gets a little, everybody's happy, right?
Oh yeah, they're both crushing. They both crush it, and I gotta say, Ely, you absolutely crushed it. I knew it, and all of us already know that you're incredible at playing Magic. Turns out you're just good at everything. So make sure let's drop some W's in the chat for Ely Castillo, y'all. It was a pleasure chatting with you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. It was so much fun to be behind the booth. I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Well, I mean, you're always, making it to the Sunday stage of all these tournaments, so you don't get many opportunities. Guess you can make it to the weekend. All right, so big thanks to Ely. Big thanks to the whole production crew for bringing you this tournament. Big thanks to Card Titan for making all this happen. And a big thanks to all of you for watching. We really appreciate it. And make sure to tune in at noon Eastern time tomorrow, as maybe we're not having as many powerful cards in the sense of Black Lotus and Moxen, but we're going to be playing ourselves some Legacy tomorrow. Get ready for some more Psychic Frogs, maybe reanimating some gigantic threats. It's going to be a really, really fun day. So hope you'll join us. And for Corey Baumeister, Ely Cassis, we'll see you next time.